This story was created in the relationship subreddit by a user named PlasticChallenge98. The post is titled, "I caught my husband cheating last night. I, F27, have been married to my husband, 28, since October. We love each other and it's always been easy. He can be tough to handle sometimes, but I can too. I can't say I even suspected this. Last night I had a couple of drinks and I did something I really shouldn't have. I kept having these thoughts for 2 days straight for absolutely no reason. The urge to check his phone, check his phone, check his phone kept telling me. I didn't want to because for absolutely no reason, I felt like I would find something that would cause trouble. I kept trying to fight the urge to do something so shitty until I found his phone in the bathroom and opened it. He was talking to a girl saying, 'Those pants you were wearing yesterday, you wanted to get spanked.' She replied, 'I'm waiting for you,' and the conversation ended with 'I love you.' Now, I don't even know this girl. I confronted him and he said she was a workmate and he didn't act on it. He didn't do anything physical, and he's sorry. Now I feel like absolute shit. How should I approach this? I haven't told my family yet. I'm just sitting here with so many thoughts going on and I don't know what to do. TLDR, my husband is cheating on me and we've been married for less than a year. Is this salvageable? Should I end this? Edit, we've been together since high school. I loved him so much ever since we were kids. It's hard for me to read these comments because dumping him isn't easy for me to read. I know he cheated deep down and I'm starting to think maybe it wasn't the first time. I live in Egypt and divorce is a pretty big thing around here. If I really proceed through that step, it's going to be incredibly hard on me. I love him and I feel like I can't possibly trust him ever again. We've always been happy. I don't know what went wrong. Should I text this girl and confront her? Am I being crazy? This is a open and shut case. Just dump the guy. Cut your losses now. While I understand that OP has been with her husband since they were in school, cheating is an absolute deal breaker. If they did it once, they will do it again. You might as well be in an open relationship if you stick around a partner who cheats. User Sid Nuts said, "You guys haven't even been married a year. I think you should move on because you're still young and have so much life ahead of you. If you forgive him now, he's gonna learn it's okay to do these things and it will never end. Do you believe that nothing physical happened? Because he's proven he isn't a truthworthy person. You should tell someone close to you so you have the support needed to proceed through this. I'm so sorry this happened to you." User Incognito Throwaway said, "Divorce. He's a cheater and liar. You haven't been married long." User Rachy Cakes said, "Don't feel badly. Your instincts picked up on something subconsciously. No kids, no mortgage, not even 12 months. And he's letting his eyes and emotions stray. I don't know the intricacies of your relationship, so I won't speak on that. However, I do know that the work colleague is not going away. Whether he did or did not do anything physical doesn't change the fact that she will still be there and will still be willing to do something in the future, and he will still be tempted. I had a coworker cheat on his wife, with kids, a mortgage, etc. with a coworker. They still work together, they still chat at work, and he still tells me how fine she is in passing. I feel the tension between them to this day, 2 years later. My male coworker has trauma dumped the whole thing on me. Never exchanged. I love you. Do you want your husband working around a weakness? Do you feel comfortable knowing your husband is around this person consistently throughout the week? Do you approve of him acting unprofessionally in what is supposed to be a professional relationship and setting? More importantly than all of that, if you forgive and move forward, how are you going to handle the insecurities that will naturally arise when he is at work? He's gaslighting you to minimize the situation and instead make you feel guilty for checking his phone. Whatever you choose to do, I would like you to not feel like shit for your actions. Feel like shit because it hurts. Feel like shit for the betrayal, but don't feel bad for the actions you took to uncover his infidelity, physical or not." User JNE Nop said, "Time to bounce. I have been with my GF almost 10 years and her happiness is always my #1 priority. I trust her fully and she knows it, and she trusts me fully and I know it. We actually look forward to solving problems together. That's how much we love each other. For any decision I have to make throughout the day, my first consideration is 1, how it will affect her, and 2, whether she will be happy, proud of my actions in her absence. That's what love means to us. You may be different, but your happiness matters and you don't deserve to be hurt and suffer in order to provide happiness to someone who doesn't even treat you with the least bit of respect." GTFO of there. Nobody text spanks their coworker just for fun. Come on now. This next post was also made in the relationship subreddit by a throwaway account. The post was made just 4 days ago and is titled, "My wife, 26F, has initiated sex with me 28M every night since her aunt died. My wife, 26F, and I, 28M, have been married for 4 years and together for 6. Her aunt, who has been like a mother to her whole life, very suddenly and tragically passed away on Thursday. She has been very distraught, crying all day and just being generally very weepy. I'm trying my hardest to support her. She has initiated sex every night since Thursday and it's been good sex, but when we're done, she rolls over and goes to sleep. We have always been an affectionate couple, but this is pretty abnormal for her. I'm not sure how to bring it up or if I should. I want to support her however I need to, but I don't know if this is a healthy coping mechanism. Is this a normal coping mechanism and should I bring it up to her? I'm just very concerned for her. TLDR, my wife is mourning a very special person to her and is using sex as a coping mechanism. I don't know if it's healthy. I personally don't think this is the healthiest way to handle a death, but I can also think of many worse ways. As everyone says, people handle grief in different ways. In a different story that I went over, people shared that apparently having sex a lot after some bad trauma is surprisingly normal, but deep down I can't help but think that there are better ways to handle emotional pain that don't require you to ride a certain high or feeling of pleasure. Nevertheless, I don't think anything is technically wrong here. As her husband, OP should just go with her flow for now. If he notices that she is starting to resort to other more destructive habits to deal with her stress, that's when he needs to speak up and intervene. The whole point of having a partner is to be able to confide in them when you are in a state of weakness. They feel safe. User Caro Virtuoso said, "It might be unhealthy and self-destructive behavior in response to grief if she were having sex with strangers, but you're her husband. She's safe with you and trusts you, which makes it seem more like a healthy form of distraction. I was taught in DBT therapy that mindful, positive distraction can be a great coping mechanism. If it were me, I wouldn't bring it up as you don't want her to feel embarrassed or rejected by you. She just wants to feel good for a little while as opposed to constantly wallowing in grief and despair. It's perfectly understandable." User GG Disney said the following under this comment, "I love this answer. I just had a major health scare and had to be airlifted to a foreign country all alone. I developed some of these coping mechanisms too. My husband is a saint and therapy told us to look at some of the changes as good. I also have been hitting the gym hard now that I've made a 90% recovery. We've been married 20 plus years and it must have been shocking for my husband also." User Without a Trace blog said, "I don't think this requires you to bring anything up. There could be many thoughts and feelings that could be contributing to this. Oftentimes, death is a wake-up call. It often makes us worry we are wasting our time in this life with our loved ones. Grief can make us love harder or louder at times." User Amiki said, "Yeah, do not bring up the sex. She's got a lot on her mind and I promise you that having her husband bring up her drive in a concerned manner is not going to help her emotional state. Don't get me wrong, it probably does have something to do with her grief, and I can tell you're just genuinely concerned for her well-being, but unless you aren't okay with having sex, don't say anything. If you aren't feeling sex, definitely say so, and offer her other forms of intimacy, but only relate the no to your own feelings and needs, not some interpretation of hers. Understand that she might not feel like cuddling either. Grief is just weird, man. What she needs may change as she processes. You can support her by looking around for things to take off her plate while she processes this huge loss and just loving her in whatever way she needs right now." User Miss Data Princess said, "As a woman, I also process my feelings that way. The more stressed or upset I am, the more I desire that closeness and a happy ending. It sometimes even weirds myself out, but we all have our coping mechanisms, I suppose. As long as it's not harming her in any way or make you uncomfortable, give her some time and it should normalize soon. If you feel like she is not dealing with the grief after a while, you can have a supportive conversation with her inquiring what you can do to support her and how she is feeling." User Pink Pier said, "It's probably not healthy, but it's how she's coping right now, and rather with her husband than a stranger. So unless you're uncomfortable, let her work it out herself for now. It's not even been a week, so leave her to cope how she needs to for now." The final post for today was made by user NoEducator757 in the relationship subreddit. The post is titled, "I am M40 and my wife's F35 career choice has turned into a social event. We've been married 10 years and don't know what to do. What is the next step for me?" My wife and I have been married for 10 years, and we really do have an amazing relationship. We have 2 beautiful kids and a nice home. I own my own business, and things are great. We have a great sex life and a social life outside of our family life with the kids. My wife, after years in various parts of the industry, got her real estate license about 4 years ago. It was something to fill time, keep busy, and make a little extra income. The company that she's been with for the last 2 or 3 years has a real emphasis on social networking events, and it has caused a rift between us. I have attended 1 or 2 of these events, and I've left them all with a troubling feeling. I would say 9 out of the 10 people I met rubbed me the wrong way. Many of them are very self-absorbed, could only talk about themselves and their success, and are very flirtatious with my wife. To be fair, she is incredibly attractive, approachable, and friendly. The last few events that my wife has attended resulted in her coming home late and involved excessive drinking. There are 2 things that really bother me about it. I feel that her professional relationships with men at her company have become more social than professional, and these networking events seem more like an excuse to go and hang out with other guys and drink. While many of them are married, I don't trust their intentions. Last week, my wife attended an event and we agreed she would be back by 12. I even went out of my way to make a point of asking her to be responsible and to limit the amount that she drinks. Well, 2 a.m. rolled around and there was no sign of her. She wouldn't respond to text messages. I could see she was still in the general area of the event, which was over an hour from our house. Finally, after calling a few times, she answered. I could tell she was extremely drunk. She told me she was staying at a hotel with one of her girlfriends, and I had to quickly remind her that I had to be up at 4:30 a.m. to get ready for work. Long story short, she took an Uber to the train and ended up driving her car home drunk. As if this wasn't bad enough, I noticed on her phone that she had very flirtatious text messages with multiple married and single men. I've really had enough of this career choice. She doesn't seem responsible enough to attend these events, and it is causing a big divide between the 2 of us. I'm really at a loss for what my next step should be. There was a similar situation a few months ago, and at that point, she had promised me she was going to control herself and be more responsible, but it's pretty obvious she is not able to do that. TLDR, my wife's job has turned into social hour events, drinking too much, flirting with other men, and it's putting a strain on our relationship. I've addressed my concerns. She apologizes and knows it's wrong, but keeps doing it anyway. Where do I go from here? I want her to quit. User Sabine Runs said, I'm sure I will get hate for this, but I find realtors and housing developers and frankly the whole industry to be full of the most shallow, narcissistic, and inappropriate people on the planet. I think it's time to have a serious sit down about boundaries and expectations for your marriage. If your wife can't get on board, you may have to separate. Under this comment, user Tenting said, yep, I feel like there could be a whole conversation about realtors and the trend that profession seems to be taking. It's almost like a crossbreed between multi-level marketing and a cult. I have a few acquaintances I'm still connected with on social media, folks I went to high school with years ago, who made the switch to real estate. They all communicate in this weird, hyper-positive, emoji-filled, obsessed with success language that immediately raises red flags and comes across as inherently untrustworthy. I've had the unfortunate experience of running into a few since they made this career change, and the way they talk is so blatant that every interaction is viewed through the lens of what they can extract from the person for their benefit. One wanted me to look into joining their company, which is legitimately set up like an MLM scheme, where they share profits with everyone under them. I'm not even in real estate and assume you need a license, but apparently it was viewed as appropriate to give that pitch. I imagine nearly every interaction that a particular person had with others went similarly. The facade they create as they delve deeper into the industry turns them into people who are unrecognizable. It's sort of ironic that realtors should be the middlemen for people making the largest purchase of their lives, but they are the sort of people I wouldn't trust in the slightest. Edit, to tie this into the topic at hand, I cannot imagine the atmosphere a social event with people like this would create. It would be the most bizarre, shallow, transactional event I could imagine. User Ryan MCL22 said, I think the problem is you are separating her from her career choice. There are plenty of real estate professionals who don't routinely get f***ed up and leave their hardworking spouse and kids home to flirt with other married and single people. Your wife is 100% the problem, not her career choice. I'd be close to divorce. If there's no intention to change from her, she will end up cheating on you. User RachMTL said, tell her she's pushing the boundaries of your relationship by messaging these other men, if not blatantly stepping over them. She also ignores your reasonable requests in terms of drinking and time to be home. This is disrespectful to you. She doesn't think about the safety of her kids if you had to leave early in the morning and they would have been left unaccompanied. This is disrespectful to you again and completely disregards your kids as a priority. Maybe the most important, she can't handle her drinking and makes poor decisions, resulting in her driving home drunk. This is incredibly dangerous to herself, but also anyone else on the road. It's just very selfish, and clearly the only person she's thinking about when she does this is herself. If none of those facts give your wife pause and make her reconsider how she behaves at these events, then it's time for you to consider divorce. If she sees she's been wronging you and your family, then the only course of action should be couples counseling first. You've clearly lost a lot of trust in your wife, and rightfully so, and she needs to work to gain that back. A little under 2 weeks later, OP gave us an update. I apologize, but my last post was deleted because I didn't title it properly. I received many requests for an update on our situation. I also want to thank all of the people who had positive and empathetic responses to my initial story. A lot has unfolded since my wife's night out. After noticing the flirtatious text messages, I asked my wife to see her phone. I told her I wanted to see what else she had written. She gave me access to her phone, and upon doing a deeper dive, I saw that the flirtatious messages went far beyond anything I would have expected. The man she was messaging had recently broken up with his girlfriend, and my wife's response to him was that things weren't going well in our marriage. I also found out that while we were on vacation in the area where he lives, she went to the gym and met this man there to work out. This news was devastating to me. Not only was I disgusted to find out that she met with him behind my back, but I was blindsided to see she mentioned to him that we were probably heading toward divorce. We had a difficult week after that. She was ashamed of her actions, the drinking, the messages to this man, and the meetup. She described that she feels like I hate her, which really hurts because I feel like I do everything I can to make her happy. She swore to me that nothing physical had happened. After looking through the messages, I do believe her. It seems that she didn't find out that he and his girlfriend broke up until he texted her after the gym. He actually stated in the messages that while he is attracted to her, he didn't want to get in the way of our marriage, and that he didn't want to be a distraction while she and I tried to work things out. I have to commend him for that. I told her that it was imperative that she confess if anything physical had happened. I was willing to work through anything, but if I found out later down the road that she lied, then she would not get another chance. I also discussed the importance of getting tested for the sake of our health and our children's health if anything happened. She was also on her period while we were away, so I'm confident there was no physical interaction. She has been adamant that nothing happened, but she knows what she did was wrong. She did agree to get tested to give me peace of mind, and everything was negative. I had a few sessions with my therapist, and she recommended a couples therapist for us. She also mentioned that she believes my wife has some deeper trauma that she needs to work through. It's obvious that her judgment is off, and that there may be some reason why she is acting out. My wife has since seen a therapist on her own, and we have sat with a couples therapist. Our first session with the couples therapist was very educational. She did a deep dive into our relationship from the beginning, the main reason that we sought her help, and laid out a treatment plan. Next week, we will be starting individual sessions with her, followed by couples sessions. We both know that there is a lot of work to do, but we are dedicated to making this work. I myself had a very unstable childhood due to my parents' divorce. When I made those vows to my wife, I fully intended to see them through, and I believe she did as well. I feel very confident after speaking to both therapists that couples can heal, move beyond an act of infidelity, and come out even stronger than before. I owe it to myself, my wife, and my children to do everything I can to commit to having a happy and healthy relationship. My wife is showing great remorse. She said she doesn't know why she does these things, but she knows it's wrong and she wants to stop. She is seeking the necessary help and knows she has a lot of work to do. She's fully aware of the damage she has caused. She knows I've lost the ability to trust her in social settings, and it's going to take a long time to earn that back. She has since ended any and all conversations with this guy. She has offered to quit her job. I'm not sure if that's going to help. I believe she does get a sense of purpose from it that she doesn't get at home. If she can't control herself at these work events, then I can't trust her to control herself anywhere. She had plans to go away for the yearly work retreat, national meeting, later in the year, but she has made the decision to cancel those plans. TLDR, I found more troubling messages from my wife to another man. We have taken steps to repair the marriage. We both have individual therapists and a couples therapist. We both want this to work and are committed to each other and our children. I'm honestly surprised that OP's wife actually allowed OP to read her phone, despite having those messages. This is probably the most respectful potential affair stories I've heard. I don't think OP needs to make any rash decisions right now since nothing actually happened. His wife has now made it clear that she feels somewhat neglected. The couple needs to seek therapy as soon as possible to try and salvage the relationship. If OP's wife actually slept with this other guy, then I would definitely think that divorce is the right choice. But to be clear, I would be on red alert. She was on the brink of cheating, and based on the wording, it seemed like the only thing stopping her was that other guy not wanting to be a homewrecker, and I also agree that real estate does have this odd aura around it. User Repulsive Worker 3636 said, I don't think things will work out unless she admits she has a drinking problem and changes her job. Her job will always be a trigger. She met the guy through her job and was willing to throw away your 10-year marriage for him. The fact that she told him that you're heading for a divorce means she already had one leg out of the door. User Fundiver3885 said, OP, I posted a longer comment on your other post, and you have answered a lot of that here. I do feel like she needs to leave real estate and find something that is more regimented and not a social job. The social aspects of that job may fit her personality, but are also feeding her weaknesses, and I don't know how you could ever, in good conscience, allow her to go to any social gatherings that led to a good bit of this. While it's true her self-control is key to any situation, it's also true that you don't send a drug addict to a weed dispensary and think all they need is self-control to handle it. She needs to swear off alcohol completely, or at least in any instances where you're not present. The national conference would be a hard no unless you're attending with her. She doesn't need to be in social situations that include drinking at all for the foreseeable future. She has a lot of work to do. This other man is what kept her from having a full sexual affair, not her own control or moral compass. Hopefully, her words and actions will align completely, but don't trust what you can't confirm by action. Watch and be vigilant until you're sure she is in a better place. I also think a post-nuptial agreement is an absolute key here. She needs a cheating clause hanging over her head to help reinforce her resolve. During good times or right now while she is scared, she may do fine, but if she knows that cheating again will not only lead to divorce, but would also give you the house, 75% of all marital assets, and primary custody of your kids, then she won't cheat. If she does, it will be because she has suffered a mental break of some kind that is far worse than cheating alone. If she manages herself and rededicates herself to you, then the post-nup is a non-event and just a piece of paper that won't hurt anyone. However, if she continues to make bad decisions, it protects you and your children. Lastly, I think the two of you need a romantic, kid-free long weekend away so you can talk about something else, do fun stuff together, and have some great sex to remind you why your relationship is so important to both of you. I truly hope it works out and you have many more years together. Please keep us updated. User Jinx the Chicken said, I'm glad you are trying to work it out. The only thing I find long-term concerning in all this is that she said during an emotional affair that you two were heading towards divorce. That means she was planning for it until she got caught. I hope you all are able to make it through all this for the sake of you both and your kids. User Miss Maria said, she told another man that you two were heading for divorce, emotional cheating, and she will do it again. Only next time your wife will be smarter about hiding it from you. There are now specific apps used by cheaters designed as a calculator or another boring tool so they can message one another. She's shown to you that she can only thrive on attention from other men. I say this as a 42-year-old woman. When I'm in a committed relationship, I only care about the attention of one man. Your wife has disrespected you tenfold. I could never forgive my spouse for this, but for your sake, I hope your marriage works out. I say this as nicely as possible. Have fun living with anxiety from day to day. User Such Detective 6709 said, yeah, that's real estate. I was only an assistant for a few years. Everyone was hustling and respectable by day, but it only took a few company events where I watched these tightly wound middle-aged horn dogs booze up and go at each other, every single one of them married with kids and perfect suburban lives. Two agents lunged at each other's faces smack in front of me, trying to reach for my drink at the bar. They'd make out at events and then go back to work like nothing happened. I stopped going after that. I don't think your wife needs to be in real estate. There's a reason these behaviors escalated after she became an agent. User Quick Commission 3679 said, "The same thing happened to me with my girlfriend's friend 7 years back. She behaved exactly like your wife. I didn't want to lose her, so we forgot everything happened between us, starting a fresh life, and everything went smoothly, and we are so happy. After 5 years, she again saw another man. He was not a previous man, and she fell for him. After that, we broke. I don't think you'll be able to see her again with the same feelings. You will always doubt even though she didn't do anything." This story was created by a user named I Want the Old Him Back in 2022. The post is titled, "I turned him into a monster and I hope I can change him back to the man he once was." This is going to be a bit long, but this is acting as a way for me to vent and ask for advice in fixing my marriage. It's been 7 months since my husband discovered my affair. Both of us are 39 and my husband before the discovery was sweet. He's not a perfect man. He has his quirks, but I was his world. Our family was his world. He worked long hours to make sure I stayed home and raised our son and daughter. He would always do these sweet things just to brighten my day, and it worked. My husband was the opposite in high school. He was rude, charming, and obnoxious. He used to get into a lot of fights and had many girlfriends, yet for some reason, the summer before senior year, he wanted to talk to me. I was the nerdy girl into video games, comic books, and cosplay. He was always nice to me ever since he moved into our town in 8th grade. He was different, his family was different, and everyone wanted to hang out with him. I was invited to my first party because of him. He taught me how to dance salsa, and then he fell in with the popular crowd, and I thought that was it. But that summer, he walked into the comic shop where I was working and just hung out all day talking to me, even walking me home. One day became many, and we were dating by summer's end. I had the greatest senior year of my life. I was part of the popular crowd and went to many parties, but my favorite moments were when it was just the two of us. Of course, I never slacked off. I studied hard and made him study with me. We both got into the same college and were married shortly after graduation. Our son came a year and a half later, and our daughter came 20 months after that. My husband worked hard for us during all this. He had trouble finding a job because he had no experience, so he worked odd jobs in construction, grave digging, janitorial work, and as a receptionist until he found a company that would give him a chance as a computer tech. My husband put on a lot of weight during that time, but it never decreased his appetite. As for me, I kept my figure and maintained it, and soon we looked like a cartoonish couple, a fat yet muscular man with a slender, fit wife. We even dressed as Barney and Betty Rubble one Halloween, emphasizing that cliche. It's not like he didn't work out, he just had a hard time losing the body fat, but his appetite was always high. For me, it was decreasing. It's not like I didn't want to have sex, it's just that I wasn't in the mood, and as the years passed, I wasn't in the mood for favors either. I was always tired. The kids drained me, and cooking and cleaning drained me. Yes, he did help with the laundry, cooking, and cleaning. He made sure Saturday was takeout day and Sunday was daddy cook day, but I was still tired and not in the mood. I used to love it when he took it from me, but I still gave him more no's than yes. It would affect his mood the longer we didn't have it. He would snap and complain, and when we did have sex, he would turn it into a marathon, which I hated because I would be sore for the next week and he would still want more. He would ask me to cosplay for him and I didn't want to do it. However, he had no issues wearing the costumes I made for comic and video game conventions, knowing that he really hated it. Our lack of sex was a big issue for him. We even went to couples counseling and our counselor said my husband was a borderline sex addict but only wanted to have sex with me. I then had myself checked out, and from my examination, it turned out that I had low estrogen and was given several medications for it, but it still didn't work. My doctor soon told me that I was suffering from female impotence, something that I thought was made up. The affair wasn't planned. It wasn't romantic or grandiose, it wasn't something that happened. I was out with my friends. We were all married, we all went to the same church, and we were just bowling and having fun. It was the first time since the lockdowns that we got together, and we just had a blast. At the end of the game, all the ladies left, and instead of going home, I went to the lounge to wait out the buzz I had, and that was where I met my affair partner. He was young, in his early 20s, and he noticed I was reading a manga on my phone, and we began talking. I wished I could blame it on the alcohol, but I was only buzzed. I wish I could blame it on being lonely, but my husband always wanted me and gave me plenty of attention. I wish I could say I had an unhappy marriage, but we were very happy. In all honesty, I still don't know why I did it. I mean, I know how it happened. We talked for a few hours, he flirted, and I flirted back. He walked me to my car and kissed me. Instead of pushing him away, I kissed him back, and we had sex in the motel next door. But I don't know why I did it. It didn't last that long. At first, he tried to have me go down on him and I refused. We just went at it and it was very unsatisfying. About halfway through, I realized what the hell I was doing, shoved him off me, apologized, got dressed, and left. When I came home, my husband was asleep with the kid on the sofa. I went into the shower and cried about what I did. I told myself it was a mistake and that it would never happen again. When I came out of the shower, I let my husband and kids sleep on the sofa, went to bed, curled up into a ball, and cried myself to sleep. The next day, I wanted to tell him the truth, but I was too scared. So I pretended it never happened. For 5 weeks, I pretended it never happened, and I soon realized I was late. I took a pregnancy test, and it showed positive, and I couldn't understand how. My husband and I did have twice, but he had a vasectomy, and I made sure that the man I was with wore a condom that night, and even so, he never finished. I went to the doctor, and it turned out I was pregnant, which created a very awkward conversation. We came to the conclusion that the man must have removed the condom, and the doctor told me how it could have been the pre-cum that did it. I was scared, and I scheduled an abortion. I couldn't keep this child. I couldn't do that to him. I was planning to keep this a secret. I got home, cried, and steadied myself for when the kids got home, but my husband came home early. I forced out a smile when he came home, but he was looking at me with rage. Our health equity emailed him with a new claim on the insurance. He asked who was the father, and I started crying. He repeated himself and asked how long the affair lasted. I was truthful. I told him that it was a one-time thing and that I pushed him off me, but he didn't believe me. So he repeated himself, but this time he yelled, and it felt like it went through my body. I told him it was the truth, and he grabbed me by the chin and slammed me against the wall. This was the first time he had ever done this to me, but his eyes were bloodshot, and he was fighting back tears. He wanted to know the details, what we did, what he looked like, where we met, and then called me a slut in Spanish before walking out of the house. I cried and had my sister pick up my kids because I needed to be alone when he got home. He didn't come home until after midnight. I met him by the door and gasped because he had a black eye. His shirt had blood stains and his fists were bruised. I asked if he was okay, but he shoved me and told me that the blood wasn't his before entering the bathroom and slamming the door closed. I sat by the stairs waiting for him to come out, and when he did, he sneered at me and went to the living room. Again, I tried to talk to him, but I wanted to know who he fought with, but he ignored me at first. Eventually, he looked at me and said, "Who do you think I had a fight with?" I turned white and he resumed watching TV. I went to the bowling alley the following day and asked around. Somehow, my husband found out who the guy was and they fought. Fights in the alley are almost a daily thing in our town. It's to the point that unless someone is shot, stabbed, or killed, the sheriff won't bother showing up. For the next week, he kicked me out of our room and had me sleep on the sofa. I tried twice to sneak back onto the bed. The first time, he yelled at me to get out, and the second time, he shoved me off the bed. I just looked at him when I got off the floor and no words were said, but I went back to the sofa and cried. On the day of my abortion appointment, he told me that I better get it done, and I nodded. I was scared to do it alone, and he looked at me with such hate when I asked him to come with me and then told me to go myself. When I got back from the procedure, there were pods outside the garage and my husband and his friends were unloading the garage into them. I asked what was going on and he told me that it was none of my business. His friends looked at him in shock and I went inside. A few hours later, there was a lot of hammering and I went to see what was going on. He was turning the garage into an apartment. I tried to apologize and talk to him, but he ignored me. Then one day I blew up apologizing for everything and that just angered him. He then told me that he was not going to waste any energy on me. He told me that if he had it his way, he would divorce me, but according to the many lawyers he spoke to, after alimony and child support, he couldn't afford to live on his own. So he was stuck with me. The first month was awkward because it was hard to explain to the kids what was happening. I tried to invite him over to eat, but he ignored me. He would come home, check on the kids, ignore me, and go into his garage apartment. The second month, I begged him to go to counseling and he went but remained quiet, only to yell at me about cheating on him, and I had no excuse. Then came the gut punch. I learned he had been screwing around with a lot of women. I thought he was lying just to hurt me, but the expression on his face said otherwise. The counselor asked him how many, and he said he didn't keep count, but said he had been hooking up with random women almost every other day for the past 3 weeks. He He needed to feel like a man and feel wanted. He had been using websites and apps, and when the counselor told him that two wrongs don't make a right, he fired back by telling her that it wasn't two wrongs. I was the one who cheated, broke our vows, lied, got pregnant, and tried to hide it. He was just trying to adapt to his new situation where we pretended to be the happy couple when we were outside, but were just roommates when we got home. It hurt me, but to me, I saw this as a way to still win him back. The following month, he began to talk to various women in front of me, and this time I had enough. I told him that I wanted a divorce, and he laughed at me. He told me to go right ahead, but he would make sure everyone knows what happened. He would scream it from the hills, post it on our family's Facebook page, and place it in our annual holiday newsletter to all of our friends and family. That quickly shut me up, and he told me to leave, but I didn't want to. We argued and argued. It felt good to get some sort of emotion from him, and somehow we ended up having sex that lasted for hours. When we were done, I was happy. I thought we were healing, but he told me to get out, that my usefulness had outstayed my welcome. I couldn't believe he said that to me, but I left. For the past few months now, it's been that way. Every once in a while, we will hook up and he will kick me out as soon as he is finished. He will still go out, and I know he's still hooking up with different women. However, we have been talking more, especially during counseling, but we're not healing. During one of our sessions, he told the counselor that something is broken in him. When he looks at me, he feels like he wasted years of his life and is now going through the motions. I asked him if there was a way we could start over, and he told me that as soon as the kids are old enough for him not to pay child support, he'll be divorcing me, and walked out. If he's so dead set on divorcing me, then why still go to counseling every week? I'm convinced that he's just saying these things to hurt me. The other day was our anniversary and our family threw us a party. He played the part of a happy husband and I hated myself for what I did to him. I missed the way our marriage used to be, the way he held my hand and kissed my cheek during the party. Even the sappy speech he made, I wanted to believe it. When we got home, he put the kids to bed and I tried to initiate and we did, but as soon as it was over, he got up and left. I begged him to stay, but he just ignored me and I cried myself to sleep. I need help. I want my husband back. I want our life back. Is there anyone who has been through this or something similar who can give me advice on fixing this marriage? Please help me. I'm gonna be completely honest, OP fucked up big time, and she deserves to be divorced if that's what her husband wants. If you've been around the channel for a while, you'll know that I'm pretty cut and dry. OP cheated on her husband, and now she needs to face the consequences. I don't condone violence ever, but I do understand why her husband did lash out. We need to keep in mind that this relationship was going totally fine for the most part, aside from being tired and not engaging in a lot of there wasn't drama. I somewhat disagree with what the therapist had to say, albeit I'm not a professional. But can you really call it a sex addiction if OP's husband only wanted sex with his wife? And they weren't really having it that frequently anyway. Something can be categorized as an addiction if it starts to negatively affect the rest of your life. If the man was truly addicted, he would have started having sex with others to meet his needs. Perhaps I'm in the minority with my thinking, but if a couple were to have sex every single day, but they were being faithful and responsible in all other aspects of their life, is that an addiction? Maybe I missed it, but it's not like OP's husband wanted to like 6 times a day every day and he couldn't function without it. I know personally if the sex life wasn't healthy, then I would have felt as though my partner were cheating on me. This is probably why the husband thought the affair was long-standing, and to make matters worse, OP got pregnant. I got no sympathy here for OP. Okay, so I wrote all of that in the middle of listening to the post, and I just now got through the second half. OP said that her husband started sleeping around about 3 weeks ago, so I'm assuming that was after he learned about the incident. After hearing the downward spiral the two have been on, I honestly don't even know what to say. I already shared my thoughts on OP, and I'm trying to form an opinion on her husband right now, but I'm struggling. I can't blame the guy for everything he's doing so far. I probably would be doing the same things as him. OP keeps going on and on about salvaging the relationship and getting her husband back. There is zero chance that is happening. She said it perfectly. She made a monster out of her husband. User Unforgiven1522 said, "This is a tough one. My husband had similar reactions to your husband minus sleeping around. He avoided me and I wouldn't acknowledge me. I think it's hard for him to accept because, in your own words, he did everything a perfect husband does. It also sounds like you guys were together for 20 years. So in his eyes, he missed out on life, providing for someone who can throw it away without cause. Once the love cord is so severely broken, it sometimes can't be repaired. Are you in individual counseling? If not, get in ASAP. Figure out your why and work on yourself for you. I don't think he will be able to entertain the thought of reconciliation until you figure out your reason. User Peace Waves Fly said, "This is very, very difficult. He is done but can't leave. That might lead to him softening enough down the road to give you a chance, but it might not. You can't change him back. Only he can. His heart is shattered into a million shards of glass. He may never be a kind man ever again if he can't let it go enough to get his footing in himself again. How did he view himself before your betrayal? Did he ever share his insecurities? Whatever they were, they will be 100-fold now. I don't say this to hurt you, and you may know this, but one thing he would have been insecure about is being overweight and the lack of desire for him you had. It is a brutally tough pill for him to swallow that you gave yourself to some random guy so quickly, that you were so attracted to them. He will be sensitive to all the ways you probably saw AP as superior to him, whether that's better shape, better looking, more money, better career, higher earning potential. This is painful, but when the animal side of us overtakes us, women tend to choose to hook up with men. They gauge as having higher status than their husbands in some form. Could be physically, financially, career success, better at meeting needs. The feeling of being seen as a lower value man by a woman who knows you better than anyone is absolutely soul crushing. I hope this can help you understand him a bit better, maybe how you can reassure him of the love from your better nature. And why do you know inside and out that this is what you truly value now? I hope the best for you, Op. Godspeed in your healing. User Act Throwaway 7474 said, "I'm sorry for both you and your husband OP. A few points. It generally sounds like you're in a culture where men are particularly macho. Saying this because your husband may have a particularly heightened sense of emasculation. You had an ONS and got pregnant from it. It sounds like that totally broke him, and that's totally understandable as well, particularly given the above point. At this point, are you able to physically separate for a while? You guys are in counseling regularly, but it doesn't seem like he's been given any space to recover and heal. I know kids complicate this, but you really need to give him some space. Asking him regularly for sex and affection isn't helping him or your marriage at this time. Sleeping with multiple women every week as a response to your ONS isn't a rational response, but you've broken him and now he feels that's what he has to do to build up his masculinity. You have to consider whether this is something you can tolerate going forward. Has he shown any signs he'll stop such behavior? Clearly, it is hurting you, and obviously, it's not good for any reconciliation either. It sounds like your husband will need a long time to heal. In order to potentially have your marriage back, you have to first be willing to lose it. Pretending to be a happy couple isn't doing either of you any favors. Easy to say from the sidelines, I know. He's made it very clear that the marriage is over. You should respect that and not pretend that it is still continuing. Trying to persuade him every day to reconcile with him isn't helping him recover. You should stop, give him distance, give yourself distance, and continue your own improvement. And if you genuinely want divorce as well and can't tolerate his behavior on an ongoing basis, which regardless of your actions you have a right to do, consult a lawyer and prioritize your children. Good luck, OP. Under this comment, OP said the following: "Yes, my husband's culture is indeed very macho, as you put it. When we started dating, his family didn't approve because of my condition, but he didn't care. He made things work for us. His family adapted to my condition, and it made them very accepting. When we graduated college and got married, my family never thought that would happen, and it made them very happy. It was a cosplay wedding, but it was fun. We were supposed to go to Puerto Rico for our honeymoon so I could meet the rest of his family, but he surprised me with a trip to Japan, and I was so happy. He understood me. He was very patient with me, and I appreciated him for that. I always asked why he wanted to be with me, and he told me that from the moment I danced with him, he knew I was special. I thought it was beautiful seeing me coming to school in a new cosplay costume almost every day, and he stood up for me when everyone made fun of me. He didn't ask me out because everyone told him that I had mental problems. I had issues. I didn't have issues. I'm just autistic, and he didn't care. He was my first. At that time, I never thought I would get married or have children, and I was okay with that. Now I can't live without him, which is why I can't understand why I cheated. He's mad at me, and despite my outburst, freakouts, and situation, he was never mad at me. When I got pregnant, I was so scared. I didn't want our child to be like me, and my freakouts were really bad during the second pregnancy. So he had a vasectomy to ease my mind, and I hurt him. For me, what he's doing is tolerable in consideration of all the stress I placed on him. There are not many people who would knowingly marry someone on the spectrum. In a surprising turn of events, it seems like OP's husband actually went on the same account to post his side. The post is titled, "Am I a Monster? I am using my possible ex-wife's account to say my piece. I was told to post here. We're not as one after her infidelity, and I'm still dealing with it in an unhealthy manner. When my possible ex-wife sat me down and showed me her post about what she did, I did not know if I was acting like a monster. I'm hurt, I'm angry, and she left out her condition. My possible ex has atypical autism with savant syndrome. She could hear any tune and play it flawlessly. Just by looking at someone, she knows their measurements and can make them any clothing. When I met her, I liked her a lot, but everyone kept telling me not to date her because she wasn't right in the head. However, I was drawn to her. I loved the fact she came to school every day dressed in the outfits and costumes she made. I would talk to her every time about her outfits and learn about different anime and comic characters. It wasn't my thing, but seeing her face light up just put a smile on my face. I began learning about her condition. In the 90s, the internet wasn't widely available, so I went to the library and several clinics and spoke to many people familiar with autism so I could be with her. I wanted to do the work because she was worth it. My friends and family thought I was insane. Hell, even her parents were against it, but when we started dating, she began making efforts and was improving. We've been seeing the same counselor since we started dating, mostly for her. However, sometimes it does help me. Yes, I had to make a lot of compromises for her. I dealt with a lot of her tantrums, and when she had a sensory situation, I dealt with her a lot because I loved her. To me, she was worth it. We were married a month after graduating college. She wanted a cosplay wedding, and I did it because it made her comfortable. We had anywhere from 1 to 6 times a month, sometimes none at all. Her mood swings, her obsessions with her manga, or her obsessions with making sure our kids don't have ASD. I wanted more children, but due to her issues and fears about passing on her ASD, I got a vasectomy. That messed with me for a while. I really wanted more kids. When you're with someone with ASD, it's not like what they show on TV. I watch shows like The Good Doctor or Atypical, and they capture my wife's ASD perfectly. However, the way their friends and family act around them is TV magic. Yes, I'm fat. I'm 5'11", and I've been struggling to lose my excess body fat for years. I used to be a football player, and in high school, I was 250 pounds, all muscle. At the time of the affair, I was 228 pounds with man boobs and a gut. The doctor told me it's stretched skin, but it does make me self-conscious when I look at myself in the mirror. My possible ex was everything to me. She was the only thing on my mind. I didn't want to masturbate because I only wanted her. The lack of between us was the main issue for me. Oral was basically non-existent. Well, except when we had sex, but even then, she would go down on me for 10 minutes while I would be down on her for 3 times that amount. Even then, when it was over, she was done. Round 2 or 3 were extremely rare. I can count on both hands how many BJs and I got through our 26 years together. I tried to spice things up, tried to have her wear her cosplay costumes, but I would get yes to death. At night, she would wait until it was as late as possible to then want to have sex, but by that time, I was tired. I tried to get her to go on a hike so we could have sex in the woods, but that got turned down. One time, I took off on a Friday and waited for the kids to go to school. I tried to have sex with my wife and was denied. My wife never said I love you first. She eventually stopped showing me affection. She doesn't kiss me first. She doesn't lean against me when we're sitting down. Everything is a response. Nothing was initiated and I was blind. I loved her. Yes, I voiced my issues with her. Yes, I expressed my frustration. Yes, I tried to make compromises. And yes, I can be a bit of a jerk when I'm not having sex. But when you're the one who is constantly giving and the other is just taking while making you feel guilty when you want to feel wanted, it gets old. Have I ever thought about cheating on her? Never. Have I had opportunities? Plenty. So when I got that email telling me that my wife was knocked up, I didn't take it well. I did put my hands on her because I was hurt. She was my wife. She was the love of my life. The only woman I vowed my loyalty to, and she cheated. I needed to know how many times. I believed her when she told me it was only once. At the bowling alley, I sat at the bar for hours talking to random guys about women they picked up at the alley. It took a while and I found him and then I attacked him. Was I wrong? Maybe, but it did make me feel good. I couldn't stand the sight of her. I went to several attorneys and I was told that because she has ASD and we have 2 children together, after alimony and child support, my personal income would be $750 a month. And I was told that it would be more financially beneficial beneficial if I just stayed married. Even a non-contested or no lawyer divorce would need the same because it would be the judge's decision, and I was told going that route might leave me with $500 a month take-home pay. So I converted my garage into an apartment. I treated my possible ex like shit. Was it wrong to make sure she got an abortion? For me, no. Why would I want a constant reminder of her affair around me? I would have never looked at that child as if it were my own. I would never be a father to that kid. To me, that would be more damaging to a child. A few days after her abortion, I downloaded Tinder for the first time in 26 years. I had sex with another woman. I felt guilty, I had a nervous stomach, and I almost ran out of the room, but the woman made me feel wanted and it felt good. Every woman I met through the apps made me feel wanted and I went overboard. It wasn't the sex I thought I needed or wanted, it was the initiation and the affection. I know that might make me sound shallow, but when I said this during our counseling session, our counselor understood what I was saying. My possible ex kept telling me she didn't know why she cheated, which confused me. I could ask her to tell me about a random day in the years we've been together, and she would tell me every little detail about that day, and yet this one slips her mind. I told her I slept with those women to hurt her, to make me feel like a man after she cheated, and I kept going because I was getting something from these random hookups that she hadn't given me for years. The times my possible ex and I hooked up didn't feel the same as before. It felt to me that she was doing everything just to try to fix us, like she was on a mission, and I felt it. She wasn't having sex with me because she wanted to be with me. She was having sex with me to fix what she did. So I kicked her out when it was done. Every time I felt it. It's not because she wanted to be with me, she's doing it because she wants to fix our marriage. I expressed my feelings on the matter and she was shocked that I said that. She insisted that she wanted to have sex with me, that she wanted us to be the same, and I told her even if we start over, it will never be the same. So I began seeing a therapist. Mostly, it helped me overcome this trauma because an affair is traumatic. It cuts deep and makes you feel empty. It makes you feel like all the time you spent together was for nothing. All the sacrifices made were a joke at your expense. In the beginning, I had my kids tested to make sure they were mine. I couldn't believe anything out of my possible ex's mouth. She tried to get our counselor to give her sodium pentothal so she could prove to me that she never cheated before and didn't mean to cheat. However, I told her it wouldn't make a difference. I deleted my apps and haven't done anything in 2 months. 3 weeks ago, my possible ex and I had sex. It was our 21st wedding anniversary. However, when we were having sex, I could tell she was doing it out of obligation because it was our anniversary and I left when it was done. I told her ad nauseum what I needed and it's still not clicking. So I told her if she truly wanted to fix this, she needed to tell her parents what happened. I will not tell my friends and family. They will convince me to leave her. As much as they liked her, they always had issues with her ASD. Her parents, however, would keep it between us and they could help her if I continued to decide to leave her. My oldest is 11 and my second born just turned 10. Unless I get a massive raise, I will be here for the next 8 years. That's a long time under the same roof to hate someone. Would I forgive her? I don't know, but I will never forget. I can honestly say I don't see her the same way. I no longer see this woman who I would do anything to make happy. I no longer see my wife. I see a woman who broke my heart. They say time heals all wounds, but it's going to be a long while before mine starts to heal, a very long time. So OP left out the fact that she was autistic in the first post, which is a pretty big deal. I am not going to act like I understand autism, but I do know that for some it has a much more significant effect on everyday life. I don't feel comfortable talking about this situation too deeply knowing this now since I just don't have the knowledge. But based on everything we have learned so far, OP seems to be in a position where she is fully capable of taking care of herself. So with that in mind, I don't feel like her autism can excuse her actions. User INTC said, I'm only going to address the sex she has with you. I feel the other issues are things you can work out in counseling. Have you given thought to the idea that sex is the only kind of bonding that she's currently able to have with you? From reading your wife's post, it doesn't seem apparent that she's having sex with you out of obligation. It seems more like that's the only type of closeness she can have with you, so that's what she goes for. It's completely understandable that you're apprehensive about being close to her, and it's your mind's way of trying to protect you, but sex Sex is all she has from you right now, so that's what she goes for. As far as her desire for you, some women, my wife included, are backward with desire and arousal. They need to be aroused first to feel desire. This caused massive amounts of stress between my wife and me over the years and led to most of the same problems you and your wife had, and left me feeling the same way about myself as you felt about your wife's lack of desire. Now that I understand what's going on, and more importantly, my wife understands what's going on with herself, things are getting much better in that regard. Things still aren't where I'd like them to be, but they're getting better slowly. User Smelly Gym Bag said, "There's a lot to unpack here, but I feel a bit uneducated in the area of autism and the psychological toll of being married to someone with autism. I do agree it's probably best for her to tell her parents everything, her offenses and yours. My guess is that they would have her and possibly your kids move in with them if they can afford it, especially if you physically abused her and forced her to have an abortion if that scarred her. But the time apart would probably be a good thing, whether or not you actually attempt to reconcile. You should both probably be in your own therapy for a while, in addition to the counselor you already see together, who should also be informed of both of your offenses. You could both use some time to cool down and feel safe. Your kids could likely benefit from a more stable, safe-feeling environment. I have a feeling, based on your response to her infidelity, that you may have had expectations of how the relationship should be besides having fidelity, and those other expectations not being met are adding complications. She may have a harder time meeting those expectations for many reasons. Maybe they are unfair to her, maybe because of her autism, maybe just the typical reasons any one of us, including you, would have: communication or emotional regulation problems. You two, and possibly all four of you, should likely also be in family therapy, preferably with someone experienced with both infidelity and autism. My gut tells me a tumultuous family life might be common in autism, but it might be harder to find someone who also has good experience with infidelity. I would think this could be good for her too if she doesn't understand herself that way but wants to. I don't feel confident to make any clear judgment. These are just suggestions for you as a family to salvage what you can for each of your sakes. Maybe part of what's salvaged is the marriage, maybe not. Maybe you will just end up as civil co-parents whether or not you remain legally married. Whether or not you're a monster is not a useful thing to determine. I don't think kids will benefit from having either parent entirely vilified or seen as only a victim. It doesn't have to stay this way for all of you though, with the proper help. I know the reactions in the comments have been hard, but I hope you guys don't feel like either one of you is irredeemable. You need to have enough hope to take healthy action and be open to receiving help. Good luck. The final update was made about 4 months after OP's husband made his post. It's been 3 months and it's been hard. Slow and steady would be the best way of describing it. My husband and I told my parents shortly after his post. We visited them, sat them down, and they were angry at my husband. They were angry at him because they had warned him that something like this would happen. Because of my ASD, I was extremely gullible and highly suggestible. They said that treating me normally would backfire, and my affair proved it. This infuriated him so much that he screamed at my parents. It was the first time he ever raged at them. I had a sensory outburst during this, and I remembered why I went to that man. However, I was more concerned about my husband. He basically broke down while yelling at my parents. He cried for the first time since all of this, and I ignored the pain and anxiety that I was having to comfort him. Seeing me do this made my parents cry, and he excused himself, but I followed him. When we got home, I told him everything: how the man approached me, the conversation we were having about Goblin Slayer, that I was only there to wait out the buzz I was having, but we were just talking about one manga after another. When I told him that I had to leave, he insisted on walking me to the car. When he kissed me, I just let it happen. I didn't want this stranger to be upset with me, and I have no excuse. What I did was wrong, stupid, irrational, and plain selfish. I kept talking, and he just listened. I could see it in his eyes. He was so angry, but he refrained from saying or doing anything. He just listened. A week went by, and he began going to a support group for betrayed spouses twice a week in the next town over. I didn't know a group like that existed, but he showed me the site and the community center, and I even went to a meeting with him. Hearing his pain was devastating, then listening to others like him was overwhelming. The sheer magnitude of it was soul-crushing. Last month, he was acting better and even came back into the house. We weren't back to normal, we were far from it, but we were finding a new footing. He even surprised me with a dinner date 2 weeks ago. Everything was going great. We were talking and laughing, and there was a moment. I saw it. I felt it. Then our waiter showed up, and it was him, the man I slept with. In a split second, my husband went from this sweet man to a rampaging beast, and he beat that man. I grabbed my head and cried. The screaming was too much for me. He placed the noise-canceling headset on my ears and escorted me out. I was crying. I thought he was going to get arrested because we had reservations, but the police never came to our home. He's been back in the garage since then. He's been going to the support group twice a week and seeing his therapist and our counselor. He's struggling hard, and I wish I could just undo everything. I miss us. Again, I don't really know what to say here. I feel like the parents were in the wrong for lashing out at OP's husband. It almost felt like gaslighting. The way it was worded almost made it sound like they didn't want the husband to ever marry OP. The specific line where they said that OP couldn't be treated normally had me a bit confused. I'm not sure if they meant that because of her autism, that OP shouldn't have expected a highly active sex life, or something else entirely. That being said, I actually have sort of backpedaled a bit on my dislike towards OP. Again, she didn't tell us about her autism in the first post. And I still don't think that this can be used to excuse her cheating, but I do think that there is some argument to be made here that OP should have been way more understanding about the lack of sex, which you could definitely say he was. Sure, he was frustrated, but I don't think he ever forced himself upon her or anything like that. Overall, this is just a very fucked up situation, and I just noticed now that I never talked about the abortion part. To be completely honest, I don't even want to discuss that. The simple fact that OP has autism changes a lot of stuff in this story. User the One True Bacon Bits said, I've caught up on the whole story and wanted to point out a couple of things that I believe might be helpful for you. Things got markedly better when you did what he asked. He wanted to know everything, but you didn't tell him everything until after the visit with the parents. That's why things started to get better. The restaurant was just the worst luck. If you want things to improve, I think you should read his post and do your best to understand his perspective and needs. He has said he told you multiple times that he needed to feel desired, like you wanted to be with him, not because you think it will fix things, but because you genuinely want to be around him. That doesn't just mean sex. I understand why you might think that. I'm neurodivergent too, and even after a lot of work, I can tunnel vision on one thing. It seems like you tunnel visioned on the actual sex. He wasn't getting laid, and that made him feel like I don't desire him. Thus, if I have him because I desire him, he will feel desired and I will be giving him what he was lacking. The problem is he doesn't need sex. He needs the little intimate things that people who are attracted to each other often do. The actions that convey the message that you are thinking about him because you are in love with him. Your husband will never be the same man he was prior to the affair partner. You drifted away from him emotionally and physically until his innocent belief that the vows you took meant you still loved him, even if your actions said otherwise. Then you showed him that the belief in the vows was misplaced. You can't get the old husband back. The best you can do is the little things he mentioned in his post. If you two are out in public, be the one to reach out and hold his hand. When he gets home, give him a kiss or a hug. If he's watching TV and you are reading manga, stretch a leg and lay it on his lap. Occasionally, send a text just to ask how his day is going. You can't have the old husband back. The best you can do is show you love him and want him around and see where you two stand once this is a scar instead of an open wound. In manga terms, you've got to be more like the best friend since childhood and less like the I will fix this at all costs main character. He doesn't need fixing because it can't be fixed. He needs to fall in love again. User Total Potato 95 said, I am sorry that happened to you in public. It must have been very embarrassing. He probably is still very angry and needs more therapy. Therapy will help, but there is also the element of time. Honestly, I want you both to work it out and get back to a small amount of normalcy. I couldn't work it out with my ex when she did something similar. I just packed all my things and left. Honestly, good luck and I wish you the best, and I hope everything gets better. This story was created by a user named K2K Athlete and was made in late 2023 in the relationships subreddit. The post is titled, "My GF23F is convinced that I, 24M, am having an affair with my doubles partner, 22F. I am not, and it's driving me mad. I am a pro athlete. I won't say which sport exactly for anonymity, but it's one where you can play singles and doubles. I met my girlfriend 2.5 years ago, and we had a wonderful relationship. I also made it very clear from the beginning that I would often have to be away, traveling around the country and occasionally internationally to compete in tournaments. She accepted this and has never had a problem with it until the coaches paired me with this girl whom I'll call Lucy. I'll admit I have become good friends with her, but that's it. She isn't my type. Lucy is very conventionally attractive, and most guys, 100% not me, would find her more attractive than my girlfriend. I think some of her gossipy friends have gotten into her head, telling her she shouldn't trust me going to hotels with this attractive girl without her there. My girlfriend is always welcome to come along to spectate, but usually can't because of work. She then started reading into things that weren't there, like not being happy that Lucy and I hugged each other after winning a tournament together recently. Like what? She is apparently looking too closely at the team's social media, even though those pictures are designed to make the team look tight-knit. She is asking all sorts of unreasonable things, like asking me to stay in a separate hotel from Lucy. The coaches book the hotels and the whole team stays in the same one. It would look so strange if I asked not to be with them. My girlfriend was not happy with this explanation. She is now demanding that I ask for a different doubles partner, which I refuse to do. Firstly, doing so would be like admitting there's something going on when there isn't, and secondly, I am not messing with my chances of success and winning titles because she can't get over her insecurities. During a recent conversation, I admitted to my girlfriend that soon, in the run-up to the Olympics, I will probably be spending more time training with Lucy than ever before. She absolutely blew up, saying she loves me but can't deny what's going on right in front of her eyes, and she can't do this anymore. I screamed, "There is nothing going on," and she stormed out, saying she was going to her parents for a few days. And that's where we are at the moment. My goodness, I love this girl so much, and I just want her to trust me, damn it. I have never given her a reason not to. Any advice on how to convince her to trust me? Please don't say ditch Lucy as a doubles partner because I ain't doing that. I think it's totally fair for OP to put his foot down on not wanting to change his doubles partner. We have to keep in mind that he's a professional athlete. This is literally his job. I also think it's totally fine for OP's partner to want reassurance that nothing is going on. But with some people, it gets to the point where you cannot convince them that nothing is happening. It seems like that's what OP's partner is going through. As we will see soon, some people seem to have a bit of an extreme take on the situation. I think the relationship is still salvageable, but worst case scenario, I do feel that OP might have to pick between his career and his partner. If OP never did anything in the past that would suggest that he'd cheat, then I feel his partner is being unreasonable. The thing that I definitely don't like is that it seems OP's partner is taking the words of her friends more than her partner. In a romantic relationship, you need to put the word of your partner above your friends, in my opinion. User Dead Wolf Walking said, "Honestly, there is no convincing her at this point if she's dug in this deeply. She's not only decided you're capable of cheating, she's decided you are cheating. Her support network has decided you're cheating and will validate that opinion as well. There's no meeting or text or even therapy session to convince her otherwise. Your only choice now is between keeping your girlfriend and keeping your doubles partner. Your girlfriend has decided that they cannot mutually coexist. Also, you find another female doubles partner, you'll just be doing this again a year or two from now." Under this comment, OP said the following, "I think you're probably right. Sadly, I hope to convince her to go to couples therapy, but I don't hold out much hope of that working." User LEH77 said, "You're a professional athlete. All this upset and stress isn't good for you or your career. Can she take a leave from work? Maybe a month when she can stay with you and spend time with Lucy. Has she met Lucy? She needs to be with you so she can see you both together and check out the interaction between you. If not I don't see how this can be fixed, sadly." Under this comment, OP said, "They have met several times, and my girlfriend always overanalyzes every interaction she sees me have with Lucy. One of me or Lucy makes a joke, and the other laughs. We are clearly flirting." User Beaver King said, "Yeah, your relationship is likely unfixable at this point. If your GF is that convinced that there is something going on and her friends are encouraging that mindset, then you will not be able to get her to see otherwise. The concern would be that this starts creeping into your sporting career, either in your own head or if your doubles partner finds out and it makes things awkward. You probably know better than most that mental focus is critical at the higher levels of sport. I'd be sitting down with your GF and calling time on it. If you have done nothing in your relationship to warrant this kind of mistrust, then your GF obviously has some underlying trust issues that need sorting out. And from what you've written, it doesn't sound like she's in the right place to recognize that yet. I feel bad for you, OP. If it helps to rationalize it, this boils down to sports career versus incompatible relationship. One of those has a potential future, the other does not. User Fjordgard said, "You can't magically convince someone to trust you. There is no special phrase that will make anyone go, 'Oh, I see now, that makes sense, I'm fine now.' Trust is something that can, if broken, regrow sometimes with a lot of work involved. But you never broke her trust in the first place. It simply isn't there, at least not to the degree needed for this relationship to work out. Her insecurities are too great. This is on her. It sounds like you are spending a lot more time with Lucy than with your partner, but that's true for basically most people and their coworkers. It's just that in your job, it's less spread out between different coworkers, and there is also what is publicly shown. Not everyone would be fine with that, and your girlfriend is someone who isn't. If you are thus, for good reasons, not willing to ditch Lucy, there might be no other option than ditching your girlfriend unless she is willing to go to therapy and work on her insecurities. I would also recommend couples counseling, but it sounds like with your schedule and traveling, this might not be doable for you. At any rate, you might have to realize that with your job, you require a partner who is more secure when it comes to trust. User Holdfast said, "Break up. She's so deeply convinced that you're cheating, there's no getting out of this anymore. You cannot prove a negative even if she were inclined to believe any proof you deliver, so she'll always suspect you. Anytime you take too long to answer her calls and texts, anytime you and Lucy stand too close or too far away on pictures or video. Anything can and will be used as evidence of your cheating, and anything to the contrary will be ignored. Confirmation bias at its worst. Without trust, there's no hope for a relationship. She's got no trust in you." User Haberdashery said, "Just to play devil's advocate here, is it possible that Lucy is in fact into you and you're just not aware of it? Women used to sniff around my ex and he would insist it was nothing. It always was something, and they would often make a play for him eventually. I wouldn't immediately discount her being onto something here as she is so worked up about it." User 2Wheels1Willie said, "Do not drop your passion under any circumstance. I've made it clear to each partner if they put me in a situation where I had to decide between them or my sport, that answer is already decided upon. The overall topic was I need a supportive, participative partner, not one that gets jealous over the time I dedicate to the sport. I've reached the sponsorship level in my sport, so the proof and growth is there and can no longer be chalked up to a fleeting dream. Now, if I were in your situation, I would get a list of names of those putting these ideas in her head and call them up one by one, or outright call them out online. To me, they've already strained my relationship to the point of splitting up, so I'd at least like to fight my battle at the source. I'm also far pettier, not afraid of confrontation, and have no problem starting drama, causing a scene to stand up for myself or my relationship. Not that I recommend the online blasting to you because you have a reputation to uphold if the Olympics are on the line. My sport is full of degenerates, and you'd have to be the biggest POS to get cancelled. I can say and still do whatever I want." Under this comment, OP said, "Oh, I agree. I have the same rule with partners, but with my current girlfriend, dedicating long hours to the sport isn't the issue. She was completely fine with it before Lucy came into the picture. It's just training with her about the specific problem that she has. You know, what that is a good idea though, I think most of them would hand out pretty quickly and then instantly bitch to my girlfriend about how I just verbally abused them." About a month later, OP gave us an update. I don't know if anyone really wanted an update, but things got pretty crazy. After my girlfriend stormed off to her parents, we spoke again over the phone and she still didn't believe me. I was tired of it, so we agreed to end things. She came and collected her stuff a couple of days later, and I thought that would be the end. Then 3 weeks passed, and she suddenly came to my place at night, telling me what a fool she had been and claiming she had come to her senses and knew I wasn't cheating. I was pretty happy to hear that. We had some great makeup, and it seemed like the problem was solved. Then, for about a week and a half, I started to get very suspicious of this sudden change of heart. How did she go from being 100% sure I was having an affair to 100% sure I was not, just like the flick of a switch? Her behavior was also off. It was like she was trying too hard to make it up to me. She was never asking me to do any chores like she completely fairly did before. I was coming home to a girlfriend who had my favorite meal made and was dressed up sexy for me, which was out of character. I then confronted her, demanding to know why the sudden change. She denied it at first, but then admitted that she had hired a PI during those 3 weeks she was gone to get proof of me and Lucy having an affair to prove she was right. In fact, he did the opposite. After weeks of watching, he told her that we definitely weren't having an affair. This was a big breach of trust and of my private life, so I told her we were over permanently this time. She actually accepted this quite calmly, seeming pretty resigned to it. We then parted amicably. She packed and left again, but I did speak to her yesterday, and she seemed in okay spirits, enjoying Christmas with her family. She told me she is getting therapy in the new year to work on her issues and paranoia. As for me, I'm all good. I thought I would be really broken up about it, but I actually feel quite happy and free. I'm just enjoying Christmas and looking forward to trying to get into the Olympics without all the drama. Oh, and to those who thought Lucy might have been into me, she has not made any moves on me since the breakup at all, and there have been no changes in our dynamic. Thanks to all who commented. TLDR, we broke up, she came back claiming to believe me. It turned out she hired a PI. We permanently broke up over this. We are both doing well. Yeah, man, I think dumping this girl is the best choice. Hiring a PI is crazy. Her hiring a PI already convinced of her opinion, and wanting confirmation is psychopathic behavior. That's definitely something I would end a relationship over. There is zero trust from her end. User Enforce said she must have spent a lot of money on this just to prove she was right. So she lost her partner and a good chunk of money over nothing. User Food Network said, if you hired a PI and they proved your partner isn't having an affair, the stupidest thing you could do is then go ahead and tell your partner all about it. What a waste of money. User Marble Free said, wow, it's crazy she hired a PI after you broke up and then realized since you told the truth, let's get back together, but I'll lie about why. You really dodged a bullet. I am glad you're doing well, but you should still block her everywhere, as that level of crazy has a way of circling back. Good luck in your career. This next post was made in the relationship subreddit by user altruisticad5000. It's titled, My boyfriend would rather jerk off than have sex. My boyfriend, 31M, and I, 24F, have been together for about 2 years and moved in together about 3 months ago. For the past year and a half, he hasn't been sexually interested in me. We used to regularly have sex, but now I'm lucky if it happens once a month. We've had numerous conversations over the past year and a half about this. He's told me he has ED and no libido, but he has no problem jerking off to pictures and videos of other women. He also never used that reason again after I brought up him jerking off. He says he wouldn't rather jerk off than have sex with me. I said if he wanted to, he would. There's never been a problem with me shutting him down. I'm literally always horny and ready to go. He just always tells me he's too tired or not in the mood. I told him I was hurt and I didn't know if this relationship was working. He clearly doesn't care about my needs sexually. I've asked him over and over if there's a reason he's not attracted to me anymore because I can't fix it if I don't know. He says it's nothing about me except that it takes me too long to climax. He thinks I'm overreacting because he watches porn, and he says I don't care about the relationship because I'm thinking about ending it. He straight up told me he doesn't care about sex and doesn't think it's important in a relationship. I wouldn't care if he had sex with me, or at least tried to meet my needs, or was at least affectionate with me. Any and all advice is welcome. Should I end things? Should I work on fixing things and improving my self-confidence so I hopefully care less? TLDR, my boyfriend would rather jerk off than have sex. He doesn't think sex is important in a relationship. I personally think OP is better off just ending this relationship. And as she said, if her confidence is struggling because of her BF, then she should definitely try some things out to build that back up. But I think she should do that for herself, not for her BF. OP and her partner are just two different people. She has a high sex drive and her BF just has a low one. Sex is an important part of a healthy relationship, and a lack of it can lead to distrust. The way OP describes her BF is honestly kind of sad. The guy seems like he doesn't give a fuck at all. He seems like the type of person who will just constantly be a problem for whoever he is with. User Individual Fox-like said, with just this statement here and nothing else, you're incompatible. He does not want to have sex more often. Regardless of porn or anything else, he does not want more, and he isn't willing to give more. Your relationship is already over. In the future, don't move in with someone while you're having major issues. Moving is a stressor, and it often makes problems worse. User, another one forgot, said, I think you should protect yourself and get what you want from a relationship. And it sounds like separate from this person. FWIW, I think your boyfriend has a porn addiction. If he jerks off too often, that can sometimes have consequences like this. It's not your job to fix that, but it could be mentioned to him if you're really trying to salvage the relationship for some reason. Good luck. User Fresh Lychees said, I ran into this as well at some point in my current relationship, but we got over it because he realized how selfish he was being. This situation doesn't look like he ever wants to compromise on that. I'd find someone you're more compatible with. Your needs matter, and woman to woman, you need to know it isn't about you. It's a him problem, and if he's not willing to get over it for the relationship, it's time to consider leaving. User Drenched with Rain said, my heart goes out to you because I've experienced this in previous relationships. It always boiled down to excessive usage. It's not something I was able to change because they refused to talk about and acknowledge that this was an issue that was damaging our relationship. So unless you are able to have that honest and open discussion, regardless of how painful it is, in addition to him working towards making those changes, I'm sorry to tell you, but it won't change. That's something he needs to take accountability for and work towards. If he cannot do that, I truly hope that you will be able to muster the courage to realize that you deserve someone who loves and embraces you and leaves his ass. User Difficult Track 6198 said, it sounds like he's only interested in his pleasure. He wants to quickly get off. Having sex with you means he has to engage with you, and if you don't get off, you'll be disappointed. Rightly so. So since you take too long to he just wants to go solo. Please understand, I doubt you're taking too long, it's that he doesn't want to make the effort. Sounds like you're incompatible in that he doesn't care about his partner's pleasure. This isn't going to get better. You would be better off finding someone who enjoys sex the way you do. It can take a real toll on you to feel like you have to beg to have sex when there are plenty of people out there who will gladly engage with you the way you like. This isn't a problem with you. This story was created in the relationship advice subreddit by a throwaway account. The post was made in June of 2024 and is titled, I am 28, know that my son isn't mine, but my wife F26 doesn't think that I do. How do I have this conversation with her? Hello all, I made this as short as possible. I'm sorry, I've been married to my wife for 3 years and together for 5. Our son just turned 2 in early June, and to put it bluntly, he looks biracial. His skin is darker than I thought it would be, he has curly hair when we most certainly don't, and his features just don't look like the standard white people, which we are. He's a beautiful boy, he just doesn't look 100% white. I asked my wife a few days after his birthday if she thought our son looked white. She said yes and asked if I was accusing her of something. I said no because I genuinely wasn't. I was just wondering. I know genetics can be weird sometimes. We fought and I apologized, but I wasn't able to shake the feeling, so I did the wrong thing and got a test done behind my wife's back. The results came in a few days ago, and I'm not my son's dad. I feel conflicted about my son. I love him, but knowing that he isn't mine leaves a sour taste in my mouth. Our son definitely prefers me, and he's my world, but he's just not biologically mine. I don't know what to make of my feelings. I'm a mix of emotions about my wife. I don't know how to talk to her. I'm angry, confused, and feeling very, very betrayed. I'm heartbroken too. I still love her. She's working at the moment and I don't want to disturb her at her office, but I feel like I'm going to explode. This is all very difficult for me to process and I can't. I can't think of when my wife cheated. We always had each other's locations for safety purposes, and I can't think of any suspicious friends that she has or had. We go on regular dates and our bedroom isn't dead. We were also trying for a baby around that time, so I don't know when she cheated on me or why. Ever since we married, she's been over the moon, constantly showing off her ring and talking about me. She's like a teenager in love. How do I tell her that I know, or get that ball rolling? I don't know what I want to do yet, as stupid as that sounds. I've been stewing on it for a few days, but I still love her so much. Maybe someone can knock some sense into me. I need help. Edit, I'm becoming overwhelmed with the comments. I'm sorry. I wanted to reply to a few, but I can't. I just wanted to say thank you for commenting, and I also hope our baby was just swapped, as terrible as that sounds. Our baby didn't look biracial at birth. As he got older, he started developing features that didn't look entirely like ours. If our son's skin hadn't darkened over time, I don't think I ever would have questioned anything. The other features can be explained as a fun little surprise or a few generation hops maybe. I know that genetics can be weird. The longtime viewers know that when it comes to affairs, I'm very blunt. I would straight up just ask the wife what's up with the kid, that he got a DNA test and the two were not a match. I was really turned off when OP said that his wife got a bit defensive when he insinuated that his son was different than him. That would just make me feel even more uncomfortable. The obvious and reasonable assumption here is to think that the wife cheated on OP, but as we will discuss in the comments, some people brought up a different way to approach the situation. Now, I do think it's a bit of a reach, but some brought up the possibility that maybe the kid was swapped when he was in the hospital. Again, I think it's a reach, but I've heard of crazier things. User ICDoctor23 said, you place the results of the test in front of her, and you say we need to have a conversation and go from there. Edit, you could express your concerns about the baby being switched at birth and request your wife obtain a test to ensure. You didn't want to say anything to her unless it came back as it did. User Sasamadu said, do a DNA test for your wife and your son to make sure the hospital didn't give you the wrong baby. User False Impression 8102 said, this is where you need to be strategic, not emotional. I'd get a second test just to be sure, and I might even have the kid tested against her DNA if you can obtain it, as it would rule out a hospital mix-up. Super rare, but it does happen. Then talk with a lawyer and probably pull half of any shared accounts before confronting her. Edit, yes, check with the lawyer before yanking money. Either person on a joint account can empty it. If you are reliant on a partner who has been proven scientifically untrustworthy, take steps to protect yourself. User The Unpolitical said, you mentioned that you were trying. Did you do any IVF? I just watched a documentary where a fertility doctor switched his sperm for any male patient's sperm. Also, there could have been a mix-up there. Also, someone said about a switch at the hospital. Give her the results and ask her to start explaining. Most importantly, talk to a lawyer and immediately start separating any and all financial accounts. As for the whole location being on thing, yes, someone can leave their phone in one place while they physically go to another place and then come back to pick up the phone, so you can't rely on that. If you have will and determination, you can figure out anything. User Girl HVFTH said, after reading comments and knowing a thing or two about legalities, here is your order of action. See an attorney before you separate accounts or remove/hide shared assets. Could get you in big trouble depending on where you are. Get a second DNA test, get a DNA test for your wife. Maybe explicitly ask her to do it or not. Up to you. Possibilities: DNA test faulty, hospital mix-up/swapped baby. It happens and many women don't tell. Cheating. Unfortunately, it's possible. User Certain Mobile 1088 said, just a thought. Are you sure she is the mom? It's hard to imagine someone trying to pass off a biracial appearing child if there is no family history accounting for it. So that just raises the possibility that it could be a hospital mix-up, hence the question. I personally think it's important to keep in mind the other possibility. She was raped. Having said all that, it seems highly likely she lied, so only a full explanation from her will suffice. Please know you acted on reasonable suspicion. Again, if there is any family secret on her side about a relative with non-European heritage, she absolutely should have told you when you first asked. Verify the DNA results and then just tell her that you know he isn't your biological child. And protect yourself because she can tear him away from you or threaten to, and you don't seem to want that. And don't let her make this about you going behind her back. She broke trust with you first. A little over 2 weeks, OP gave us an update. I don't know if anyone will see this as the subreddit I posted to doesn't allow updates after 48 hours, but hello if you do. Getting the bad news out the way first, my son isn't mine. I feel devastated and will be divorcing my wife. My wife and I had talked about our son a few days after my post, and my wife cracked under the pressure. She admitted to cheating on me without me even mentioning the test I had gotten done. All I asked was if she really thought our son looked white. I mean it when I say that if his skin never got darker, I wouldn't have known. She cried a lot and begged for forgiveness and told me that we could all still be a happy family, but my image of her shattered right then and there. I'm going through heartbreak, so forgive any mistakes. I'm currently living with my parents. I asked her when she even found the time to cheat on me, and she told me that she would leave her phone in a location and use another. She told me the cheating was a mistake and an accident, but how was it a mistake if you had it so planned out? We were trying for a baby around then, and she told me that she couldn't handle the pressure of it all and just wanted to escape. She didn't escape very well if she still got pregnant and acted like we were perfect. Thank you again to everyone. My wife will now be known as my ex-wife. I apologize to anyone who had hope and thought it was a baby switched at birth situation. I'm somewhat happy it wasn't because that would be terrible, but extremely disappointed because that means he really isn't mine. There won't be any more DNA tests because she admitted to everything and showed me some text messages. There won't be any more updates from me either because I just want to move on with my life. I'll get everything sorted and figure out the whole custody thing. Thanks again, everyone. Goodbye. It always sucks to hear that one side of a relationship cheated on the other, but I'm petty, so I would be lying if I said I wasn't satisfied whenever I hear that the cheater begged for forgiveness. And I got kind of pissed off when OP's wife said that the cheating was a mistake/accident. There's that one saying that says cheating is like making multiple intentional quote-unquote accidents in quick succession. So everything that the wife is saying is utter BS. User Midnight said, "My condolences to you. This is heartbreaking. What do you plan on doing with the son? Will you remove yourself from the birth certificate and his life, or will you continue to be in his life as a father or a friend?" These are obviously very difficult questions to answer right now, so please stay strong and lean on your support network. You will also likely need to get the correct narrative out about why you are divorcing your wife, and hopefully she will cooperate and not spin an untruthful tale. User FarPrior1058 said, "Sorry to hear this. So, standard advice time. Talk to a lawyer about what divorce is going to look like and what you need to do to be removed from the birth certificate, assuming you want that. Get an STD test, as you can't assume anything about her anymore. Get the kid's DNA tested. Listen to your lawyer and see if you can gather evidence about the affair. Not sure if you're in an at-fault state. Let family and friends know so that you can have a support base. Good luck." User Wolverine said, "OP, I'm so sorry this happened to you. I don't think you need any advice as you seem to know what you want and what to do. Just remember that she might call it a mistake, but you're right in the fact it was a premeditated mistake. And then she continually lied after and tried to dupe you into fathering someone else's child. Hell, she even had a second phone. The trust and love is shattered. I sincerely hope you're able to move on and find happiness." User Armory896 said, "OP, please protect yourself. Switching phones and locations, man, that is planning. I wouldn't be surprised if the plan was to cuck you all along. She sounds cold and sounds long-term. Now you're about to blow up her world. Be careful to get your narrative straight. And don't hang around to get that lawyer sorted. Edit. Should definitely sue for child support from my bio father." This next post was made in the True Off My Chest subreddit by a user named AggravatingBad4816. It's titled, "I went NC with my family 2 years ago when my bully was my brother's girlfriend." English is not my first language, so forgive me for any grammar mistakes that might be present. When I was 11 years old, I was heavily bullied by Sarah, a fake name, and her friends. During lunch hour, they always tried to corner me and take my lunch money so they could share it among themselves to buy food, while I was left with nothing to buy my own. I was always hungry to the point that I couldn't properly listen to my afternoon classes. If it wasn't during lunch hour, they waited for me at the school gates so they could drag me along with them. They forced me to hang out with them because, according to them, they were my best friends. But I didn't see them that way. Every time they caught me after school, they forced me to pay for everything they bought, from makeup to fast food meals. This caused me to lose almost all of my weekly allowance, which included my lunch money. When I didn't want to spend my allowance on them, they physically beat me. They kicked me in my stomach, and sometimes they went for my head. That's why every time they beat me up, I put my arms around my head to protect it while they kicked my stomach multiple times. My mom was always infuriated with me when I asked for more money since I didn't have any left. I always told her that Sarah and her friends were the reasons why my allowance was gone so quickly, but my mother didn't believe me because she thought Sarah was a good kid, unlike me, who always begged her for more money. She believed Sarah more than me since she and Sarah's mother had been friends since elementary school. Even when I told her about the beatings, she didn't believe me. She told me that I did it to myself because I was always falling to the ground and giving myself injuries for attention since my parents worked a lot and were rarely home when I returned from school. My mother was frustrated with me about why my relationship with Sarah wasn't like hers, and every time she told me that, I just kept silent and walked away. I tried to go to my father, but he also didn't believe me and scolded me to just follow what my mother wanted. The beatings from Sarah and her friends continued until we reached high high school. They even escalated to attempting to drown me in the toilet by filling it up with water using a bucket and pushing my head inside it, causing me to drink a lot of toilet water. I thought I was going to die at that moment, but a school janitor found us and managed to stop them. The school principal called our parents to inform them of what Sarah and her friends had done to me. Sarah's mother was remorseful and apologized to me repeatedly. My mother was furious, but she kept silent. I thought that was the moment she would believe me now that she had found out that Sarah was a bully. But I was wrong. When we got home, she slapped me in the face multiple times, saying how dare I embarrass her like this and that I had done something wrong to Sarah, which was why she beat me up. I cried a lot and shouted at her that she was a bad mother. She slapped me again and grounded me for a month. I didn't talk to my mother. I only replied to her when she asked me something. She was irritated with me when I did that, but didn't say anything more. After that incident, the beatings continued. I cried many times in our school's restroom. I skipped classes so that I wouldn't have to deal with them. Despite all of this, my older brother, who is a few years older than me, believed me. He tried to protect me from Sarah and her friends when he saw them bullying me after school. He tried to pick me up many times when school finished so that they wouldn't bully me, but he couldn't do it every day because he had a part-time job and was preparing for his college exams. When my mother scolded me because of my issues with Sarah, he was the only one who fought back against her and told her that Sarah was a straight-up bully, but my mother didn't believe him either. He and my mother fought a lot, but she never grounded him because of it. When my brother moved away for college, I was devastated. I cried a lot to him and asked him if he could go to college closer to home. He said that he couldn't since the college he was going to was his dream college. He was remorseful and always told me to be strong. He promised to visit me during his vacations and assured me that he would text and call me. The bullying didn't stop. It got worse throughout my high school years. It only stopped when my mother found out about the self-harm wounds on my arms and my attempt to kill myself after I told my close cousin Jane that I would jump in front of a train at the station near my school. In my senior year, I was transferred to another school to finish my studies. My mother didn't apologize to me, but she acted as if she cared from the beginning and started to treat me properly when most of my relatives, even those who lived abroad, found out how she failed to protect me. After a few years, I managed to graduate high school. I gained some friends when I went to college. I got my dream job after a few failed job interview attempts. I remained in contact with my brother. We used to do some activities together on the weekends like hiking or swimming. Sometimes I would go to his apartment to have dinner with him. He always told me stories about his time in college or his work, so I knew everything since he is sort of a non-stop talking machine. As for my parents, I didn't reach out to them unless they either texted or called me to check on me. Everything was fine until my brother told me that he had a girlfriend. I was happy for him and asked him who she was. My brother was silent and tried to drop the subject by telling me that it was only a joke, and he was just checking my reaction. I was confused, but I simply accepted his reasoning. I knew something was wrong, so I didn't ask about the girlfriend thing anymore. After a few days, I wanted to surprise my brother after work because he told me that he had recently been promoted. I usually text him when I come over to his apartment, but I didn't this time. I bought groceries for dinner and went to his apartment. When I rang the doorbell, I was expecting my brother obviously to greet me, but I was shocked when I saw Sarah. When Sarah looked at me, she was shocked as well. She tried to explain, but I shouted at her asking what she was doing at my brother's apartment. My brother immediately ran to us and put Sarah behind his back. He tried to explain what was happening, but I couldn't hear his words as it slowly hit me that the girlfriend he was talking about a few days ago was Sarah. I was crying and shouting at my brother when it clicked for me. I called him a betrayer and a dog in heat for being with his own sister's bully. I shouted at him, asking how he could do this to me when he knew what I had been through. He tried to calm me down and told me to give Sarah a chance since she was not the same person who bullied me back then. He said she loved him a lot and he loved her a lot too. She made him happy and he hoped that I could forgive her for his happiness. At this point, I couldn't take it anymore, so I threw the groceries at them and told my brother that from now on, he doesn't have a sister. He tried to stop me from leaving, but I slapped him hard on his face and told him that I hoped having that woman for his girlfriend was worth it. When I went back to my apartment, my brother kept texting and calling me. His texts were the same things he had told me about that Sarah was a changed person and that she made him happy. He kept doing this for a few days and his texts were mostly apologizing and trying to portray Sarah as a good person to him. I blocked him afterwards. He tried going to my workplace, but he always got kicked out for making a scene. If he couldn't catch me at work, he would try to go to my apartment to wait for me so we could talk. When he did that, he pleaded with me to hear him out. I told him to get lost, but he wouldn't budge. It got so frustrating that I threatened to call the police and have him arrested as a stalker. He stopped waiting for me at my apartment. One night, I received a call from my mother. I was shocked when I saw who was calling me because my mother rarely called unless it was for an important family event that I needed to attend. She told me that I needed to give Sarah a chance since my brother would be marrying her soon. I should try to forgive her so that our families would be united. I was silent during the call and I was utterly gutted. I didn't expect anything from my mother, but to hear that my brother would marry my bully felt like the multiple beatings I had received were coming back to kill me. When my mother asked me if I was still there on the call since I wasn't saying anything, I hung up. I blocked her and my father as well. That happened 2 years ago. Since then, I haven't had any contact with any of them. My relatives knew the situation and they were disappointed in them. Despite all of this, my relatives still kept in touch with them because family matters, and Sarah is currently pregnant with my brother's child from what Jane had told me. Jane also informed me that my brother wanted me to come to his wedding in November. He wanted me to be there for him, and he wanted his sister back before Sarah gave birth to their child. I told Jane not to tell me about them anymore since I didn't want to hear anything about them. Jane respected my decision, but I could tell she was sad about it. I don't know what to do anymore. I thought I was already done being sad about my brother, but hearing that he was marrying and having a child with my bully feels like someone has pierced my heart. I just feel like I lost everything. I don't know what I did to deserve this, but I guess in some way or another, I deserve everything that has happened to me. Honestly, I don't know what to feel anymore. I just want to go numb. What kind of piece of shit parents are these? I mean, I'm glad that OP's mom finally started protecting her daughter, but way too late. As for OP's brother's girlfriend, I understand why OP is so angry, and I don't think she is in the wrong for going NC with her family after this revelation. That being said, OP isn't entitled to her brother's life, and he can live it however he wants. I like to believe that people can truly change, but I'm petty, so if it were me, I wouldn't care about any of that. I would probably also go NC. I'm also sure that seeing her old bully triggers an immense amount of anxiety and trauma within OP. Now, while I did say that OP's brother can live his life however he wants, I am definitely very confused as to how he got together with OP's bully. He obviously knew how bad of a person she was, yet he still gave her a chance and claims she changed. That just seems very strange to me. Again, all in all, I say fuck all of them and just leave the old family in the past. It's clear that nobody really loved OP. The only person that did was OP's brother, but now with this relationship, it feels like that trust has been betrayed. User Stacy506 said, "Stay NC for out and create your own family. A lot of times, those are better than the ones we are born to." Under this comment, OP said the following, "You're right. I'm glad that I have my close friends with me who believed me and feels more of a family to me, but it's hard not to feel sad and betrayed by my brother. He knew what I went through. He was there when he angrily told Sarah to stay away from me when he caught them beating me in an alley after school. He was there too when my mother called him about my wounds and my plan. He went back home immediately. He cried and hugged me tight. He told me that it was okay for me to vent to him. He was taking care of me for a few days before he went back to college. After all this, he still chooses her. I don't understand why. He can have another person as his wife. He won't have a hard time finding one since he is a good person. But why? It's hard to not cry because of him. I knew someday I need to stop thinking of having my brother back because he's going to be a husband and a father soon." User Coco Almonds Rock said, please stay NC for your own mental health. These people are not worth your pain. You have other relatives who support you. You are an adult now and can make your own life. Get therapy to heal from their trauma, but do everything you can to get away from these people and keep them out of your life permanently. All of them." OP responded with the following, "I tried therapy a lot of times after I got my job, but it's hard to maintain therapy sessions because it is expensive here. I also have a bad experience with one of my previous psychologists, but I'll try therapy again because I think I owe it to myself to try to have better mental health." User, my username is Meh, said, "I will never understand why people start dating their siblings bullies like what the fuck. Your brother is a pig and your mom and Sarah are both evil incarnate." User OK Watch 8681 said, "Stories like this always blow my mind cause how can you witness your loved ones struggle and almost off themselves in real time because of someone and then see that person who probably gave a half-ass apology to you, not even the person they hurt, and think, okay, now I can fuck them and not think you'll lose them and that they'll come around for your happiness if you couldn't tell them that you were dating them. That means somewhere in your consciousness you knew you fucked up, and that should be a general indication for any of these siblings that they shouldn't do it. OP, don't let any of these people back in your life get therapy and move on, cause they'll never learn. They're the kind of people, once you've moved on and have a family of your own, will be on here asking us how to fix up their fuck-ups and get ripped to shreds. This story was created by a user named Objective Event 8908 in January of 2024. The post is titled, I hate my wife, I hate my kid, I hate my life. I'm a 30-year-old dad of a 1-year-old girl. I'm not actually married to her mother, but we've been in a stable relationship for about 4 years, and I just can't handle life anymore. We've had a rough and tiresome relationship, and before I could end things for good, she got pregnant. So I sucked it up for our daughter ever since. She's a nice kid, but extremely energetic and a poor sleeper. So I barely get enough sleep at night because I'm the one who handles the rough parts of raising our child, bathing, feeding, changing diapers, soothing, and putting her to sleep, etc. I'm tired all the time because of work, raising our child, and enduring the rough treatment from my girlfriend. And honestly, I'm at my mental and physical limit now. My body aches horribly when I wake up in the mornings, and since I'm working from home, I care for our girl 24/7 nonstop. I've been having really nasty thoughts lately about all this. Wishing to run away, wishing I had never met my girlfriend, wishing our baby had never been born. I want to believe it's just the stress and sleep deprivation, but every day I feel my mind slip further. I went to different therapists in hopes of finding some way to endure all this, but it was of no help. I just hope I can endure this until she grows up to a point where I can leave my girlfriend and care for our daughter separately. Sorry for the long post. I needed to vent, and maybe anyone who reads this has gone through something similar and found anything that helps. A deleted user said, I want to offer you some love. It's good you're venting your feelings. I don't think telling someone what they're feeling is wrong will help change anything. So my guess is your first step is going to be finding a way to sit with yourself for even a second every day and tell those scared, exhausted, and angry parts of yourself that they're okay to be feeling what they feel. Don't focus on forcing yourself to love anyone, just leave space for it to show up. I'm sure you do love your kid, but are just too tired to reach it. I think my dad resented me and my sister growing up, and I don't think he really wanted to be a dad. He sacrificed his whole life for us, and I wish he hadn't. We were financially secure, which is no small thing, but having him so upset all the time messed me and my sister up royally. I would have rather he found a way to take care of himself, even if it meant our parents didn't stay together. I think my parents would have been pretty great separately, but together they made each other crazy, and that was terrible to grow up with. Put on your oxygen mask first so you can take care of your kid. If therapy doesn't help, maybe you can find a men's group or 12-step group for dysfunctional families or something. User Julian S. 1989 said, Mate, you can't help your feelings, but this little one needs you. It doesn't sound to me like you're in the right place to be dealing with all of this, and your health is going downhill. Having a baby is an enormous change. If you hate your wife/girlfriend, then it would be much better to tell her you don't want to be with her now than a year down the line when you feel 100 times worse. Be upfront and communicate with her the difficulties you're having. Probably best not to mention you feel like you hate them both. But be blunt and say it's not working for you. Your little girl does need you though, and this isn't her fault. She's just a baby. I think you may be depressed, and it might be a good idea to seek help separately so you can talk to someone about this rather than letting it stew. User Thrust Issues said, for the sake of your daughter, do not be afraid to reach out to people close to you for help. Even having a friend bringing over a cooked meal would make you feel immensely better. It's definitely hard raising a kid, but she needs you. It's only been the first year, and once she gets to the age of being able to speak, I'm sure she'll make you feel like it was all worth it. User mmary92 said, sometimes staying with someone is worse for the child than leaving. There are plenty of families that are doing well even though separated. Sometimes staying with someone does more harm than good, and honestly, your girlfriend sounds like she's bringing you down. You only have one life to live, and separating from your girlfriend may be better for the child overall. It's just something to consider. User Turtle Things said, you need to leave. Leave, stay with your parents or a friend for a while and tell them how you feel and work out a custody agreement. Get some evidence you're doing most of the caretaking and the mom is not the best. Your daughter will be able to tell that you don't like her. If she's a poor sleeper, get a sleep routine in place. Enforce it. What hours do you work? Typical 9 to 5. feed her dinner at 5:30, bath at 5:45, down to bed at 6 in a dark room, maybe a nightlight with a noise machine and a bottle of milk if she takes a bottle. It'll take a while, but if you enforce it, it'll work. Watch some Super Nanny, but above all else, leave. Props to OP for stepping up. Not many fathers are man enough to do that. He just as easily could have committed with leaving and abandoned his child. We don't know all the details, but it really sucks to hear that it seems that OP is taking the brunt of taking care of the newborn. If possible, seeking professional help and conveying all your thoughts into words may help. Also, if this relationship is to be serious, then I think OP needs to tell his GF about how he feels. Otherwise, it may be best for the couple to split up and find a new approach to co-parenting. Obviously, that wouldn't be ideal for the child, but at the very least, OP would be in a better mental state, which you can argue will make him a more effective father. I think it's totally normal to have these kind of thoughts. Better to acknowledge them early on, rather than let them brew and cause additional stress. This post was made 7 months ago, and ever since OP never gave us an update post. However, he did provide additional information via a comment. It says, "Hello, I wanted to thank you all for the overwhelming support. For more context, my girlfriend works day and night shifts on site at a metallurgical company. In my country, the law provides shorter working days and feeding hours for new mothers, so she works less than 6 hours a day. She was also diagnosed with postpartum depression, PPD, and is on medication, but she frequently forgets to take her meds, even if I bring them to her myself. I've been doing all I can to support her, but she constantly lashes out at me, berates me, and is always condescending when speaking to me. I try not to mind it, but it's just too overwhelming, and I feel like crap all the time. She also sleeps most of the day due to night shifts, but when she's awake, I have to cater to her and the baby's every need. She plays with the baby and sometimes cooks something for both of us or does the dishes, but that's it. I keep telling myself it's due to her condition, but then again, she was always kind of like this even before having a baby. I'll try finding a specialist for support in all this. I've read a lot about PPD in parents, and I believe it must be that since I feel exhausted and depressed all the time. Also, I would never for the life of me hurt my daughter, and these horrible thoughts I get come whenever I'm feeling absolutely drained and tired. I guess I don't really hate our daughter. I love her smile and how happy she always is, but when I think about how miserable I have been ever since she was born, I don't know. I have so many conflicting feelings. Anyways, again, thank you everyone for your support. I feel a little less overburdened seeing all your comments from you or people you know going through the same and having made it. And I feel so bad for those who didn't and are having it as rough as me. Hopefully, we can all make it. This next post was made just under a week ago in the Off My Chest subreddit by a user named Nervous Opportunist. The post is titled, "My boyfriend told me about his kink. I'm not sure how I feel about this. For context, my boyfriend and I have been dating for 10 months. When we met, I was deep into an eating disorder and he helped me out of it, along with being in therapy. He's absolutely amazing and everything I could ever ask for. He makes me food every day and I'm so happy with him. Though I'm still very skinny, I'm finally up to a healthy weight after being underweight for so long. I've gained a bit of weight lately and he's been so kind about it. He admitted to previously being attracted to chubby girls, which he thought would upset me, and I was like, oh, I love chubby girls too. I'm bisexual. He's been asking me if I want to get more chubby and talking about making me chubby. He asked me if I'm comfortable with gaining weight. He's been encouraging me to eat things with more calories and protein. He's also talked about me stopping exercising completely. I like to go to the gym and run. He started saying things like he'd love it if I could gain 15 pounds by the end of the month. He started saying he was going to help me gain 60 pounds by the end of the year. A couple of days ago, I told him I was not exactly comfortable with this. I told him I don't like weight goals and counting calories. That's what I struggled with a lot when I was deep into my anorexia. I told him I just wanted to be comfortable eating whatever I pleased within reason and not worrying about the calories. He was initially upset but understanding and got over it when I said he could still make me food, just without all the calorie consideration. Yesterday, he asked me during if he could tease me about my weight. We're not super kinky, usually some light degrading or praise, but I told him I was comfortable with it, which I truly was. He called me his chubby little pig. He's called me a pig before as a compliment. He's autistic, so he's not great at compliments, but I think pigs are adorable, so I get what he's saying. Anyway, he felt a bit guilty after and apologized, but I told him I was 100% comfortable, and if I wasn't, I would have told him. When we were calling later that night, I joked, I used to overthink that you had one of those weird feeding fetishes. He was confused and looked it up. It's called feederism for anyone wondering. He didn't seem too concerned. We were joking around. He asked me what I would do if he really had such a fetish. I said I wasn't sure. Fast forward to today, he told me he had to tell me something. He tells me that he has this fetish. He has been apologizing over text nonstop and telling me that he feels gross and he hates himself. He's begging me not to break up with him. I love him so much and I don't want to break up with him. I don't share this fetish, but besides that, we are perfectly compatible. I don't judge him for this either. I told him I am not upset or mad, just a bit surprised, but I am absolutely not judging him. I just don't know what to do or how to move forward. User Lusk Aurora said, please be careful with your body and mind. His sexual satisfaction is not worth your health. User Prickly Basil said, you have an eating disorder. That shit is insidious and can be a lifelong battle. This dude, consciously or subconsciously, has honed in on that. He is not safe for you in any way, shape, or form. Maybe he was at the start, but this sounds like extremely unsafe behavior for you to be around ever. Him asking you to stop exercising in a normal fashion. Him expressing the desire to want to control your weight, and then having the nerve to get upset when you set a reasonable boundary. This is an absolute red flag parade. Look, 10 months is not that long, and not every breakup has to be a tragedy. You can appreciate the time you had with him and be grateful he was the person you needed when you needed him. But things have clearly shifted in a way that I would argue is legitimately dangerous for your recovery. 10 months is about the time people start to show you who they really are, and this guy really is obsessed with weight. The exact last thing you will ever need in your life. Run away, please. User Midnight T 739 said, weight degradation towards person who recently started recovering from eating disorder is very bad. He is not concerned about your health at all. The only positive thing you described was that he helped you recover from an eating disorder. Well, now it's clear that it was a sexual thing for him and he might make you develop another one. I know it sucks, but he will be a dangerous partner for you. User External Tiger 393 said, ideally what happens here is that you have a frank and honest conversation that is both respectful of his feelings and your needs. He has a fetish. Great. But you aren't required to be comfortable interacting with that fetish. And if you don't want to be fed and you don't want to be degraded in bed, that's pretty reasonable. If you make your boundaries and needs clear, then maybe nothing else even needs to happen. There are a lot of ways to approach this if he needs it in his life for some reason. For example, he could watch porn or read erotica about it. I'm gray ace and my sexuality is really just a series of overlapping kinks. And my partner actually has far more fetishes than I do. He reads porn about it. It's not really an issue for us. I will never need to pretend that he's become an enormous blueberry person in bed or whatever. This doesn't need to be a problem unless your partner decides that it needs to be one. User My Lost Feet said, nope. That kink is harmful in most cases because people who have it tend to target vulnerable people and not disclose it, which makes it non-consensual. I'm not saying this is always the case, but if you've been in community with plus-sized women, you'll know it happens a lot. Please take care of yourself. Eating disorders are dangerous and your partner shouldn't even be talking to you about food, calories, or any of that, much less trying to control your weight or what you eat or counting calories. That's a conversation you have with your therapist or your medical professional. If I were you, I'd get out fast. I know you love this person, but he has been less than straightforward with you. I'm also autistic and that doesn't explain or justify his behavior at all. It seems like he's only sorry now that he has seen how his actions hurt you, but he never thought about consent, boundaries, or your well-being while he was feeding you and planning to fatten you to get himself off without your explicit consent and while you were in the middle of your ED recovery process. That's a massive red flag. The final post for today was made in the True Off My Chest subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, I Want to Be. Before I say anything, I don't need advice, and I've been in long-term therapy since 2016 with different therapists, and nothing has helped my severe depression. I was debating posting this a while ago, and I've told my friends about it, but I fantasize about being raped. Not non-consensually because non-consensual implies an agreement, and I want this to be completely out of my control. To better explain, I'm in my mid-20s, and after my ex left, I felt so empty. He's long since replaced me, and I'm practically begging for someone to date me. Between the constant rejections and the lies and stuff, I haven't been able to reconnect with anyone on the same level. I hate the thought of casual sex and am actually a virgin. So many people want sex, yet I'm afraid of it, and I feel like I would be a bit less afraid if my virginity was just taken from me by a relatively attractive man. I think about it daily, and I know it's traumatic, but the idea of just having my virginity taken, so maybe I won't be as scared anymore. And I know I should get help over this, but this was less of me looking for help and more of me screaming into the void. So this is honestly an insane post. OP already said that she was going through therapy. The post was made 4 months ago, and she said she's been getting professional help for about 8 years at this point. I wish I could provide more meaningful commentary here, but I'm not sure I can. It seems pretty clear that OP is just longing to be in a loving relationship. At first, I thought that this fantasy she had was meant to fill that space of loneliness she's been feeling, which that in itself is already insane. But OP did say that she's mainly scared about losing her virginity in a normal setting, so in her mind, this is the better option. Needless to say, this is wrong. I really hope that OP doesn't put herself in a situation to actually carry this out. OP didn't provide any update posts on this particular topic, but she did add 2 posts in the vent subreddit, letting us get a better look at her mental state. The first post is titled, "One of My Worst Nights." Tonight is probably one of my worst nights as far as sleeping goes. I've been sick. Something is wrong with my colon. Right now, nothing chronic, but we need more tests. It might be IBS. I have been feeling it spasming for the last 12 hours. I've been experiencing some health issues for the past few months, but since February, it's gotten worse. Today, it escalated to spasms, and I'm not sure if that means I'm slowly becoming free from these problems or if they're escalating, but I plan on scheduling another appointment soon. The AC in my house isn't working, and therefore my room is warm, which only escalates my anxiety and stress levels and makes it harder for me to sleep. As I tried to sleep over the past few hours, I had a weird dream that I'm not particularly able to describe. It was messy. It had something to do with a fursuit. I don't own one and never have. And just going out to find a partner and getting rejected at every turn. I woke up wanting to cry. I was insanely overwhelmed and have been feeling overwhelmed with everything as of late. I'm supposed to go to my friend's house to spend the night tonight, but I really don't want to, for multiple reasons. But besides that, I'm tired of being alone. I've been trying for a long time to find a partner, and despite it all, I haven't found anyone. My ex moved on already and is in a happy relationship with someone from his home country, and I am, as always, digging to try to find something. Please don't mention work on yourself first, stop looking and it'll find you, or you're still young. I'm in therapy and I have been for a while, but my mental health has gotten worse. 2 months ago, there were plans made for a guy to come see me, tickets bought and everything, and he canceled on me at the last moment. It broke me in a way that I had never been broken before. I went from being okay to all of my emotions fading out of me in an instant, and I went out to do something I normally enjoy, but no joy was there at all. I still don't think I fully recovered from it. I'm sitting here in the middle of the night typing this because my friends are pretty much unreliable, but I needed to say something. The second post is titled, "It's Not Worth It Unless." Nobody says this, but essentially, we're put on this planet by people who were selfish enough to conceive for their own benefit. People have kids because they're so set on continuing a bloodline of misery, and then we, the children, have to buy a temporary fix or waste funds to try to help fix that debilitating roadblock. It's been 6 years since I graduated from high school. I watched my friend graduate and went to her graduation, only to be met with passive aggressiveness from her stepmother because I don't have a job. I haven't had a job this entire time, and honestly, I wish I could euthanize myself. Money used to be important to me as a way to live and to get myself and my family out of poverty, but that all changed after my grandmother had a stroke. My mental health started declining more. It would always be, next year I'll get a job, but honestly, I don't think I ever will. I don't think I'll ever thrive in life anymore. I won't be able to have nice things or a decent house or space or be able to keep anything because I'm just not mentally able to. I lost my will to live and I'm barely holding on for a reason to exist. I don't have friends I can trust. I don't have a boyfriend. I hate seeing people in happy relationships around me because I feel like that would be the only good thing in my life. I feel like a healthy relationship would be enough to get me on my feet, to give me a reason to start living, but I don't have that. Therapy hasn't fixed anything, and seemingly, even after explaining how bad my depression is, they still don't want to put me on disability. This story was created in the AITAH subreddit by user OKCartoonist5220. The post was made about 3 weeks ago and is titled WIBTA for divorcing my wife for accusing me of cheating on her. I, 44M, and my wife Grace, 42F, are using fake names for obvious reasons, as well as this throwaway account. We have been married for 13 years and together for 16. I met Grace around the time I got out of the military due to a medical discharge. I met her while I was at the hospital for surgery. She was a nurse on the floor I was staying on. She was a single mom, divorced for a couple of years. After leaving the military, I went back to school and now work from home as a software engineer, more or less. We started dating and took it slow for the first couple of years because of her daughter Maya, who was 5 at the time. Grace is still a nurse and Maya is now in college. I would have said until last month that our marriage was pretty solid. We've had arguments. I admit I was kind of bad at housekeeping when we first moved in together because I was not used to how much kids can tear things up around the house. But other than that, it was good. There were no step-parent issues. I had an active role in Maya's life because her father lives overseas for work. We went on dates and intimacy has always been great. We wanted kids, but it wasn't in the cards for us. Honestly, I am a bit blindsided. I've had friends who were blindsided by divorce, but I never understood how. Usually there were problems that they glossed over, and then suddenly their wives would leave them and they just didn't see it coming. But the rest of us could see it coming from a mile away. So here I am saying the same thing, and maybe I just missed something huge. Recent developments in the past few months, Grace has been more stressed than usual. Ever since COVID, she has been burnt out. I asked her multiple times if she wanted to quit her job, at least for a couple of years. I thought the burnout was coming to a head. She was withdrawn and angry. She snapped at me constantly and ridiculed Maya over everything, but she's my wife. She was traumatized by the pandemic, and both Maya and I were understanding. We could manage with just my salary, so last month I sat her down to suggest again that she quit and take some time off to heal. Then everything blew up. She started yelling at me, claiming she knew what I was doing. She said she had known for months and had proof. At first, I didn't know what she was talking about, but it didn't take long to realize that she was accusing me of infidelity. I can't lie, I was angry as hell. I opened my phone, handed it to her, and told her to go through it. I went and got my laptop, unlocked it, and told her to check that too. The whole time, she was still shouting at me about some other woman. I don't have traditional social media accounts. I'm on Lobsters, Hacker News, and I have a Reddit account. I told her to check everything. There's no secret Facebook or Instagram or whatever. No messages from anyone. I opened Discord, even Slack, everything I could think of, but she wouldn't even look at it. She just got angrier and angrier, and then she picked up my laptop and threw it. That's when I had enough and left. I went to my parents' house. All the while, Grace was texting, calling, and leaving more and more unhinged messages about this woman she believes I'm with. When I got to my parents' house, I called her once and told her I needed a few days because I was too angry to handle talking to her. My sister called the next morning and told me that Grace had called her multiple times as well to see if I was really there. After a few days, I called Grace to talk, and at first the conversation was productive. She apologized for throwing the laptop, but she said I made her so angry because I was being so calm. I told her I was not calm. I was being accused of cheating on my wife, and I was furious. However, it was either try to talk it out or start shouting, which I didn't think was a good idea. Then she got angry and told me I was twisting her words, and things fell apart quickly. She started going on and on again about how she knew I was cheating and that she had proof. I asked her what proof she had because I would like to see it. I don't remember how we got there, but she said she was going to send everything to the lawyer, and I said fine, send a copy to mine because this was going nowhere. She got really quiet after that and asked if I was serious. I told her I wasn't going to stay in a marriage where my wife thinks I cheated on her but won't tell me why. We ended the call there, and I've been at my parents' house since. My dad is on my side, my mom thinks Grace is just having a rough time and that we can talk this through. My sister is upset that she got dragged into it, so she thinks we're both at fault, and Maya is miserable because she's being torn between me and her mom. I feel like maybe I jumped the gun and should have stayed calmer. Edit. My morning meetings are finally over and I need to concentrate on my job, so I'm going to log out for the day. I'm going to talk to my mom to see if she'll talk to Grace and suggest therapy, couples therapy, etc. I believe those of you who suggested there are underlying reasons are correct. Something is causing this. I just don't know if it's something I've done, stress in her life, or if it's full-on projection. I don't think it is, but you never know. I'll assure Maya again that she has a place here no matter what. As far as I'm concerned, she's my daughter, and of course, she has a place here if she needs it. However, I also won't try to pressure her, considering that's her mom, and I know this is pulling her in two directions. Second edit, okay, so I took a quick break and thought I'd come back and read a couple of comments, but there are way too many to read. However, there is an overall theme to them, so I'll try to quickly address them here. Someone asked if I was cheating. I understand why you asked that. I never came out and said it in the post, but let me assure you, no, I'm not cheating. I never have. Granted, those are just words, and I'm sure some will think that I'm lying, but I love my wife. I never wanted to cheat. I'm not a saint. I've been attracted to people. I think Salma Hayek is gorgeous, but the thought of cheating has never crossed my mind. A lot of people think she's cheating on me. Again, I don't think so. She's home every night at the same time. She doesn't hide away her devices. Could there be someone at work? Yes. Do I think she's cheating? No. But as many pointed out, those are famous last words. Regarding divorce and staying calm, I have PTSD. I've worked a lot in therapy over the years to process intense emotions. It's why I stay calm, not because I am, but because if I don't, I get overwhelmed. The talk to my lawyer comment was one of those moments I didn't process well. I don't think it's a good idea to divorce her after over a decade together because of this past month. On the other hand, I know that since it's not a safe place for me mentally, I'll stay at my parents' house until we get this resolved. Could it be hormones? Yes, it could. However, my wife is already taking hormones because of a medical procedure she had when she was in her early 30s. As I said, it wasn't in the cards for us to have kids. She has to see the doctor usually every 6 months to check her levels. Her last appointment was in March. However, her mood changes started before that. Mental health issues, this is what I think it is personally. As I said, Grace has been building up to burnout for a while now. These mood changes started a while ago. It's why I brought up taking time off work. It's why I brought it up again last month when she blew up at me. I think this is stress. It's why I haven't actually contacted a lawyer because I hope my marriage can be saved. I think I just wanted reassurance from a neutral third party because I'm so far out of my depth here. To those who say not to get my mom involved, my mom already is. She and Grace are incredibly close. She's called Grace every day to check on her. Grace has no contact with her own family, so I'm not really involving my mom as much as I'm just asking her to suggest marriage counseling to Grace the next time she calls. I sure as hell don't want to get some other party involved in this, so I'm not going to contact a friend to talk to my wife. I haven't had no contact with my wife since I left. I probably should have clarified that. She messages me. Sometimes it's the same silly stuff we've always talked about, like random memes she's found or things her coworkers are doing, and sometimes it's her begging me to just tell her the truth. I'm exhausted mentally from all of this and at the end of my rope. I've suggested therapy a couple of times already, but that's gotten nowhere. Hopefully, my mom bringing it up might help. Why the throwaway? Because my coworkers also have Reddit accounts and I don't want them to see this post. They might, but hopefully software guy in his 40s with a wife in nursing is generic enough for American audiences that they won't know it's me. But if it's on my actual account, they definitely will. No one at work knows and I'd like to keep it that way. I think that's everything. I want to add though, please don't disparage my wife. I'm upset over this because my wife is a great woman. She's smart, she's funny, she's sweet. She's been a wonderful mother and that's why I've been worried the past few months about her because this is so out of character. User Traveling Photo Dude said, I wonder if she got the scam your husband is cheating text scam going around. They will say they were cheating with their husband and usually ask for money for the proof. She got the text and thinks it's proof the lady did cheat with her husband and is now waiting for the proof, and that is why she hasn't provided it. It's been a common scam as of late. The proof will never come if they paid for it. They just get dragged along for a while. Under this comment, OP said, this is something I never even thought of, so I will definitely look into this. Thank you, I had no idea that this was even a thing. But it would explain why she hasn't shown me the proof yet, because she's waiting on it. User Self-Inflicted said, your nurse wife is cheating on you and projecting her insecurities onto you. Go check her phone. Under this comment, user Rick Mick said, "Not sure if you included nurse because of this, but as someone who worked in a hospital for many years, doctors and nurses cheat more than any group of people I've ever worked with. They also talk about it very openly, like it's some kind of club where it's just okay to do. I'll caveat by saying obviously it's still a minority of the total population of medical professionals, but it definitely seemed way more common. I'm sure stress plays a huge factor, and during the height of COVID, they were understandably very stressed and overworked." User, my name could be Sam, said, "There's more to the story, as you obviously know, but without knowing what it is, it's difficult to advise. It could be that someone from your past is sabotaging you. They could have mocked up any sort of proof these days. With AI, it is crazy easy. There could be some mental illness at play, so marriage counseling would be good, so a professional can try to help you guys get through this. There could be some physical illness at play, either making her more insecure or even a brain tumor or something, which is making her paranoid. I'd suggest she speak to a doctor, first of all, if she won't speak to you." User Rarebird said, 1. She's cheating and projecting. 2. Someone is messing with your marriage and put a bunch of crap in her head. Friend group issues, etc. 3. She has lost it and needs mental help. 4. You are lying on Reddit. Pick 1, heck, pick 2 if you want, but it's one of these things causing this. You don't know the details, but what else could it be besides one of these? Figure out which one and work from there. The one thing that did stand out to me is the statement that she didn't like how calm you were when she accused you, like it was some kind of test to see how you would react. Does she have idiot friends that could have convinced her of dumb shit like that? Heck, you will see people with idiot peer groups that end up cheating because their friends cheat and tell them to do stuff too. Going through the COVID stress, she might have been spending time with other stressed out crazy nurses that filled her head with weird ideas. You never know. User Crazy Marmalade said, "The only other plausible guess I could make based on what you wrote, other than it's her doing the cheating, is that she has been reading or listening about cheating husbands that pressure their wives to become traditional wives. Maybe her mental health has gotten so low that she thinks you are pressuring her to leave her career in order to chain her down. Of course, that's not proof, but maybe that was just a word she used to make you confess." I am projecting with this next part, but I personally don't have much patience for people who think therapy is for the weak, especially when her own spouse has benefited from it. Does she consider you weak as well? Maybe the health profession would be better off without her. About 4 days later, OP provided an update. "I don't have the energy or patience to go back to AITAH, so I'm just doing this here. A quick and dirty update, no, my wife is not cheating on me. As far as I know, she's not sick, got a tumor, or showing signs of early dementia. If she were, those things would be easier to process. Maybe it's perimenopause or menopause, I don't know. I don't care. Yes, I will be seeking a divorce. No, I will not go into it farther. I have already spoken to a lawyer. Maya is currently living with me and my parents. I will be looking for an apartment/condo to rent soon. I feel like I've overstayed my welcome. Maya is thinking of taking some time off to visit her dad. I don't blame her. I'm a fucking mess right now. I don't even know why I logged back into this account other than to say no. My wife really wasn't cheating on me. I can honestly say I wish she was. It'd be so much fucking easier than this shit. Thanks for the advice and the concern." Another few days later, OP gave another update. This one is titled, "I don't know what to do. I'm sorry if this isn't the right community, but my friend suggested it, and I thought maybe this might be the right place to vent or get advice. I'm not sure what information is necessary or relevant, so I'm just going to write down everything I can think of. I've been married to my wife Grace for 13 years. We've been together for 16. When we first got together, she told me she was low or no contact with her family. There was some obvious trauma regarding it, and as someone with PTSD, I respected that she may not be ready to share it. Plus, my family loved her, so I was happy to share. After dating for a while, right before I proposed, she told me more about her family. Grace is from a deeply fundamentalist Christian family. I know the umbrella stuff was a big deal, as well as marrying young and a lot of really messed up things. She got married at 16 to the son of family friends. He was 19. She was kind of lucky in a way because her ex-husband moved her across the state and away from her family, allowing her to finish school and start college. From what I can gather, he wanted out of the cult too. She had their daughter Maya when she was 21, and he was finishing up his last year of school. When he finished school, he went off to grad school in Europe, and she moved back home to her family. They got divorced soon after. After the divorce, her family tried to marry Grace off to a guy who was over twice her age, which was her cue to finally get out too. From what little she would tell me, it was not an easy exit. A lot of violence was involved, and she suggested there was assault and attempted kidnapping from the older man. However, eventually she got out. She took her daughter, moved in with a distant aunt, and cut off most of her family. A few years later, she met me, and the rest was history, until this year. In the past few months, my wife has been very snappish, experiencing sudden bouts of anger and withdrawal. She's a nurse, and I thought at first she was burnt out. She was working days at a time with no break during the pandemic. I thought the trauma of that and just the nonstop COVID situation was finally coming to a head, so I suggested a few times that maybe she should take some time off. The last time I suggested it, she blew up at me and started accusing me of cheating. It was an intense fight. She said she had proof, and when I wanted to see it, she threw my laptop and I left. We had another fight a bit later over the phone where she said she'd send the proof of my infidelity to a lawyer, and I said to pass it on to mine. After that, we mostly talked via text, and it was mostly her sending me updates at work or silly memes. Periodically, she'd plead with me to tell her the truth about the cheating, but I had no idea what the hell she was talking about. For the past few weeks, I've been waiting to see what proof she had, hoping for her to talk to me more than just a few memes here and there, anything. I've been living with my parents, and it's been incredibly stressful. I thought I was never going to find out what was going on until a few days ago when she showed up at my parents' house to talk. Finally, she told me the proof of my cheating was that her coworker had told my wife she had seen me with another much younger woman. So, okay, I can handle that. I asked some follow-up questions. What did she look like? Where was this? I figured out pretty quickly that she was talking about Maya. We go to the hospital to eat lunch with her sometimes, and her coworker must have seen us together. Simple mistake, right? Except my wife knew that her coworker was describing Maya and was more or less suggesting I was cheating on her with the child I helped raise and who calls me dad. I tried not to get angry because I know she has a lot of trauma with older men being with younger women, especially after what her parents tried to force her to do. But at the same time, I felt disgusted and betrayed that she'd ever think I'd do that, and the conversation devolved into another argument. During that argument, she admitted that it wasn't just any coworker. The coworker is her first cousin, Sheila, and Sheila is still in the church. It all started tumbling out that she's been hanging out with Sheila during downtime. She's been calling and talking to her dad, the one who tried to marry her off to a man older than I am right now. She's been going to church meetings again when I thought she was at work. And you know what? None of the church stuff would be a problem if she wants to be Christian, whatever. Except everything she's saying is a contradiction to everything else she's saying. First, I evidently am in my prime years for children. I'm 44. I'm past my prime for kids. Maya is 21, and I'm thrilled to have her living at home, but I'm also thrilled she can clean her own bathroom. Because my dad is secular Jewish, he's evil, and that evil is passed down to me. My mom is more evil because she was Christian. She never really was. Her family was lapsed Catholic, and I'm not sure she's ever even been to Mass. But mom turned her back on the church and didn't raise me Christian, which is evil. My mom, a woman who loves my wife probably more than she loves me, is now a sinner and deceitful, according to my wife. But more than all of that, the part that made me sickest and pushed me to actually call a lawyer was that she suggested our daughter, a brilliant, amazing kid who loves her mom so much, is to blame because she's young and flaunting herself. It's all jumbled up in my brain. There was so much more. She went on for what felt like hours before I asked her to leave. I wasn't a good provider because she had to work. I reminded her that I was suggesting she take time off from work, but evidently that was proof that I was just trying to isolate her from her family. There were so many tangents and conspiracies, like suggesting she get therapy, which I've been doing since before the pandemic, but especially after the pandemic was me trying to brainwash her to be okay with me having an affair with Maya. I don't understand any of it. I don't know where to go from here. I don't know how to even start. That evening, after my wife left, Maya called crying because her mom was saying some really awful things to her. So I told Maya to come stay with my parents and me, and that just added fuel to the fire, so now Grace thinks we're living together. I called a lawyer, and I think my marriage is over, and I don't know what to do. I don't know where the fundamentalist beliefs start and where the conspiracy ends, and what I'm even supposed to do to fix things. I don't know that I can fix things. I don't even know how I missed things falling apart to this extent. User Thin Eggshell said, "You have my sympathies. Personally, I think fixing things sounds hard. She's already been re-brainwashed by her family and her church, and unfortunately, she hid all of this from you. She didn't tell you a word. In those kinds of churches, your marriage is a sin anyway, an unequally yoked marriage where your words will inevitably pull her away from the truth, or so they tell her, and she believes it. She's not thinking independently. I wouldn't be surprised if Sister Sheila reinterprets everything that happens for her again after you talk. I doubt you raised Maya as a Christian, which doesn't make things any better. In their minds, the clearest way to fix everything is the big loyalty test. Everyone needs to convert, go to church, tithe, and you need to shun your parents, and so on. Big acts of commitment that please the Lord, the Emperor, the Father, the Holy One, the King of Kings. Obviously, we don't know when your wife really got back in touch, how she really feels about God now, what her family did, or whether she was right to leave. But honestly, I bet they've gaslit her to the point that she now thinks leaving her family was a mistake. She might believe that God's real plan was the marriage to the older man as a godly wife who never worked and just had babies, and that she needs to be careful now to avoid hell, gain eternal bliss, and not be left behind by God, and so on. She probably sees herself as the prodigal son who ate pig slop because he disobeyed but got it all back by returning to the family. She had all those beliefs and thought patterns carved into her head as a child. If it seems a lot like mental illness, that's because it is a lot like it. Every disagreement you have, every time you contradict her truth too harshly, it's just evidence of your wickedness. It counts against you, and she'll retreat to prayer to avoid processing anything you told her. It's all from the devil. I say all this to give an idea of what you might be up against in case you didn't already know. I don't think this kind of thing gets fully fixed unless she cuts off her family on her own and realizes on her own that it's all nonsense and that her church is a cult, not a reasonable religion. Then again, her church tells her she'll be persecuted for being faithful. Maybe she thinks the persecution has already started. And her church is probably the kind that denounces people for not being extreme enough. Plus, you have to mend your relationship with her and with Maya, which are two separate things. She might only be willing to fully accept Maya if Maya joins her cult or its culture by being overtly modest in ways that she can recognize. I'm not sure what you can do besides telling her you love her, making the effort to learn how to speak her cultural language to make her feel more comfortable, and figuring out how her boundaries have changed so that she can feel understood and safe. She's not just speaking or thinking in English anymore. She's speaking and thinking in code for afterlife, judgment, insecurity, and fear. User Electronic House 365 said, "The other comment here does a wonderful job of explaining what's going on from your wife's perspective and how things are being twisted in her head. I'm not that smart, but I will say that this looks really tough. So tough that if I were in your position, I would start to prepare myself to let go and focus on myself. I say this because I feel worried about how all of this is stressing and affecting you. I know that in situations like this, it is very easy for us to cling to the dream of making it work somehow and getting the partner we love so deeply back, but from what I've heard here, I don't think that's a healthy choice. It feels awful to leave someone in a position like your wife is in, but trying to fix this all on your own and deal with someone like her is going to take a toll on you. She has a web of abusers around her who are pulling her in the wrong direction, and I don't know what you could even say to her without their influence, as well as your wife's mental state, twisting every little thing you say or do into an act of evil. We all want to be there for the people we love, even at their lowest times, but I think there is a point where self-sacrifice is too much. You shouldn't ruin yourself and your well-being to try and fix your relationship with someone who is so adamant in believing everything you do is an act of malice. Your wife's actions aren't just tearing you down, but also Maya and any other person in your life or hers whom she may view as evil. She may be someone you love very much, and she may be a victim herself, but it's not okay for her to make you and your loved ones victims as well. Please, please, please take care of yourself, seriously. None of this is your fault, so don't take it out on yourself or anything like that. You need some boundaries between you and your wife. Maybe even cut contact altogether, although I know that is much easier said than done, and ultimately it is your choice. I'm just saying I think it will be the healthiest option for you, even if it is hard at first. I wish you the best. Sorry if there is anything here that I have misread. At the end of the day, this is just advice from a stranger, but really think about what I've said, okay? The most recent update was made just 10 days ago. It's titled, "I'm a bit drunk. Be patient with me. I saw my wife earlier today. I wanted to sit down and start talking about what divorce was going to look like between us. We have over a decade of our finances, our home, and our lives intermingled. I've been paying for Maya's school. It's her job that provides most of our insurance coverage. I put the down payment on our house, but she's paid off just as much of it as I have. We'll have lawyers handle all this, but at the same time, I just wanted to look at her and make her see what she was doing. Divorce isn't just a word, it's a real concrete thing. The lives that we have been living are over as we know it. We're not old. It's not like we can't move on from this, but at the same time, I've been her husband for so long that I don't know who I am without her. When I got home, I started drinking and I haven't stopped all evening, which is stupid. Don't do what I did, I just couldn't stop. I kept seeing her sitting across from me, refusing to look at me. I don't know her anymore and I'm not sure if I ever did. My therapist talks about masking, right? Because of the PTSD and ADHD and everything. I mask a lot with coworkers or clients or whatever, but I never had to mask at home. And now I'm wondering if during this entire marriage, she was just masking being happy with me. Was she miserable the whole time? Did she pick me because I was stable and a good father figure to Maya? I'm not ugly, but I'm not handsome either. Our life was good, but was it? Was she just doing it because she learned all that stuff as a kid, that she had to please her husband? I feel sick. I feel like I abused her because I don't know how much of it was her and how much was just the programming she went through in that church. And Maya is just, she's not great. She's trying so hard to be stoic and strong, but she's my baby girl. I taught her how to fish and she's better at it than I am. She taught me how to knit when I was having trouble with work during the pandemic and struggling with the lockdown. She's such an amazing kid and she's hurting and I hate Grace for that. I hate her for hurting our kid, but I love her and that hurts too. I don't know what the point of this was. I came back to read over the theories about her cheating on me or menopause. I thought what we had was fixable. I thought if I worked at it, we could change things. And it's just over. It's so final. Let that be a lesson. Sometimes things just end and there is nothing any of us can do about it. This story was created in the relationship advice subreddit by a user named Hunty Bum. The post was made 9 months ago and is titled, I, 29F, am divorcing my husband, 28M, for suggesting an open marriage. Complicated feelings. Now, this post does start with an update/edit at the start, but we will go over that after we complete the initial post. My husband, 28M, and I, 29F, have been together for 9 years and married for 7. We had a not-so-classic shotgun wedding to give ourselves a better chance of receiving custody of his half-sister, 10F, when their mom suddenly passed away. Despite only being 20 and 21 years old, we did receive full legal custody over her absent father. This information isn't super relevant to the current situation, but it really sets the tone for our relationship, highlighting the sacrifices we made together and the things we each had to give up personally to raise this beautiful little girl. We don't have any children together, but his sister is now 17 and moved in with an older, more financially privileged aunt last year. Over the past year of this newfound alone time, I feel like we have flourished both personally and as a couple. We never fight, arguments are rare, and we are pretty good at coming to understandings and apologizing when necessary. Basically, I feel we have a pretty healthy relationship. We each do little things for each other. I receive flowers no less than 10 times a year. We go on little vacations together and are generally really good. I guess a bit of the spark was sputtering out for a while, but I feel like that's normal for a relationship as long as ours. Fast forward to this past October, my husband seems like he has been depressed, which is normal for this time of year because of the timing of losing both his mom and dad in different years around the same time. The holidays are tough for him, so I get it and try to be there for him. He had previously planned a attempt because of family issues before we met, so I take his mental health very seriously. He sits me down to have a serious conversation and starts by saying he wants to open up our relationship. I felt my heart drop to my stomach, but stayed silent and let him talk. He doesn't go into why, he just jumps right into rules and explains how he wants me to find someone first before he starts looking for someone himself. When I asked him why, he couldn't explain it and fumbled his words. I asked him if he already had someone in mind for himself, and of course, he denied it. I couldn't help it. I definitely blew up. I was totally blindsided by this proposal. I slept on the couch after my outburst, and he didn't even try to come after me to explain anything, which kind of made me feel worse. I had never felt so unwanted in my life than in that moment. I have never given the impression that I was the kind of girl open to that kind of relationship. I will never judge anyone for wanting to live that kind of life. but it's just not for me. He went to work the next day, but I had the day off and really thought about my situation. After crying for hours, I came to the realization that this was the end of our marriage. Even suggesting an open marriage was a deal breaker for me, I realized. While he was still at work, I moved all his stuff out of our bedroom and into his sister's old room, which is technically a spare room now. He came home from work ready to talk it out. After discussing more of why he wants this, I've come to realize several things. He is way kinkier than he lets on and is disappointed with our bedroom life. He knows I'm not on the same level and doesn't want to push me past my boundaries to try things he knows I won't like. When I asked how he knows I won't like to try these new things, he explained they are an escalation of things he already knows I'm not down for, but won't go into specifics. He is also unhappy with how infrequently we have sex, but has never really put in the effort to change anything regarding it. He just complained over and over and expected me to be ready to do the deed any minute of the day. He feels we have nothing in common now that his sister is gone. For context, he is more of an outdoorsy type, whereas I like to stay inside and read or play video games. I do venture out once in a while to do things he likes together and do genuinely enjoy them myself when I go, like kayaking and skiing. I do understand that it isn't as often as he would like though, because we got married so young, there are a lot of things neither of us really got to experience or try, mostly sexually. He is mourning the loss of his young 20s and never getting to sleep around and explore his kinks. Part of the rules he explained was that we wouldn't technically be sleeping around with whoever we wanted. He called it an open marriage, but described it more as polyamory, where we would each have a boyfriend or a girlfriend of our own that we went on dates with and did things together. Someone we were each allowed to love and be with. An emotional connection was pivotal for him, which broke my heart to pieces. During our talk, I told him I would never be able to look at him the same. I would never be enough for him, and he was basically trying to get a pass for guilt-free cheating in my eyes. I told him it sounded like he wanted to be with someone else without ever leaving the comfort of his marriage, knowing he could date around and not worry if those relationships would fail because he could just come home to me. He tried denying these things, saying he wanted to explore himself but didn't want to lose me in the process. He tried getting me to agree to marriage counseling to talk about the open marriage concept. I told him just proposing an open marriage was grounds for divorce for me, and I wasn't willing to go to a counselor for them to gang up on me to try to bully me into trying it. I know in reality that never would have happened, but emotions were high at the moment, because I told him I could never see him the same and how badly this crushed any self-confidence I may have had. He doubled down. He said if we went back into a relationship and pretended this never happened, then he would end up cheating on me. For him, it was an open marriage or nothing. I chose nothing. Divorce papers were filed exactly 1 week later. He was very hurt, angry that I could jump right to divorce and kick him out of our bedroom so fast. But I refused to be a second choice or have to fight for his attention. I can't believe he is okay with the idea of another person being with me. Is he willing to just give me up to explore his options? I can't believe I wasted so much of my time with him, helping him heal his family and raise his sister. I feel completely used. Advice: did I overreact? Should I have waited longer before filing for divorce? Should I have just gone to marriage counseling, or was my gut instinct correct about the marriage being over? I still love and care about him, but my brain is screaming to be logical. We still live together while we are trying to figure out how to split everything, but now he is being super toxic and petty, saying hurtful things, and then begging for personal details about my life. I need to get out of this house. How do I cope with these complicated feelings? TLDR, my husband blindsided me with wanting an open marriage, so I moved him to our spare bedroom while he wasn't home and filed for divorce a week later. Although he didn't outright say it, I definitely get the impression that he found someone else he likes and just doesn't have the balls to break up with OP. I can understand if OP's husband has certain desires, but if you don't properly communicate your feelings, you can't expect your partner to magically know what you want. To me, it sounds exactly how OP said. The guy just wants to go out and have more sex and explore his kinks. There's nothing wrong with that inherently, but what he has to understand is if he wants to do that, he needs to give up his wife. You cannot have this marriage and go around fucking whoever you want. In my mind, the guy already has one foot out the door, and I doubt that this relationship is salvageable. Based on other information provided by OP, the two just seem way too different from each other. I find it funny how OP's husband gave OP an ultimatum, and when she made a decision, he got angry. The guy is just so lost. Just happily proceed with the divorce. OP's husband even explicitly shared that he would cheat if the two were to continue together. I'd rather cut my losses rather than stick with someone like this and later feel betrayed. User A Thing Under Your Bed said, "No, you did the right thing. For you. Honestly, good for you." Under this comment, user Hungry Blood 3949 said he wants her to find someone first so he can cheat with whoever he has his eye on. Then he doubles down and says it's an open relationship or nothing. She absolutely did the right thing. He used her to raise his sister, and now he wants to sow his wild oats. Let him. He doesn't deserve his lovely wife. Someday he'll realize what he lost, and by then it'll be too late. User Magic Carpet 5846 said, "You're a genuine queen, and I'm so damn impressed that someone who got married so young and has so little relationship experience was still able to see this shit man for the person he is. You are doing so good, and you're way ahead of the curve. You're going to be just fine and find someone who will worship you in the way you want and deserve." Most women in your position would have stayed and lost their dignity and their marriage. You know your worth. Never forget that. He'll realize he up and it will be too late. Do not for a second give him the satisfaction of thinking you think this man is at all worth degrading yourself for. He isn't. He proved that to you. And you and I both know he has someone in mind and probably has her waiting on the sidelines patiently until you give the go-ahead. User Minutebox3852 said, "He keeps asking for info on your personal life." There you go. You are correct. He wants to cheat fully and freely. Him pestering about your personal life now that you're technically split shows he didn't actually want you to do the same. He has a problem with you being with someone else. Treat him as a ghost you're waiting to exorcise. Do not engage with him anymore. Let the lawyer handle that. User Notorious Dad said, "You did just fine. You knew your boundaries were clear and he doubled down. Don't doubt yourself. Continue the divorce. If you see him take the initiative and do the work, you might consider R, but I think that you'll find the freedom inspiring as you take control of the situation. D or R. Not easy, but inspiring." User Lead Latara said, "No OP, you are so admirable and strong and you made the right decision. You deserve more. You are still so young and can find the right person for you. Your ex-husband is going to regret this most likely. Either way, it doesn't matter. You're right about everything, his real motivations. Calling him out on how he wanted the safety of the marriage as he goes out to cheat. You hit the nail on the head. He's been checked out and it's likely that he was with you for his sister primarily, so you're also having the right feelings in that regard. If he wanted you, he'd explore kink with you. If he wanted you, he'd encourage you to go outdoors with him and talk to you about it. If he wanted you, he'd approach you about spicing up your sex life to allow for more frequent sex. You come across as incredibly intuitive, compassionate, and intelligent. You got this, I believe in you wholeheartedly, and I'm so sorry this happened to you." As for the update, it says the following. "Hello everyone, I wanted to say thank you all for the support. As for the update, where do I even start? It has been over the required 90 days since I initially filed for divorce before it can be deemed official. I'm going to the courthouse tomorrow to file the remaining paperwork. We had an easy, uncontested divorce. We agreed on how to split everything, and he didn't even give me a hard time about taking our 2 cats, who are quite attached to me. He was always the spare human. I bought a small home for myself and the 2 cats and moved a few days ago. I won't lie, this whole process has been very tough for me emotionally. It was especially hard considering he was constantly hot and then cold. He would jump from name calling and trying to control who came over to our house to finding reasons to call me on the phone all day and joking around with me like nothing was wrong. I feel like I have emotional whiplash from the last 3 months of living with him while looking for a new place to live. At one point, he came home to find me eating a meal I had just cooked during a break from packing. It was pretty disorganized, but I was in the middle of doing multiple things at the same time. He saw the mess and started yelling at me for it, throwing my things around the kitchen. Another day, he texted me asking why I wasn't interested in where he had been spending his days off, and later sheepishly asked if he dropped the open marriage demand, would I ever consider trying again. Of course, I told him we were way past that, considering the multiple times he promised he would cheat on me if we didn't open the marriage. I also got tested for a possible STD and came back clean as a whistle. I don't think he was already cheating, but he is damned embarrassed about this whole thing. He wants me to tell people he cheated on me when they ask why we are getting divorced instead of telling the truth of the matter. I'm still not sure what the correct course of action is for that. He was made aware in advance that after I moved and the divorce was finalized, I would be going no contact. I did all the legwork to make this happen, including getting all divorce paperwork and 2023 taxes filed, separating all bills and bank accounts, hiding the address to my new home, blocking him on all social media, and I will even be changing my phone number once everything is finalized. He feels that my going no contact is vindictive. No matter what he has said and done to hurt me, I still have a lot of love for this man. He doesn't deserve it, I know, but that is exactly why I need to go no contact. It's for my own peace and to maintain some semblance of self-respect. I can't tell him that because I don't want to give him, or myself to be honest, any false hope that we could work things out. I have no plans to be with anyone else in the near or distant future. I just want to work on building my confidence and getting into a healthier mindset. I haven't gotten to counseling yet. Like many have suggested, I was in survival mode for the last 3 months so I could get out of that hellish situation. Now that I'm in my new house and getting unpacked, I'm sure I will be able to relax enough to start feeling better soon. And if I don't, I have every intention of seeking professional help. I have a huge support network between friends and family. Our shared friends were all on my side as well. Not that there is a true right or wrong in a situation like this, but one of his best friends telling him this was the biggest mistake of his life was incredibly validating. The only thing I regret from my relationship with him is staying as long as I did despite all the red flags I ignored throughout the years. I went into detail on some of them in the comments of the original post. All I know is that I'm feeling a mix of relief and grief. I just need some time to allow myself to heal. Out of our many conversations, he told me that 99% of open marriages fail because they were opened for failing marriages, and that since we had a great relationship, we would have been fine. I tried explaining to him that I learned from some of you that what he suggested was not an open marriage, but rather parallel polyamory, and it was the most difficult form of polyamory to achieve. He didn't care and was only focused on convincing me to work it out with him. For me, there is nothing to work out. He wants to be with someone else and to fall in love again. So I'm giving him the freedom to do that while gracefully stepping back. As many have said, you don't get to have your cake and eat it too. There isn't much more to say on the matter. I said I was leaving and I did it. Here's to hoping 2024 is my year. This next story was made in the Off My Chest subreddit by a user named Pumice Alice. It was made 2 months ago and is titled, I'm leaving my BF because of a prenup. I'm leaving because my boyfriend asked me for a prenup. I'm 34F, breaking up with my boyfriend, 34M, because of a prenup. I've been with my boyfriend for about 2 years. Everything is going well and we love each other. We've been discussing marriage and he mentioned that he would not marry me without a prenup. We discussed this in detail and I did not like what he proposed. His family owns a lot of property and land and has substantial savings. After marriage, he wants me to move into one of the houses his parents own. I told him I am uncomfortable building a life and a family in a house I have no ownership in, and he didn't understand. I told him I'd prefer to rent a place together, or we could live temporarily in one of his parents' houses and look at property together, but he refused. He said he liked the houses his parents own and that he already owns. He said he would not buy other property and would not sell any of his property to buy one with me. He told me if I wanted to own property, I could save up money by living in one of these properties and invest in one myself. The problem is that he would be entitled to half if we divorce, since my purchase would happen after marriage. He told me I could pay his parents rent if I felt like I didn't belong on the property. He also suggested I could buy half of the house we live in from his parents. The problem is that I don't like the houses that he or his parents own. They also have a lot of stuff and I feel like there's no space for me. I want to look at houses, I want to pick the place I live in, and I want to do it with my partner. I've made this clear to him over and over, but he won't budge. He earns more than I do, and he has more assets than I do for sure. He made it clear he was afraid I was a gold digger and that he wants to protect himself and his family's assets from me, which I can understand. This whole situation has made me feel very weird. This topic has come up before and it has always made me feel very small. It makes me feel like all he cares about are his assets. It makes me feel like he wants me as long as I fit into the life he has already built and doesn't care to build one with me. It makes me feel like a gold digger. He has enough money to retire right now and live comfortably. I don't. He basically told me that whatever money he earns now, he can spend so he won't be investing too much anymore. He expects our earnings and our savings after marriage to be split, which I feel uneasy about. I'm sure this is normal for some people. I'm sure other people would be happy to be with someone who is well off. I am not. I want someone beside me building a life with me, not someone who has built a life with his parents and wants me as long as I behave and fit into his life, which is how he's been making me feel. So I'm leaving him. I welcome opinions on this, but yeah, it's been too long that this has made me feel uneasy about our relationship. I'm protecting my peace and leaving him with all his houses and money. TLDR. My boyfriend and I are talking about marriage. He and his family are well off. He wants me to live in a house I don't own and doesn't want to look at houses with me. He wants half of post-prenup assets, so I'm leaving. After reading the post, I get the feeling that the issue here isn't even the prenup. It's more so a problem with OP's BF's personality and wants. I'm not against a prenup at all. In fact, I'm very likely to sign one myself. From what OP shared, it seemed like her BF had already built up a life that he wanted to stick to. He doesn't want to change his plans for his partner. It feels like he wants to be the dominant personality here and just needs someone to be a puppet. And OP seems to understand that. She says that she understands that her BF wants to protect his assets and is okay with that. But she doesn't like that she gets no say in any area in the relationship, which is totally understandable. The two are just too different with their goals and wants. For that reason, I think this breakup is totally justified on both ends. User YuckyWave3379 said, "This is a great move, you're doing the right thing. I'm usually team prenup, but you'd be getting screwed here, especially if you kept building wealth and your assets post-marriage and he just kicks back on what he already has. If you did split, he'd make out better than you despite already starting with one leg up. On top of that, he's not listening to what you want, your own place and space and a life you build together. He just wants you to follow his plan. Yucky." User Curiosity60 said, "I'm not sure such a one-sided prenup would even be enforceable. But since by the time a divorce happened, OP would be so disheartened and beaten down by being a powerless accessory to her husband and his family that it might not matter or help. This sounds like an invitation to a lifetime of financial abuse, devaluation, and control for OP. Fiancé cares nothing about OP's goals, values, needs, and vulnerabilities in life's major areas. He's got his locked in so tight that he never has to consider, much less compromise to support OP's unique humanity, point of view, and need for autonomy." Under this comment, OP said the following, "Yes, I do feel like he wouldn't support me, which is what I want. His family is actually really sweet. I have a feeling his parents don't know about this situation, but I will talk to everyone when I leave, so I'll keep you all updated." User Thoughts in Turmoil said, "You sound very grounded in this decision. Like, you've both felt it and thought about it through and through. If you have brought this up with him and he can't or won't see what you mean and doesn't make any effort to understand or meet you halfway, then I very much understand your decision. That isn't a partnership. That's someone bulldozing the other because they are utterly convinced that they have the best perspective, best opinion, have made the wisest choice, etc. It isn't even a discussion. That doesn't make you feel valuable or even human, to be honest. Like you, your feelings, opinions, and values basically don't exist. If no one hears you, do you even exist?" User Upper Recognition 855 said, "I think you're making the right call. He doesn't want to build a life with you, but he also doesn't want to share his life with you. You'd be taking all the risk in this arrangement, and if he's not willing to compromise in this area, it's probably just a taste of things to come." User No Name Brand 0 said, "You're doing the right thing by leaving. His protecting his assets with a prenup isn't a problem. If I were him, I'd demand a prenup too. The problem is he thinks he can dictate all the future terms of your life and living arrangements and is too selfish to consider liquidating or spending money to purchase a marital home picked out by both of you. That meets both your likes and standards, that you can decorate and own as a couple, that belongs to both of you, that is owned by both of you. He sounds like an asinine pig, not a partner. He wants a bang maid to fit into his life on his terms. He has no interest in creating a loving home with an equal partnership. He just wants to basically keep you like a pet that services him. Absolutely, you're better off without him." Over a month later, OP gave us an update. So many things have happened. This is a bit of a rant, and I know I'm missing parts, but I'll try to cover the important bits. Before I start, here's some important context. I have a stable and rewarding career, and though I don't earn as much as he does, I am very happy with what I can afford. My parents have always taught me that women should be independent, and I've taken that to heart. I live below my means, which has allowed me to put aside money for savings and investments. A lot of comments have mentioned that I should take the free rent, and that it would somehow set me forward in life. But for me, giving up my sense of autonomy and control over my home, my safe space, is not worth the potential savings. I lived with my parents and saved aggressively until I was 30, so I'm lucky enough to be in a position where I can comfortably afford rent or a mortgage by myself. Plus, he expected the living situation to be permanent. I would not move into a house owned by someone else just to save on rent. Would it be nice to save $2,000 a month? Sure. But most people pay rent, and I am not an exception. If I really wanted that, I could move back in with my parents. But again, autonomy is very important to me. Also, if he's this stubborn now, I don't see how this situation could improve later after I've already moved in. I could also counter the prenup and make it so all my accumulated assets stay mine. Or put in a clause that I'll be compensated for any children we have, or that I'd get alimony or at least have a roof over my head in case we divorce. But for me, that feels overly transactional. It also gives me the impression that I'm going to be living with a roommate who I sleep with and might have babies with, not a partner. I prefer to feel like we're in it together. He can keep what was his, but I want to build up what is ours. Also, if everything is completely split, it'll open up a new can of worms. How will our expenses be split if I'm working and he's just chilling? What happens when we have children? He has money saved for them, but will I get a say in how we spend that money? I know these can be worked out, but this is not the type of marriage I want. I can't predict everything that will happen, and I don't think I can capture it in a contract. And it's already been so heartbreaking for me, I don't want to go through more. Anyways, yada yada yada, I'll just say that it felt like I was being stripped of my autonomy, stonewalled, and treated like a hostile. Okay, on to updates. So I told him I needed to end this relationship. I appreciated and truly enjoyed my time with him, but our financial values and preferred married lifestyles just don't match. It was a quick and easy conversation, to be honest. I expected the breakup to be a bit of a process, not a one and done thing, since our lives overlap a lot. I'm also in contact with a lot of his family, so of course, during this whole time, a lot of them got involved, but blah blah. Not super relevant to updates. Talk with his parents. Okay, I love his parents. I had a great relationship with them. I would go over to their house, we would have food, chat, watch TV, and sometimes I would go to the parties they host without my ex if he was busy. A few days after my talk with my ex, I went over to say goodbye. I didn't know if the prenup was family enforced or not, so I kept it very general and mainly focused on how the situation made me feel and what I was looking for in a relationship. His parents had a shocked Pikachu face when I told them why I was leaving. I'm going to bullet point the rest. His parents really want grandbabies. However, my ex's younger brother and sister-in-law do not want kids. They were so happy when I came into their lives and found out I wanted kids. His parents created their wealth together, with his dad being the major breadwinner for most of their relationship. His mom was shocked at what he was offering me, saying these aren't the values he was raised with. She has been effectively retired for almost 15 years, and she said my ex's dad never made her feel uncomfortable because of the difference in earning potential. They told me that they built their assets for themselves and their children. They said that includes whoever their children decide to share their lives with. They have many properties. However, they also have enough investments that they can live off of those. They told me their plan was to sign over a house of our choosing as a wedding gift or sell a house and give us cash so we could buy a house we both wanted. As they got older, they planned to evenly divide their properties between my ex and his brother since they wouldn't want to manage the properties anymore and would live off their investments. My ex's mom said she would have made sure my name was on my ex's portion, especially since we wanted kids. They mentioned that investments would go directly into funds for grandkids after their passing. Maybe this is what my ex was referring to when he said his children would be set. Bit morbid though. My ex's mom told me that the mother of her grandbabies would be taken care of, and she wanted us to be on equal footing while raising a family. To be honest, this conversation was kind of like a weight off my chest. I always loved his family and never felt excluded, but the prenup talks left me confused and hurt. What they said fit with what I knew from my ex and them before. I'd be lying if I said I didn't start imagining this life. I talked to my ex again. I'll bullet point this too. Basically, he told me his dad had joked before about how he hoped he and his brother would not find gold diggers, and that's where that comment came from. He felt a responsibility to protect his parents' assets since he didn't feel entitled to them, so by extension, I wasn't entitled either. In his culture, sons carry on the family line, so he felt he had to keep his assets in the family line, which I'm not part of, but any sons we had would be. Most of the assets he's worried about are under his parents' names, and he had never asked for their opinion on what to do. He just did what he thought he should do. He also said he isn't that well off and that his assets shouldn't come between us. This is still confusing to me. Isn't this whole thing because he was well off and wanted to hold on to what he had and not create a shared lifestyle? I think maybe he meant he didn't own much and most things were actually under his parents' names. He felt he was punching above his weight with me and was scared I would leave him. He was afraid I was with him because of his finances, since that was the only thing he had more of, whereas he said I am intelligent, hardworking, beautiful, blah blah. He was scared about moving forward with the relationship, but instead of communicating, he became defensive. To me, it seems like he said and did things because he was feeling deeply insecure. He had made a couple of passing comments before about me being more beautiful than him or how I'm more hardworking, etc., but I had always taken them as compliments, not self-deprecating comments towards himself. He's such a caring, funny, and intelligent person, just in a different way than me. Also, I know he's not as confident as he comes across, but I had no idea that his insecurities ran this deep. He also apologized over and over for making me feel like an outsider to him and his parents and insisted that he wanted to share a life with me. He said his insecurities and fears got the best of him and he didn't handle it well. He had taken advantage of my patience and lashed out because he felt inadequate and scared. It broke my heart because I think all of this could have been avoided. We've been through this song and dance many times before, where he would feel some sort of way and then act out as he processed it. Until now, I always stayed through it and we would move on, but it has never gone on for so long. I guess the issues we faced before were smaller compared to mapping out our whole lives. I've pushed him to seek individual counseling and we've attended couples counseling together, but I can't force him to sit down and identify his emotions or employ the tools we were taught. The prenup conversation happened over a long period of time. He had so many chances to pump the brakes and reflect on what he was saying and simply just listen to me, but he didn't. He then sat in front of me saying that everything he said before was not what he meant. He said he would be happy to take care of me and our future kids. We could buy a house together or rent if I wanted to because now he wasn't scared about creating a life together, completely opposite to everything he had been saying. But how unsettling is it that he seemed so completely comfortable and confident in the hurtful words he previously said and was okay with placing me in an unequal position in the relationship? Despite my continuously trying to articulate what I wanted and how he was making me feel, he didn't even consider my side over months. I know I have a good deal with what his parents are offering, and I know he and I get along super well, but I'm not marrying his parents. I can't have his mom with us during every argument or life decision we make. Thinking back, I can count on one hand the times we've run into issues, and he was able to address them without acting up. He's such a nice guy, but I can't be his garbage bin every time he needs to sort out his feelings. It's already worn me down. He's a grown man, he's intelligent and intuitive. He's had 2 years to learn how to communicate with me, and he's not. I honestly can't tell if what he said to me is genuine, coming from his parents, or coming from a fear of losing me. I could give him the benefit of the doubt again and move forward with the relationship as I've done in the past. But I'm tired. I think this is a fixable problem, but I also have not seen any improvement since we started dating. If anything, this prolonged experience has made me feel it's gotten worse. I will not make the mistake of investing in a man because of what he could be instead of who he is. If the last few months are a testament to how he handles stressful situations, I can only take things as they are and assume they won't change. This whole thing has left me feeling sour. I don't need too much, but I do expect to be treated with love and support, even during times of disagreement. I cannot just forget the feelings and words I felt and heard over the last couple of months. I can't just unhear and unknow that he is afraid I'm a gold digger. That was just one of many comments that really hurt me. I think life will have a lot more ups and downs, and I cannot imagine what kind of difficulties we'll face if this is how we communicate, even after identifying it and working on it in therapy. For these reasons, I'm still choosing to walk away. This is very different from leaving because of a prenup, but it is leaving nonetheless. To be honest, this hurts more. I know it will hurt for a while, but I pray I'll be avoiding heartache and complications in the future. Who knows? If it was meant to be, maybe we'll find our way back. For now, I've told him and his family I need space and time. I know that it seems like I'm giving up a lot, but of course, there are things I can't put in a post. I actually wrote the above quite early, but I didn't post it because it didn't feel like it was over. But now, after this time, I know it is. It's been tough, and it's only been a couple of months, but I'm sure I made the right call. It's tough watching everyone coupled up and having children, but it is what it is. I'm proud of myself for leaving, and I'm slowly healing. Thank you everyone for your comments and DMs. Sorry I couldn't get back to everyone, but I appreciate you all. User Jezebel103 said, I will not make the mistake of investing in a man because of what he could be instead of who he is. I wish more young women would have the insight and strength to see this and act on it. I applaud your wisdom. User Slight Suggestion 79 said, this isn't about the prenup. Sure, it's what broke the camel's back, but you yourself have to realize that if this is the way he acts, there is no way this marriage would last. Even you mentioned the issues you had before. The prenup was the icing on the cake. I'm glad you found that out before marrying him. User A Wind-Up Bird said, good job on paying attention to the red flags and being willing to walk away, even if it hurts, to save yourself greater heartache later. You made a great point about how you won't invest in a man because of who he could be rather than who he is. You're being smart. Too many people make the mistake of staying with someone for their potential. I see so many posts on Reddit by people who ignored these kinds of red flags, and then 10 years down the line and several children later, they're absolutely miserable and wonder why their partner won't change. User Firebird Writer said, I am proud of you for not being convinced to stay and for finding out that the prenup wasn't up to standard. The reality is, you describe a cycle of his increasingly manipulative and toxic behavior. The dude needs therapy and you deserve better. A prenup isn't supposed to be a we never share. It's supposed to be a plan for the future if things don't go according to plan. This includes if you get sick, for kids, and if you or he dies. It's not supposed to be now we never share. Did he miss the memo that stated that marital assets include all earnings for you both after you wed? Yes, he did. Did he forget the this is about security for the future for us both thing? Yes, he did. Reading this the moment he said you wouldn't be family despite marrying him and having his kids. He told you right then he does not have the values you need forever. I hope to wed someone you love and do a prenup for the right reasons versus his. Whatever the that was. User Broseph Heller said, sorry, am I the only one who finds his family's generous offer to be really weird and extremely sexist? So they're gifting you a house but only because you're having kids? Damn, I feel bad for his brother and wife. Fuck them, I guess, because they're not having kids. And his parents don't actually care about you. You're just a broodmare for their grandbabies. It would probably be a nightmare for grandparents to constantly try to exert control because they have money and pay for things. There's no way they don't hold that over your head anytime they want to see the grandkids or discipline them in a way you disagree with. And then only your sons would be considered the bloodline to inherit assets, not any daughters. Tells you everything you need to know about how they feel about you as a woman. They're telling you what you want to hear now, so you'll stay and have children. But as soon as you have a son, they won't give a about you. Or God forbid you only have girls, then you'll be a failure to them. Sorry, this whole thing is 50 shades of up. You dodged a huge bullet, OP. This story was created by a user named mcruise758 on the Surviving Infidelity subreddit in 2020. The post is titled, I caught my brother in bed with my wife. I don't know how to deal with this. This was actually almost 5 months ago, yet I feel like I was stabbed in the heart 5 seconds ago. I'm a delivery driver for FedEx, so I'm never away from home. So why is my wife always complaining that I'm away for too long? One day, my brother tells me he wants to go on vacation. I'm like, where to? He wants to go snowboarding. That same day, my wife tells me she's going on vacation with her friends. Of course, I believed her. She left a day before my brother did, so I thought I had nothing to worry about. I don't have any kids with my wife yet. 2 weeks later, my neighbor told me that my brother was holding hands with my wife. My brother is married. Somehow, his wife looks like my wife. I always found that weird. I thought since he was older, he mistakenly confused himself with my sister-in-law. I'm coming home from work one day and I go into my house. All I had in my mind was that I needed a shower. I go to my room and see my wife shirtless, literally sleeping next to my naked brother. I'm not a fighter, I've never been in a fight before, but I grabbed his foot and yanked him off my bed. I started screaming at him. She wakes up and starts saying the typical female crap. It's not what it looks like. I learned they've been at this for 2 years. After that scenario, I told his wife. This isn't the first person he cheated on her with, so she had enough. She started divorce procedures. I did the same. My wife begs me to forgive her. I know why she wants a second chance. She'll be homeless and my ex-brother is homeless. I've been with my wife for 4 years. I don't believe in family anymore. My brother was the last relative I counted on. He can rot for all I care. I was warned, don't marry American women, but I'm an American myself. However, American women are the most trifling human beings in the world. I believe that now. I don't want to completely dox myself, but I am American born. However, ethnically, I'm not American. My parents also believe that quote-unquote normal Americans tend to play around with their relationships much more, or that they don't seem to take relationships as seriously as other cultures. And being someone who has seen both sides, I have to agree. However, I will say that they are kind of generalizing. No matter what culture you're observing, there are good and bad people. I just hope OP will be able to find some level of peace where he doesn't group everyone together. This is a shitty situation to be in, and his brother is scum. OP also needs to understand that not all women are like this. It's just that you don't hear about the great healthy relationships. You mainly get pushed the toxic ones, where either partner screw over the other. Anyway, yeah, just divorce the woman and cut off the brother. They can both go live on the streets together. I find it immensely satisfying to hear someone groveling for forgiveness over their infidelity. User Maygray Invented said, I am sorry that you had to witness this heartbreaking scene. I can't imagine you're hurt. However, it is not typical female behavior to start claiming that it isn't what it looks like. That's not an exclusive female behavior. Men do it too. I've even heard it from a man myself. And I'm also an American woman who has never cheated on her husband. Never have, never will. User Hot Pinky Ratso said, the fact is 1/3 of all women and men either have cheated or will cheat. Actually, you got lucky since 80% of them never get caught. People who cheat do so because they have character problems, as in they don't have any. The more you think about it, I'm certain you will start remembering things that just are right with your wife. As far as your brother goes, he's even lower than your wife if that's possible. Divorce as fast as humanly possible. How is her family taking this? User Random Gen New said, leave, don't look back. Not the same situation, but similar betrayal and deception. You will be happy again. You are loyal and honest, virtuous traits which make you a great person. There are other loyal women with the same traits, yes, even in America, and I get your comment as I've lived and worked all over the world, that you have. It is possible to be happy and find love, and you will, just not with her. You owe them nothing. Move on with your life and find a suitable partner that is of the same caliber. User Balling All Day 25 said, just finalizing a divorce in an almost as crazy situation as you had done to you. I can tell you it gets better, and as for me, I found a gorgeous Brazilian woman years younger than my ex-wife, and I plan to marry her one day. Like you, my ex can rot for all I care. I cut her out of every part of my life, and we are co-parents only. I don't think it has anything to do with American women, though honestly, I know many who treat their husbands like gold. I think it has to do with the environment and possibly the way they were raised. User Zion is next LeBron said, wait, she wants a second chance after cheating on you for over 2 years. Tell your wife to kick rocks. You know damn well that she doesn't deserve your forgiveness. If you stay with her, it will eat you up alive. If you don't, you will be much happier. She chooses to cheat on you and put your life in danger by having sex with your brother. Your brother was and is homeless, and disease is very rampant in the lower level class. Science has proven it. While you were working, kick her out. Live your life. Because at the end of the day, she chooses to hurt you, and to let someone like that be in your life, you are putting yourself up for failure and getting hurt. User PamD72 said, this breaks my heart. I caught my partner in bed with a naked woman. It was the one time, or so he says. I found out that it had been going on for years. Yours is even worse. If it had been one of my sisters, I would never be able to forgive her. I'm sorry this happened, but not all American women are like that, and foreign women will and do cheat too. Good luck. It's been 3 years for me, and I still get heart-wrenching flashbacks. It's not as often, but it still hurts. User Mike Tropical 61 said, "First, let me say that this is terrible, a stab to the heart, and no wonder you still feel pain when you think about it. You really got betrayed twice by your brother and by your wife. So the relationship is dead for both, and now you have to decide if you want to rebuild either from the ashes of the old." Now, the wife did tell you what her problem was. She loves attention, and this, coupled with insecurities and stress, made her seek that attention with your brother, who is also in the same category, having seen his cheating before. He was also close and near, so he was the perfect partner for her. I would also assume that both of you have similar looks, so there is that. When she received the attention, and this probably started happening when she complained to you about not getting enough attention from you, she reciprocated that attention, and the dopamine and endorphins were released in her brain, which is the goal for cheaters in the first place. They get high off of that pleasure hormone release. All of this escalates because they want more and more dopamine until it becomes physical. Once it becomes physical, then the relationship part of this starts. First, they are in the pleasure fog, then the oxytocin release, or the intimacy, trust, and love hormone is being released. So you are absolutely right in your statement that she wants the relationship with you to continue because she wants to retain her security and comfort. I hope you tied some serious conditions on reconciliation if you were so inclined, because if you do not get her help in the form of IC, she will do this again and again in the future. If she refuses, I hope you called this whole thing quits. You would be better off repairing the relationship with your brother because he is his wife's problem. As for the second and third posts, I'll be grouping them together since they're both short. Well, there is nothing I can do. I found out this morning that he had it for a little bit. Our sister FaceTimed me. She showed me him and he doesn't look too good. She told me to talk to him to give each other peace. Nah, he can rot. He is no brother of mine. As for my wife, she still begs me to take her back. She gets on her knees. Sorry, but no. As for my ex-brother, I do wish him luck. All he did was smoke and drink all his life. I have to apologize to those who were upset with me for believing that most women cheat. After discovering this, my marriage was destroyed. I've been cheated on more times than I can count. I've dated multiple women and I've been cheated on by all. Now, the one I married has been cheating on me for 2 years. What the hell would you have me think? I became very arrogant after this, very heartless. My brother is dying from this virus and I don't feel a thing about it. There's nothing I can do anyway, so I don't care. My wife is about to be out on the streets. She's ashamed to ask others for help. Yeah, I know there are many women who won't cheat. In my eyes, I can't trust even family. So again, my apologies. I meant no disrespect. It just came out the wrong way. A deleted user said, "I am sure the shock will wear off eventually. I can't imagine how much stress you're under with all that is going on in your life. When the shock does wear off, and it does eventually, think about who you are and how you believe a relationship should be. Focus on the things that you did well and become a better person for your next partner. Be selective in who you choose to be with." Shortly after my wife died, I found confirmation that she had been cheating on me. It really took me quite a bit to realize that not all women are garbage and that I could find a healthy relationship in the future. I have spent a lot of time figuring myself out and beginning the man that I need to be. User Blue Dolly said, "Hey, no shame, just saying. The love of my life walked out of the door of the home we had built together with our literal blood, sweat, and tears. Kissed me goodbye, told me he loved me, would be back soon. He was going to get vitamins. They don't have to cheat to destroy you. I got to find out while on lockdown that he's with someone else. It must be serious since he's posting on social media about her, pictures of them kissing and happy while having literally bought property with me. I remained virtually unknown. It's not a gender. It's a mindset. It's those who are always looking for something better around the corner while making us poor saps believe that we're somehow special. I want you to make it through this, because that will mean me making it through was right. I'm being honest. Sometimes it's important to know that someone else can make it through so your own pain and suffering seem worthwhile. I won't lie, I'm not in a great place, but I did make it through and so can you. So if I can make it through, you can too." Another deleted user said, "Hey, we've all said some things in the heat of the moment, especially if anger is involved. I've been cheated on by every single male partner I've had too, and I may have some similar thoughts to you, but deep down we both know that not everyone cheats. The fact that the wife and your brother happened is insane. Holy crap, I would be fuming too. Sounds like brother is on his way out, which is sad but not your issue. Divorce is the answer for sure. I seriously recommend when you can, seek some kind of therapy. It's super unhealthy to live as a pissed off human. There's a way more to do. User Puka0804 said, I know how you're feeling, and it does get better. I was cheated on in my first 2 relationships. Both were shit. Now I have someone amazing, and I know without a doubt he loves me. He has eyes for only me. I haven't wondered in about 4 months if he's ever going to cheat. We've been together for almost 10. I trust him 100%. The first time I was cheated on was in 2011. Second, 2014. Same with the third. The fourth and fifth times were in 2015. For the last 4, I was pregnant. I didn't find out about the last 2 until last year though. The first 2, I found the messages and he ran to Texas for 2 weeks. Refused to explain or anything. His answer to the messages of her waiting in bed for him, she's crazy and I'm not sleeping with her. Basically, they f***ed up and lost someone loyal as and that's on them. It's never our fault when we are cheated on. I beat myself up for years, but it's all on them for cheating. You will come out stronger in the end. It might take time. Basically, don't give up hope. Someone will realize your worth and do nothing that would hurt you, and she will be perfect. You will never doubt her, you will know you can trust her, and you will be inexplicably happy. The fourth post is titled, Ex-brother is on deathbed, so I have 2 brothers and 2 sisters. I'm in the middle, making a total of 5 kids. I was never a parent, I don't know the love of having children, but seeing the pain my parents are going through depresses me. I shouldn't wish harm on anyone, especially my family. My mother told me, if you don't speak to your brother because of that you married, you're going to regret it. I can't make you, but it's a shame how even family can hate one another. I told her I refused to speak to someone like him, and I cried while walking away. My ex-brother is literally on his deathbed. Everyone just assumes he's going to die. I wish him luck. Do I think he got what he deserves? Maybe. Who am I to judge? Do I feel bad? Am I going to miss him? No. Jealousy and hatred are powerful things. To be honest, if I do go talk to him, protected, of course, 1, I could still get sick, and 2, it'll only make things worse. Knowing how much I resent him, I'll probably tell him he got what he deserves. Probably something like, have fun burning in hell. I have nothing good to say to him, so I'd rather just not say anything at all. Forgiveness is out of the question. I asked my wife why she did it. She said every girl will cheat if they don't have what they want. I asked her what she wanted. She said a better life. She tried telling me how sorry she was for hurting me, that she knew I loved her, but that I could find someone else that's much better than her. For the trolls who will hate on me for this, please read slowly. I don't care. She said it, not me. I get it now. I've been cheated on so many times because they wanted something better, I guess. It's sad. Back in the day, people had more self-respect. I wonder what happened. User Agent of Bliss said, every girl cheats when they don't get what they want. What a dumbass response. No disrespect to your mother, but she needs to stop acting like this is 100% your ex's fault. He purposefully played a part in this as well. I'd personally forgive him eventually, but it would be after he's 6 feet under. User Player No More said, her response was the stupidest I ever heard. Your married brother is better. Even if he made more money, his family was getting it. All she ever could have gotten out of cheating with your brother is cheating with your brother. A better response would be, that's the type of person I am. At least, that would be honest. For your mother's sake, I would call my brother and say, sorry you are sick, I wouldn't wish that on you. Don't let what they did mess up your relationship with your mother. User Rocketman062395 said her response is dumb, but in my experience, it's accurate. Women will rarely actually speak up about what's wrong by being direct and wanting to fix it. My solution and advice, don't ever believe them when they tell you that they love, like, miss you, etc. Accept that it's just your turn and when she leaves. You won't be hurt or as hurt. You always got to focus on yourself, no one else. The final post is titled, my brother died a couple of days ago. I don't know how to feel about this. Wanted to give another update. My brother died a couple of days ago. I had to process all of this. I made peace with my brother, as my mother would call it. I spoke to him. He looked at me and told me it's pointless for him to apologize to me because he was never sorry. I'm pretty much going to be paraphrasing because how am I going to remember everything we said? But he did say, you can't trust not just women, but no one. Women are cruel and evil, sure, but so is everyone else. No one is perfect. Look at mom. She slept with the man dad hated and got pregnant with me, but yet she has the nerve to call Ashley a whore, right? You think dad doesn't regret staying with her or regret raising me, all because of a stupid fight. When mom got sick, dad told her to get the man who fathered me to help her. This is how human beings are. You're not perfect either, no matter how hard you try to be. He continued, let me tell you this. Life will hit you much harder than Ashley and me. You're only 28. You're going to finish this semester and graduate with an engineering degree and will join the military to be an engineer. I am proud of you, but please promise me this. You will not be married to any woman while you're in the military. Women will only seek you for their military wife benefits and will cheat and betray you while you're gone, and you'll be gone for months or maybe even longer. If you stay with Ashley, I promise the same thing will happen. He said women are only for pleasure and to control. I completely disagree. Nobody is a slave, but I agree that I shouldn't be married to any woman if I still end up going into the military. That's an automatic betrayal. If anyone gets triggered by my opinion, go cry in a corner. I don't give a I found my soon-to-be ex-wife. She is living in her car right now, LOL. I told her about my brother. She started crying. She's doing well given her circumstances. I was thinking of letting her stay in the house so she can be safe, but it looks like she can handle herself. That's good. When she confessed everything to me that day, she told me she fell in love with him a long time ago. I told her if she gets sick and ends up like him, she might be able to see him again and be happy. I know I'm a heartless piece of crap right now. I have no feeling about what happened because I'm pushing it all to the side. I feel numb to everything that has happened. I refuse to get emotional for something that can't be helped. It's just like my ex-bro said, no one is perfect. That doesn't mean I'm going to f up my life and end up in jail and destroy my future career. For what? 2 disgusting pieces of crap? Please. She ain't my problem anymore, and neither is he. Maybe I'll give an update about my soon-to-be ex later on. Man, I hate the brother, but what he said at the end is unfortunately true. Or rather, part of it is. I obviously disagree with the idea that women are only to be controlled, but what the brother said about there being tons of people in the world who will cheat is reality. I'm not sure if this was some sort of attempt to get OP's forgiveness or what, but it was a shitty attempt. He will always be remembered as a piece of shit person. User Hijacker97 said, in the end, your brother justified his scummy decisions with some skewed perception of reality. Or rather, he let himself have a skewed perception of reality by getting caught up with your mom's cheating episode. In the end, that's how scums are made. Justifying scummy behavior is how scum still exists. Here's something I think / see in the world of scums. They get scummed by someone before. Don't let go of that pain until they themselves become a scum, and then because of their behavior, they attract other scums and they get surrounded. From here on, it's a vicious cycle of confirmation / justification of me versus the scummy world theory. Anyone who approaches them with good intentions at this time would be written off as naive, stupid, or immature, and it's somehow their fault for not being a scum. This group of people feels much more comfortable seeing the world retaining its scummy nature than seeing their theories about the world being wrong. If they realize they're wrong, they have to admit that the wrongdoings they faced are just unlucky sequences of events, improbable events, or that they have been living in the wrong parts of the world. And then they feel like they have no rightful reason to be angry anymore. They don't deserve to feel hurt or wronged, and ending the cycle of hurting others partially lies in the responsibilities of their hands. Does it sound like I'm imposing here? Yes, I am. I held these beliefs for so long that it ultimately became my biggest obstacle to be better. Took me long enough to realize I was wrong, and now I feel refreshed since I've let go of that view. They can go ahead and do that. Be stuck in their world of the cycle of scum. Maybe they'll realize they're part of the problem someday, maybe not, but it's not your job to wake them up, and you don't have to be like them, like him. Take his words as a grain of salt, that there are people who is still stuck in that juvenile mentality. Sadly, your ex-wife is one of them, and you'll likely meet people like that again someday, but they're not important. Let's hope that the next time you choose, it won't be like your ex-wife. That's all you can do. That's all we can do. User Arrogant1 said, people can downvote me all they want, but I read your previous post and I wouldn't have said goodbye to him. Given the fact that he was a product of your mom cheating, I wouldn't have considered him my brother in the first place. I'll go one further and say that my mom insisting I meet to say goodbye or apologize would have gone in one ear and out the other. She lost the right to call herself your mom when she cheated on your dad. I would have told her that her mistake was getting ready to die. He was her problem from the minute he was conceived until he took his last breath. I think you weren't heartless enough, frankly, but then I would have cut your mom and him out of my life long before anything happened with Ashley. As for your or if she ends up dying from COVID or gets killed by some crackhead while living in her car, so what? If she'd been loyal and honest, she wouldn't be where she is now. Cheat on me and you're dead to me. May as well be dead anyway. Show her no kindness. Don't check on her. Don't let her contact you and don't contact her. Let her downward spiral continue. She is getting what she deserves just as he did. Your former non-brother is right about not being married and being in the military. Graduate and go in with no ties to anyone as far as dating and marriage. He may have been correct about that, but so what? Even a blind dog finds a hydrant once in a while. Good riddance. Hope she joins him soon. This next post was made in the Cheating Stories subreddit by a user named NoDifficulty7865. It's titled, Revenge on My Cheating Husband. I found out my husband cheated on me in November. I have known this man since I was 5, have been best friends forever, and have now been married for 5 years. He decided he wanted a divorce. 2 months ago, he basically came crawling back and asked for our marriage back. I said, okay, little does he know I'm saving $500 on his dime every month to leave him eventually. Little does he know I'm losing weight and getting my body in the best shape of its life for my future person who will never take me for granted. Little does he know I made a fake profile on Snapchat and added his father to it. His father is now cheating on his mother with the fake profile, aka me. I will be sending all the screenshots to his mother after I leave. Normally, I wouldn't bring anyone else into this, but his mother decided I was in the wrong for her son cheating on me. Won't it be ironic? Little does he know I talked to my rental manager and signed a contract to leave that apartment, which is in my name, in December, the same week he will be gone on a trip. Won't it be funny when he comes back to New Locks, his wife missing, his stuff in the dumpster, and nowhere to live? Oh, and did I mention his dream car is in my name because I had better credit? But don't worry, I've already started the process of selling it and it will be towed to California that same week he's on vacation. I will never ever let anybody play me for a fool again, and I certainly won't let someone cheat on me and leave me only to try to pick me as a second option later. Who said revenge isn't sweet? This story was created by a throwaway account in the marriage subreddit about a month ago. The post is titled, My husband cheated and gave me an STD while I'm currently pregnant. I'm currently 8 weeks into my pregnancy. I had gone for a routine pap smear and STD screening. A few days later, I tested positive for gonorrhea. I had never cheated on my husband and never expected that he had cheated on me. When I confronted him with the test results, he seemed genuinely shocked and insisted there had to be a mix-up with the results. He swore up and down that he had been faithful and there was no way that it could be true. I insisted that he get tested. He agreed to do it, and as the days passed, he admitted that he had met a woman online and had sex with her. He claimed it was a mistake and he couldn't answer why he did it. He said the woman meant nothing to him and it was a one-time thing. I'm disgusted and feel betrayed knowing that he put me at such risk. Our pregnancy was planned, so we were actively trying before I got pregnant, and he had no regard for that. The thought of continuing the pregnancy while dealing with this betrayal is overwhelming. I'm considering having an abortion because the idea of bringing a child into the mix is crazy to me. I don't think I can ever forgive him. I feel like crap for thinking of having an abortion. I just can't see myself continuing this marriage and having a baby with him. Break up with a scumbag. As always, I think cheating is the single most clear signal to break up with or divorce your partner. I'm honestly irritated as fuck after hearing the line about OP's husband saying that it was a one-time thing, as if that makes it okay. I don't know all of the potential risks of bringing a child into this world if you have an STD, but I can definitely understand OP's concern. I don't have a strong opinion on that topic. But regardless of which she picks, I can respect the decision. Again, OP's husband is not only garbage for cheating, but this motherfucker is potentially going to be the reason that his kid isn't going to be here. User No Thanks 1766 said, honestly, I'd also consider an abortion at this point. What he did was not only disgusting, but also incredibly reckless. The fact that he had unprotected sex with a random woman he met online, sorry, but this isn't the first time he's done it. This is the kind of thing that someone does over and over again because nothing bad happened before, so they take the risk again. There is no way in hell I would trust him again. No way. Edit, you need to lay down the law and make him give you his passwords to all of the sites he's been frequenting, as well as his phone. You need to survey the damage. Even if you divorce him, you should know what he's been up to because God knows how long he's been risking your life. Under this comment, user Larinardi Maigret said, yeah, I wouldn't want to carry this nightmare person's baby to term. It wouldn't be fair to the baby to be brought into all of this chaos as well. They would either grow up knowing that their bio dad was a POS or not know why their dad abandoned them. Or if you, for some ungodly reason, stayed with this fool, the baby would see a horrible example of what a relationship is supposed to look like, and that it's okay to treat/be treated by their partners like that. Then OP said the following under this comment: "I'm already on the verge of losing my mind just from knowing he had unprotected sex with a random woman, risking my life and our unborn baby. I would rather not dig into what he's been up to online, as I think that would cause even more pain for me." User Dismal Bathroom 21 said, "She meant nothing, but he decided to go raw. Nah, that's grimy." User Anger with Wings said, "She meant nothing, but she was still enough to blow up his marriage and put his life, your life, and the life of your unborn baby at risk by playing dirty. It's a shame he ended his marriage for something that didn't mean anything. Please get yourself to safety and think very hard about whether you want to be shackled to this man for the next 18 years. If it was me, I'd be terminating the pregnancy to get away from him." User Grumpy G said, "An STD is dangerous for a pregnant woman. I am so sorry that you are going through this. If I were in your position, I would abort, but depending on where you live, I wouldn't tell anyone. I would also tell people that I divorced because of him cheating and giving you an STD while you were pregnant. If he cheated on you while you were pregnant, he obviously has no shame and will do it again. Pregnant or postpartum, he won't care." User Red Mandolin 8 said, "Does the STD risk the health of the baby? I think many of them do. With that in mind, I would end the pregnancy unless you're in your late 30s or 40s and really think this is your one shot at a child and it's your greatest dream, to the extent of doing it single. Definitely terminate the marriage. He is a slimeball." Under this comment, OP said, "It was caught early and I was treated. Me and baby are safe." About 2 days later, OP gave us an update. "I finally decided to find out the truth about his affair. I figured out my husband's email password and discovered that he's been on dating sites for months. I also found a woman's name and email address from hotel bookings he forwarded to her. I googled her information, found out where she worked, and called her. When she picked up, I got scared and hung up, but she called back and we had a long conversation. She said that she didn't know he was married and kept apologizing. She told me that if my husband and I had been intimate in the past few weeks, I should get tested because he gave her an STD. I was shocked because I thought she had given it to him. She said he gaslighted her, making it seem like she got it from someone else. I told her he did the same to me. I didn't mention that I'm pregnant. She said she cut him off and is considering suing him over it. They met on Tinder and had been seeing each other for 6 months. Although I initially thought she should have known he was married, I believe her because my husband isn't on social media. He has an Instagram account but doesn't post pictures. She confirmed that they had multiple times, contradicting his claim that it was a one-time thing. She said they spent time in hotels until she felt comfortable inviting him to her apartment. We came to the conclusion that she was just one of the women he was involved with because he gave both of us an STD. Hearing all this made me sick, knowing there were other women. I feel stupid for not realizing what was going on and probably wouldn't have found out if it wasn't for the STD results. My husband doesn't know what I've discovered or that I've spoken to her. This is incredibly tough. I'm heartbroken and conflicted about whether I should schedule an abortion, but finding this out is pushing me toward that decision." User Anonymous 6771 said, "You will be stuck with this man even after divorce if there's a child involved. You're better off cutting your losses. I would also consider suing him for giving you an STD knowingly. You're not the first woman he's done this to, so he knows what he is doing. I believe in some places it is actually considered a criminal offense, so charge him for the crime." Then a throwaway account commented, "It's heartbreaking that you have to make this choice at all. Until recently, you thought your marriage was intact and this pregnancy was wanted, but I'd really consider whether you want to be tied to this man for the rest of your life and have to co-parent with someone who was this cavalier with your health and well-being." Under this comment, OP said, "I wish I didn't have to make this tough decision. I don't want to co-parent with him, but at the same time, I feel so bad about having an abortion. My fear is that it might be a big regret that I won't be able to get over. It's so frustrating because each decision is heartbreaking either way." User Effective Gains 5297 said, "You have the evidence of his cheating. You have spoken to one of the women he cheated on you with. Her explanation firmly suggests that he has cheated multiple times. You have an STD. Keep a record of everything. Get the abortion done. Don't tell him until after so he can't try to emotionally manipulate you any further. And then get out as fast as you can. Good luck. Be strong." About another week later, OP gave us a third post. I'm almost 10 weeks pregnant. I've scheduled an abortion and I'm feeling so guilty about it. My mind keeps changing. Should I have my baby? I'm terrified that I'll regret it and feel terrible for terminating an innocent life. I'm also anxious about the possibility of never being able to get pregnant again. But then I think maybe I'm doing the right thing. The thought of dealing with this man for the next 18 years is overwhelming. We'd still be in each other's lives because we'd share a child. I'm just all over the place and I feel sick having to make this decision. We haven't spoken in weeks and he doesn't know I'm planning an abortion. I'm not sure if I'm doing the right thing by not letting him know about it. I've filed for divorce and it feels like I'm dealing with two major losses at once. I'm so stressed and unsure how I'll survive this. If I have the abortion, I can move on with my life peacefully, cut all ties, avoid custody battles, never have to see or hear from him again, no longer deal with his lies and deceit. If I keep the baby, list is from someone in my comments, thank you. Him wanting to be there during your pregnancy, him wanting to make decisions about your baby from the name to anything else you can think of, his family and their opinions, him wanting to be there during the birth, him and his family trying to gaslight your child into believing you're a bad person and daddy is perfect. Him being your child's role model, having to ask for his permission to make decisions like traveling or where you live, your child having a stepmom and maybe step-siblings who might not treat him well, your child meeting multiple girlfriends, you being forced to let him take care of the child. He will be free to have a parenting style completely different than yours, and if he's immature and petty, he might do things the opposite way you like them to piss you off. Dealing with his emotional/mental/financial issues, never knowing whether he's telling the truth or lying about all kinds of things. Did he feed the baby? Did he take care of his cold the way you told him to? Why did the child get hurt? Could you trust him to be sincere? Could you trust him to be honest if he makes a mistake that hurts your child, even if coming clean would help the child? Or will he hide it and lie the way he did with his cheating? Don't tell mommy we did this. Him being nosy about your personal life, including when you start dating or get into a relationship or marry. I'm his father, I have a right to know who's the guy he's gonna live with and crap like that. You can be sure your romantic life would suffer if he behaved that way. Not many good men want to get involved in that kind of situation. He's using the kid to manipulate you. User T beginning 5565 said, OP, no one can make that choice for you. I'm not going to say yes or no. Look deep inside OP. Under this comment, OP said, you're right, no one can make this decision for me. I'm really just venting and it's helpful to hear other people's perspectives. I appreciate it. User Sister Inked said, every single point you have made is absolutely valid. He will use the child against you. He might even think that having the baby is his way back to you. You'll need help or feel differently once the baby is here. Anything is possible. Under this comment, user NoAnxiety6159 said, your list doesn't include will the STD cause birth defects. This is a valid concern besides the side effects from the meds required to get you healthy. User Sasha Fiery said, as a doctor, there is only one thing I would like to say. If you decide to continue with the pregnancy, you need to know that STD in pregnancy can harm your developing fetus, depending on the type of infection. Please speak to your healthcare provider and take an educated decision. My heart goes out to you. This is one of the hardest decisions a woman can ever take. Wishing you strength and healing. User Dark Chocolate Only said, one thing you didn't address in your pros and cons list. Is having this specific person as a father going to be a good thing for your child? Put yourself in your eventual kid's shoes, not just as a baby, but as a preteen trying to figure out bullying, or as a teen learning about health, or as an adult getting married. Will they have a positive relationship with their father? Will having this specific man as their father be a positive or negative thing in their life? Will he be a good father to them, specifically completely ignoring the stress it will cause you to have to deal with them? What about the stress that will put your child through? Under this comment, user GatorDoll92 said, this right here. I was 19 when my partner cheated on me while pregnant and gave me an STD. My mom paid for my abortion, but I rejected it and kept the baby for personal reasons to raise alone. I went through my pregnancy alone. After birth, he begged to be in the baby's life. And as a child growing up, I was fatherless, so I accepted it. Moving forward 11 years later, he is the worst father figure I could have given my daughter. I thought I did something great by keeping him around, but people never change. We broke up again when my baby had turned 1 year old, but I kept him around for the baby and we never got back together again. Once the trust is broken, it's difficult to reconcile. Is this man father material? That's the most important question here. Not about the STD, not about the cheating, not the relationship. Will he be a good father in her teens? As an adult? Good luck, OP. I hope you can make the right choice for your baby, unlike me. User SomeLife6534 said, OP, you need to do what is necessary to separate yourself from the dirty dog. I understand the fear with abortion. It's a very hard and heavy decision. You could co-parent, which you have already discussed how it would be understandably terrible if you wanted to keep the pregnancy. You could try to negotiate him not being on the birth certificate, not having parental rights. But also, many women who have abortions go on to be fantastic mothers because they waited until they were ready and stable. I personally know some wonderful women who are very strong, loving, kind, and are great mothers or anticipate having children, and they have had an abortion. I'm not trying to sway you in any way, but I want to let you know there are options regardless of what you do, and you need to do what's best for you. Best of luck. I am sending lots of love your way, OP. User What's My Password 73 said, all I will say is that the one theme I consistently hear from women is that they regret who they chose as the father of their children. It's not just a tie for 18 years. It's forever. Whatever choice you make, no regrets. You'll never know what the other path would have been. I hope you can get therapy regardless of choice because you will need it to find your inner strength. 1 week later, OP gave us the final and most recent update. I had an abortion yesterday and I'm not sure how to feel. It was a difficult decision, but I believed it was the right one. There was no way I could keep the baby under these circumstances. Now, I just feel numb. I haven't told him and we haven't spoken since I left him after discovering he gave me an STD. I know that when he finds out, he'll likely try to paint me as the worst person. I'm not sure if he deserves to know the truth, or should I just say I had a miscarriage? User Anger with Wings said, this is now a point of your safety. If you think he will react violently, just tell him you had a miscarriage. If you want to twist the knife some, tell him you had a miscarriage because of the STD he gave you or because of the stress of knowing he cheated. Either way, you need to take care of yourself. Fuck his feelings. User WTF am I doing said, don't tell him anything at all. Just file for divorce and block all communication with him. I'm so sorry you're going through this. He is a different kind of evil to try for a baby with you and be cheating the whole time. Absolutely despicable. And the fact that you never thought he would do something so evil is even scarier that he blindsided you like that. User One Defiant Fudge said, my ex-partner cheated on me, gave me an STD, and I was 12 weeks pregnant at the time. The medication they gave me to cure it was strong. They did say there was a chance of miscarriage due to how strong it was. The day after I took it, I miscarried. Say it was due to that. My ex did not care, and I think that hurt more than anything. If he does act like he cares, it'll only be to put the blame on you. Save yourself the unnecessary stress. Tell him it was due to what he did. User Nails in My Coffin said, your choice. It's all your choice. I understand men have rights too, but this man ended your relationship, waggy his actions, and would not be able to provide. You must move on. You are amazing in every way, shape, and form. What you do with your body is your business, and I'm grateful you have the right and privilege to abortion in your state. Take some time. You'll need it. Abortion is awful no matter which way you look at it. It will take a while to move forward, and that's okay. Be patient with your mind and very kind to your body over the next few days. Lots of hot tea and quiet time. You're an amazing person, and I believe in your right to choose in every way, shape, and form. Upwards and onwards. This next story was also made in the marriage subreddit. It was created by a user named PurpleCautious3442. The post is titled, I'm so done with taking care of my wife when she's sick. My wife and I have been married for 5 years, and there's one recurring issue in our relationship that I'm honestly tired of. Whenever my wife gets sick, like with a cold or even just feeling run down, she insists that I take care of her. I'm not talking about picking up her side of the chores or cooking dinner. I'm totally fine with all that. What she really wants is for me to baby her. She expects me to stay home from work, sit by her side, and basically cater to her every need like she's a helpless child. In February, she caught a fairly mild cold that kept her bedridden for nearly a week. She made me do things like feed her toast and dippy eggs, rub her feet, put on Disney movies for her, read to her, and make her special snackies. She also wants me to sleep on the couch because she needs the entire bed to herself to spread out with her stuffies, which are these dreaded squishmallows that are normally in a closet. Honestly, the whole infantilizing thing just makes me feel gross. It's like I have a 5-year-old to look after, but she's literally only like this when she's sick, so I don't get it. I love my wife, but I have my own stuff too, and I don't want to play this nurse role every time. This weekend, she came down with another cold and started the whole routine. I decided enough was enough and told her I would cook meals, do all the housework, and look after the cats, etc. But I wasn't going to do things like brushing her hair, helping wash her, and putting her to bed. She got really upset, saying I'm being unsupportive and don't care about her. I tried explaining that I do care, but I also think she's milking it. Now she's acting like I'm a terrible husband. I genuinely don't think I'm in the wrong here, but she's made me feel guilty about not being there for her. Am I being too harsh, or is she expecting too much? I don't think OP is being too harsh. Wanting affection from your partner is one thing, but as a grown woman, why are you asking your husband to bathe you? And the terminology she uses just makes my spine crawl. From what OP shared, it doesn't seem like this is harmful at all, but nevertheless, I can understand if it's annoying. What I am a bit concerned about is the wife's knack for gaslighting when told that this behavior is weird. OP goes out of his way to cater to her, yet she has the nerve to say that he's being a bad husband. I feel as though this is some sort of strange fetish, and the only reason the wife hasn't tried to do this more is because she isn't confident she can get away with her shenanigans if she's not sick. User Espresso Then Wine said, "This is ridiculous. I don't know where she got the idea that this was normal behavior, but it certainly isn't. Have you asked her about this? Like you said, picking up chores and checking in from time to time, of course, but brushing her hair and bathing her like she is a child. I have never once asked for this or even wanted this. Did her mother do this for her growing up? Did she never have anyone who cared, and now she is going the other extreme? How does she behave towards you or your child when you are sick? Does she offer the same level of care she expects for herself? If she is doing this for you and the kid, then maybe that is why she is expecting it. It might help to explore where she got the idea that this is expected behavior, as well as whether she is expecting something she doesn't even offer." Under this comment, user Cranky Little Kitten said, "Definitely a conversation needs to be had when she's not already sick and expecting this treatment. Sit her down and lay it all out. She's an adult. That kind of babying is completely ridiculous. Caring for someone who's sick is fine, taking over cooking and cleaning, etc. for a few days so they can rest and keep the cold and flu meds in easy reach, etc. But expecting you to take time off work to baby her the whole time is insane." User Prudent Reserve 4612 said, "I'm with you. That sounds absolutely ridiculous. I thought my husband was a baby when sick, but your wife makes him seem tough as nails. I think you're doing the right thing. I'd just flat out ask her if there was a reason she resorts to acting like a 5-year-old when she has a cold." User Aaron890 said, "We're built different, I guess. I love babying my wife when she's sick, but goodness, some of what you're saying is a tad over the top. Did you blow up on her about this or explain it to her calmly? Surely there is some reasonable compromise you two can come to." User Happy Gilmore 93 said, "I can understand the infantile nature of this being a little off-putting and should be discussed, but in general, caring for your sick partner is an amazing thing to do, and you guys should both, in part, be playing the role of nurse if the other is sick. It's just such a low-hanging fruit in terms of showing your affection. Being kicked off the bed so she can sleep with squishmallows is frustrating though and shouldn't happen. But making her food, picking up her slack while she's sick, spending time with her while she rests, this is all par for the course, really. And what you should be doing. Where you end up drawing the line in the sand is a discussion that needs to be had though. You're her partner, not her dad." User Wary Dreamer said, "What is her relationship with her parents like? Were they aloof with her but became attentive when she was sick? Were they normal parents but over the top when it comes to illnesses? I would try to explore with her what the root of this behavior is, not to excuse it, but because it's easier to address if you know why it's going on. She obviously equates getting babied while sick with being loved. That is not average behavior for people over 12. Perhaps if she can reach an understanding about her own behavior, she can begin to move past it." This story was created in the AITAH subreddit by a throwaway account. The post was made 7 months ago and is titled AITAH to ask my husband to block his female friend who warned him not to marry me. I, 26F, want my husband, 27M, to immediately block one of his friends, Kyla, 27F. He thinks I am overreacting and wants opinions from some level-headed people on whether I am just acting crazy or if this is something that would cross the line for them. My husband has a group of 8 friends he has been close with since his college days. Kyla is one of them. When my husband and I started dating, he introduced me to all of them and everyone was very friendly. I used to hang out with them frequently. I am an introvert and so is my husband. I would always ask him to spend time alone as being in social settings just saps all my energy. His friends, especially Kyla, always made it a point to tell me how he hangs out with them less since he started dating me. Kyla also had a weird energy around me. If I was with my husband, she would be the friendliest with me. However, as soon as he walked away, she acted like I did not exist. My husband hates to be touched by others, we both are neurodivergent, but Kyla would always tease him by trying to hug him, messing with his hair, etc. I never felt she was flirting with him, but just teasing him to annoy him. Overall, she feels like a person who has severe social boundary issues. We got married 2 years ago and things have been great between us. Last week, we celebrated our 2nd wedding anniversary and invited a bunch of people. His friends stayed back after all the guests left and we were all drinking and chatting. One of his friends, Jen, became a bit tipsy and started complimenting me on how beautiful our house is, how I care for my husband, and how he has changed for the better since our marriage. Everyone laughed at my husband for how much of a slob he was when he was single. Jen then pointed at Kyla and said, "You better pay up because you bet that their marriage would not even last 2 years." Everyone became silent and started changing the topic. I also did not want to spoil the mood, so I let it go, but it stuck in my head. After everyone left, I asked my husband what Jen was talking about. He had also noticed Jen's comment and was ready with a full explanation. He told me the story of what happened when we got engaged. When he proposed to me, he had not told his friends that he was going to do so. We went on a trip to Puerto Rico and he surprised me there. We posted our engagement pictures on Instagram while we were on the trip, and it was a big surprise to everyone since we had only been dating for 1 year. When he came back and met all his friends, everyone congratulated him. However, Kyla started ranting about how he was a fool to propose so quickly and that she felt I was not the right girl for him. It seems she said some unkind things about me, implying I was a gold digger. My husband's family is wealthy, but so is mine. She had said that she bet we would break up within 2 years if we got married. That is why Jen was taunting her about how happy my husband is with me. I was very furious at this point as I feel this is something he should have told me. I asked him to tell me truthfully if he had ever dated Kyla or had any history with her, as he has always told me that he has never dated anyone from his friend group. He said that he has, of course, not dated or hooked up with Kyla. However, Kyla had asked him out a few times when they were in college and he always politely declined. I asked why he said no to her and he said he just does not have any romantic feelings for her. I can see that because my husband does have a type based on me and the other people he has dated in the past, and Kyla is the opposite of that. I am just mad at her for saying bad things about me, especially after knowing that we were already engaged and betting against my marriage. I told my husband that he needs to minimize contact with Kyla and that she is not invited to parties at our house anymore. He feels I am being too harsh for something she said almost 3 years ago. He also pointed out that she has been very supportive to both of us and helped a lot during our wedding arrangements. He feels she is just blunt and forthright when she speaks, but does not mean those things. He told me to take some time to calm down and we would revisit this topic in a week. He is worried this will completely change the dynamics within his friend group. Am I the asshole for wanting him to block her and stop inviting her to our house? Do you think I'm overreacting? I think betting against our marriage and bad-mouthing me behind my back seems like a huge betrayal. I am also mad at my husband that he kept this fact from me and never told me that Kyla asked him out during college. Am I just being crazy and reactive? How would you react in this situation? I don't want to distance my husband from his friends, but I also do not want to see Kyla's face again. User DeathTeat said, Info. How has Kyla acted since the wedding? Has her behavior changed? You describe a bad behavior in the past tense, so one might believe she's not doing those things anymore. Does she still exhibit boundary issues with your husband? Under this comment, OP said, yes, her behavior with my husband has not changed at all after marriage. However, she is the same with all other friends too. With me, she is fake nice, where she acts like we are best friends in front of my husband and barely talks to me when he is not around. User okay, Perception 1131 said NTA. I probably wouldn't be that bothered if someone at the time of my engagement didn't think it would last. It's not uncommon for someone to think that and be pleasantly surprised when the marriage works out. What would bother me is that she clearly has feelings for your husband, and rather than keeping them to herself, because he's married and not interested, she's expressing her feelings by flirting with your husband and icing you out when he's not around. Your husband should have put a stop to that nonsense a long time ago. However, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt by thinking maybe he's clueless and doesn't notice. Plus, she's only cold to you when he's not around. However, once you pointed out her behavior to him and explained that it was making you uncomfortable, he should have stood up for you. That means he should have had a discussion with her in which he states, "I've noticed you're touching me, etc., and it makes me uncomfortable. Also, you're only friendly with my wife when I'm around. I'd like these behaviors to stop. If they don't stop, I won't hang out with you anymore." Note that he needs to state that he's noticed these things and he'd like them to stop. He shouldn't try to put the blame on you by saying, "My wife doesn't like." He needs to man up and stand up for you, his wife. If she doesn't comply, then he should follow through and cut her out of his life. My husband has a former coworker who seemed to me to be stalking him on social media. He immediately said he would block her. I told him he didn't need to, it wasn't a big deal, we never see her in person anyway. But he blocked her anyway, as he said he didn't want me to ever feel uncomfortable and that my feelings are more important to him than the feelings of a former coworker. This is what your husband should be telling you, that he cares more about your happiness than the happiness of another woman who is secretly hoping his marriage will fail because she's in love with him. Please show your husband the responses here. User 1 hour a day said NTA. It's definitely natural for you to dislike Kyla, it sounds like she's into your husband. It'll probably be hard for him to outright block her, considering the dynamic of the friend group, and the last thing you want is to turn all his friends against you. Personally, I don't think blocking her is the solution. Instead, you should sit him down and seriously voice your concerns. Let him know that she would say something like that she touches him too often, and that she would bet against your marriage behind your back. That behavior needs to be shut down, and he needs to be on your side. Personally, I'd get drunk with them and make a cocky joke to Kyla when you're alone, saying she's jealous you ended up with him instead of her, and laugh in her face. But I'm petty as hell. That is such a strange thing to say. Kyla is clearly jealous and wants to be the one with OP's husband. If Kyla was not romantically interested in OP's husband in the first place and just made that offhand remark, then I wouldn't think it's worth ending a friendship over. However, knowing that Kyla likes the guy, I'm much more inclined to the idea of cutting her off. This is a matter of choosing between a friend or your wife. I think the answer is clear. About 5 months later, OP gave us an update. I was upset and had asked my husband to stop talking to her because she disrespected our marriage. Since then, Kyla has pulled some really pathetic stunts to stir up issues between my husband and me. After I wrote the post, my husband was trying to convince me that Kyla was just joking when she made those comments and that it happened so long ago. Kyla messaged me the next day apologizing for her comments and for not making more effort to connect with me. I accepted her apology and started warming up to her. She began inviting me for brunches and girls' nights out with them, and I felt included in their friend group. One day during brunch, I brought up why Kyla really thought our marriage would not work out. Kyla told me that my husband broke up with his long-term ex-girlfriend, Joanna, 2 months before he started dating me. I knew that part, but Kyla told me that my husband was really heartbroken after the breakup and swore to her that he would stay away from dating anyone. When he met me, my mom set us up on a blind date. She was surprised at how quickly we hit it off. Kyla thought that I was his rebound relationship, but when he proposed to me within a year, she was worried that he was making a very rash decision. My husband's family is wealthy, and she thought it was unwise for him to marry so quickly without knowing me well. She did not know enough about me and that my family was also very well off. That is why she was concerned that I was taking advantage of his vulnerable state. She apologized to me and said that it was wrong for her to assume that, and over the years, she has seen how happy we are together. I appreciated her honesty, and Kyla and I became good friends since then and started hanging out more frequently. Around 2 months ago, my husband went to a conference in Seattle for 3 nights. After he came back, I received a "Hey girly" message on Instagram from Joanna, his ex. She told me that my husband contacted her a few months ago and that they met in Seattle during the conference, and she could give me more proof if I wanted. I went through my husband's Instagram, but he seems to have blocked her. I made the mistake of mentioning it to Kyla, as she was the only person honest with me about Joanna, and she went into detective mode to help me. She was still friends with Joanna on Instagram, as they all went to college together, and opened her profile. The message sent to me was from a different profile with no followers. We checked her photos and saw that she attended the same conference as my husband did in Seattle. Kyla suggested I should ask Joanna for more proof and also ask my husband about the same before assuming the worst. I asked my husband if he met Joanna, and he said yes. He told me he just met her in the expo hall and chatted with her for a few minutes. I asked him why he did not mention it to me, and he told me it was just a quick conversation and he did not think much of it. He asked me how I knew, and I told him that Kyla mentioned she saw her pictures at the conference and I thought he might have seen her. I messaged Joanna again to ask for more proof. She told me that they had been chatting for the past 2 months and planned to attend the conference together. She shared a log of their messages where my husband was actively flirting with her. The screenshots did look legit, but I did not see any of those messages in my husband's Instagram profile. I talked to Kyla about it, as I did not know what to believe. I messaged Joanna to tell us what happened between them, and she told me that he invited her to his room at night and they hooked up, but she does not have any photos, as he insisted they not take any pictures together. I immediately realized it was fake and messaged Joanna to leave me alone. She kept insisting that they were telling the truth and that she spent the nights with my husband in his room on all 3 nights. I told her that my husband and I were playing video games, Sea of Thieves, for almost 2 to 3 hours each night after his dinner, as that is what we do to catch up when he is away. Unless Joanna was sitting behind him watching us play until he fell asleep, she was full of it. I also told my husband about the whole incident, and he told me I should have come to him sooner. He said he has had no contact with Joanna ever since they broke up, and he just ran into her at the conference. He told me I could check his phone and everything to verify that he has blocked her everywhere. I told him I do not need to, and Joanna might have run into him and just decided to ruin his life by making up stuff. When all the friends met that weekend, my husband and I told everyone about how Joanna sent messages to me and faked everything. Kyla was also telling what happened, as she had told her about it. Kyla accidentally let it slip that luckily we are nerds and played video games at night before sleeping. Otherwise, props go to Joanna for making up a convincing story. I never told Kyla about the video game stuff. I just told her Joanna is full of it, and I blocked her. It took me until I came home to connect the dots. I told my husband about it, and he confronted Kyla. She denied it and told him that I told her about the video game stuff on a phone call, but I don't remember doing it. We have since decided to keep our distance from Kyla. Kyla has called me multiple times to meet up, but I just make up reasons that I am busy. I do not know why she did it, but at this point I am not interested, and we have decided to just see her on social occasions and avoid hanging out with her as much as possible. I feel stupid that she played me for a fool, and I should not have gone to her when Joanna started messaging me. In hindsight, it seems suspicious that Kyla started telling me about Joanna at the same time Joanna claimed to have an affair with my husband. I do not know what her intentions are, but I am mad enough that I will avoid her as much as possible. I wish I had some real proof that she was the one messaging me so that I could expose her. I also feel bad for suspecting my husband, but I am glad my husband and I are on the same page now. This woman is such a shit stirrer. There isn't much to say here besides Kyla just straight up needs to be cut off. I wish OP's husband was a bit more proactive towards the start, but regardless, I'm just glad that the two are in agreement now that Kyla is a major issue for their well-being. User Edlo9596 said, "Does your husband also believe that Kyla made up a fake Instagram account pretending to be Joanna? Because that's pretty psycho behavior." Under this comment, OP said, yes, he believes me because I told him that I never told Kyla why I thought the account was fake. It's possible she guessed it if I ever mentioned to her that we play video games at night, but it seems suspicious she would guess that was exactly the reason why I realized the account was fake. User ElegantP4195 said, "There's a part of me that wants OP to make up some Joanna messaged me again. Kyla gave her style messages just to force Kyla to react. But man, what a piece of work. Kudos for not scratching her eyes out." User Material Cellist 4133 said, "You are not stupid. Your husband is stupid. He allowed this toxic person to be in your life, especially after you tried to get him to block her. If you did not push forward with the investigation, you would be going through a divorce. I blame your husband. He ignored your boundaries, and to be frank, he cared more about his friendships over his relationship with you. User Tall Negotiation 6623 said, "You made a mistake in starting to hang out with her. She was a snake and still is, and you should never trust a snake. Do I understand correctly that the messages were sent to you from a different account than Joanna's real account? Why did you even believe that it was ever her? Why would Joanna make an entire new account just to message you, since that makes zero sense? If this story is actually real, then you and your husband need to cut her completely out of your life. No meeting her at events or talking to her. She will keep doing damage. And honestly, of course, she's the that messaged you, and your husband should have made a group text where he told everyone that Kyla was the one that messaged you and tried to break you up, and you guys would appreciate that the friend group let you keep distance to her. The is jealous of you and wants to destroy your marriage so she can try and take advantage and your husband." User Odd Welcome 7940 said, "Let me say this. You should have always gone to John first. That said, he should have told you about running into her. He started this game and has no moral high ground to tell you what you should have done. It's also his friend that did this stuff, so he shouldn't be one to tell you that you couldn't have trusted her. He really put you in a terrible spot. Not saying he needs to apologize, but he damn sure shouldn't be lecturing you about how you handled this at all. You should definitely have a new boundary of both of them being entirely out of both your lives forever." This next story was made in the AITA subreddit 3 days ago by a user named Lucky Indication 928. The post is titled AITA for telling my mom to shut up and accept that my wife and I aren't naming our kids the way she and dad name me and my siblings. My wife and I, both in our late 20s, had our first child together in June. Before he was born, there was a lot of talk about names from different family members on both sides, but the pressure to reveal the name was primarily on my side. We didn't tell a soul what the name would be until our son was born and we had left the hospital. My parents were disappointed when we announced our son's name. My family is very traditional in how they named us. We were each named after grandparents, and that's how they feel everyone should name their kids. My wife's family doesn't have a tradition when it comes to naming babies. They just name them and move on, no fuss or insistence on certain names. However, my wife's side tends to favor more uncommon and unusual names. My wife's and my taste tends to lean much more toward her side than mine, which is how we ended up choosing the name Hollis for our son. This was not something my parents liked because they expected our son to be either Jack, my dad's name, or Parker, my father-in-law's name. They were specifically expecting a little Jack to be born, which added to their reaction. They quizzed us on our choice to break tradition, and I told them it wasn't a tradition my wife's family used, and we decided we weren't going to have one either. Over the last couple of months, both sets of parents have questioned why and have wanted to discuss other names for future babies. My mom has been the worst by far. She asked why we went with something so unlike the names in our family. I told her our family wasn't the only family involved and that we also didn't take family tastes into account. We went with what we liked. She pointed out that our tastes were a lot like my in-laws, and I said yes, but that it wasn't about my in-laws and their taste. It was about my wife's and my taste. I told her I was done discussing it, and since that point, I now change the topic or end the conversation when she brings it up or refuses to let it go. We had a little naming ceremony on Saturday, and my mom decided she was going to dig in her heels about the name. She told me we'd picked a stupid name and that she hated it. She wanted us to change it and name him Jack or Parker. She told me we had no business breaking a long-held tradition in our family and that there's a reason those traditions exist, so foolish people can't name their babies the worst names imaginable. She also said my in-laws must be so smug thinking they'll have at least 2 stupidly named grandkids, just like they had all stupidly named kids. I lost my temper. I told her to shut up and accept that we're not naming our kids like she and dad named me and my siblings. I told her she would need to leave and learn to be more respectful because I would not tolerate those insults against my wife or her family. My mom hated being told to shut up and said I had no excuse for rudeness to her face. I thought she was being crazy when she was rude. AITA though? User Worth Season 3645 said NTA. Tradition or not, this is your child and any future children. No one gets to tell you what you should name your child. You could say, well, parents, that was your tradition. We decided to start our own tradition as a family. Personally, I love the name Hollis. As for your mom, unfortunately, this might be a deal breaker that leads to limited contact or no contact. You will have to set the example. Let your parents know right off the bat that calling your child anything other than his name will will not be tolerated. If they are at your place, you get up and show them the door. If you are at theirs, you get up and leave. The same goes for any outside venue or relative's home. If you are at a relative's home who is on your mom and dad's side, you can let them know your boundaries as well. I'm curious, what was the middle name? Because I actually like either father's name as a middle name. Under this comment, OP said the following: very low contact is being considered over this. It will depend on what the reaction after this is like and whether they stop or continue insulting our son's name and my ILs and my wife and myself. We didn't use either father's name. We considered a few, but went with Cameron in the middle ultimately. User Tricky Jellyfish 341 said, well, OP, you couldn't have handled it any better. I'd send her a text or email, something written telling her that you are aghast at her insulting spewfest and you're leaving the ball in her court. When she presents you and your wife with a heartfelt apology for rudely overstepping and a promise never to do it again, you will resume contact. Until then, you have nothing more to say. User Cornflakes 1989, it's as simple as this. If the kid isn't theirs, they don't get to decide the name. If they have a naming tradition, it doesn't matter, still not their kid, so it's not their decision. They have no right to insist the name be changed, and they shouldn't get shit-talking the name you or your wife for picking that name and not a name they wanted you to pick. Tell them to either grow up and accept the name or they can look forward to not seeing their grandkids. User OxfordFox20 said, tradition is peer pressure from dead people. Tell your mother that if the best reason she has for doing things is it's traditional, then she needs to stop doing things. And that it's fine for her to disagree with the way you raise your kids, but after she shared her view once, she only gets to share it again on her way out of the door. This next story was made in the pro-revenge subreddit by a user named Further Dimensions. The post was made 5 months ago and is titled, Threaten My Friend with Revenge Porn? I'll ruin your whole damn life. My very good friend made some unfortunate mistakes and sent some pictures to someone she reasonably thought she could trust. However, she didn't know much more than his first name, his screen name, and roughly where he lived and the type of work he did. He is not in our country, but had indicated that he would be traveling for work near us shortly, and they had made some plans to meet. When she started noticing some red flags and backed out, the guy threatened to publish these pictures online. I am, incidentally, an attorney. After some searching and gathering any pictures he sent her that could possibly identify him, his online handle led me to a TikTok page, which then led me to an Instagram page with his name on it. That led to a LinkedIn page with his place of work, which matched a picture he sent of himself wearing a branded polo. Some more searching got me the email addresses of the CEO, VP of HR, Operations Manager, and Public Relations Manager. I fired off an email on behalf of my client, including screenshots of him threatening revenge porn, snippets of the conversation showing that username while he sent that exact picture of himself wearing his company's branded apparel, links to how I know it's him, along with pictures he sent her of his motorcycle with the license plate visible as further proof it is him. I also included screenshots of him discussing a workplace incident that were time-stamped, along with pieces of dialogue discussing how he had sex with an ex at his place of work and plans to have with her in his office as well. Additionally, I included a picture he sent her showing his work laptop with his entire Outlook calendar, along with proprietary information which he sent to prove he was busy, and other pictures he took of his workplace featuring non-consenting employees. I further informed his employer that I would be forwarding all this information to local law enforcement in their area, and that since he had indicated he would be traveling to the United States soon, I would also forward this to the local office of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Since my client is a U.S. citizen on U.S. soil, these threats constituted a federal crime. Therefore, should they continue with his employment and their plans to send him to the United States for work, I will ensure on behalf of my client that federal law enforcement is waiting for him upon arrival. I will do this as one of the assistant U.S. attorneys for this region is a law school buddy of mine. Since I have his license plate number, I know where he lives and will be contacting his local authorities tomorrow. You dumb motherfucker, thinking you could hide behind anonymity and threaten my friend? It took me 45 minutes to destroy your life. About 3 weeks later, OP provided us with an update, barely 12 hours later. Before I get into the update, I want to clarify a few things from my original post, primarily about the contact to the employer and why. Some questioned its truthfulness. While the entire story is true, some details were omitted for various reasons. There was more I had in our possession that did positively identify this individual. So, would a lawyer contact his employer, as some stated would not be done? It depends. I did not do what I did on behalf of a client who retained me. I did it as a friend to help a friend. And as her friend who is also a labor and employment law attorney, I knew exactly how to squeeze this. Here's the thing, I was absolutely aware from the onset that the revenge threat would go nowhere with his employer. Even if I could clearly lay out how the person with this screen name was, in fact, this person who works at this company, all we had were screenshots. If it was just the revenge threat, any employer would say, well, thank you for bringing it to our attention, but even if we accept our employee uses this screen name and we neither confirm nor deny anyone of that name works here, we have no provenance on this. This is just an alleged screenshot of an alleged conversation that could be easily edited and manipulated. Please feel free to pursue this with local authorities, and rest assured, should we be asked to, we will cooperate fully with any law enforcement inquiry, but we have no further comment at this time. And I know that's what they would say because that's exactly what I would say. An alleged screenshot of an alleged conversation that was allegedly sent under an alleged username that is allegedly one of our employees. Whatever, dude. Call the cops if you're worried about it. We'll answer them honestly if they come to us. The issue wasn't the revenge porn threat. It was the picture of the contents of the work laptop, because that can't be faked. There's no way for her or me to create a false image of the actual proprietary information on his work computer unless he sent it. There's no way for me or her to have possession of images taken of his coworkers without their consent unless he sent them. The proof here wasn't that this person broke the law, it's that he sent pictures of company employees and property, which would absolutely be verifiable by their IT department that yes, this is absolutely his laptop. That's what would get him fired. So I advised my friend not to block him, to sit back and wait and not respond to anything but let him dig himself in deeper, and respond he did. Update, he's been fired. So with now definitive proof that the individual in the online conversation is in fact this person, we'll forward it all to the local authorities in his country, along with his license plate number. They're more than capable of getting his home address. User Addicted Thinker said, while I absolutely love the revenge here, I'm honestly concerned. Every cornered animal is a dangerous animal. If he has nothing else to lose, there is no stopping him from doing more stupidity. So I'd like to suggest a thought. Stop short of using all your ammo so he has something left to fear. I don't know what you or her or him could do. Just want this story to remain a good revenge. Thank you, OP. Under this comment, OP said the following. I let her know this when we started, and I gave her the option. Tip our hand to him and let him know we know enough about him to make life messy for him if he goes through with it, or go nuclear to bait him into doing something really stupid. She went with bait him into doing something really stupid. That was her call. She seems at peace with the possibility of the pictures getting out. I haven't seen them because 1, I really don't want to put her in that position. 2, I don't want to put me in the position of seeing my friend's tits. And 3, I don't want to put my partner in the position of her partner looking at another woman's tits. But from my understanding, they're fairly nondescript. It's not something that can largely be brought back to her or that can have major downstream ramifications, so she's okay with it. User Lunather said, we have lawyers in our family, but one of my uncles is a freaking shark. If there is a single drop of blood in the water, he's on it. The partnership he is in is full of people who take jobs like this pro bono and fuck up lives for fun. Yes, lawyers do this stuff and it happens. Do not fuck with people who have close friends or family that are lawyers because they will go off the clock, and some would take it pro bono for fun, putting shitty people in their place. This story was created by a throwaway account on the relationship advice subreddit in 2020. The post is titled, I am F30 and my husband M33 has been cheating on me with my best friend F31 and asked me tonight if I want to be in a throuple. The post does begin with an edit, but we'll go over that toward the end. Okay, let me start out by saying, fuck 2020. My husband lost his job in April and has been home while I've been working extra shifts, making $12 an hour to keep us from going broke. Yes, I've been out of the house more than at home. Yes, I haven't been super active in bed because I am really exhausted all the time from working 70 hours a week, standing on my feet for all 70 hours. I thought he'd appreciate that I am working so we have things like food and a place to live. Instead, he and my best friend have been sleeping together while I've been at work. She lost her job, too. They've always gotten along with each other, and I've never felt jealous or threatened that they have hung out together, just the two of them over the years. One very drunk night in 2009, she and I did make out, but it was a one-time thing and I didn't enjoy it. I thought I could trust them and that they were just friends. Obviously, I'm an idiot. Enough backstory. I came home tonight and found them snuggling on the couch watching TV. They were in a spooning position, but it was very obvious it was intimate. They didn't panic, but she sat up. Then he sat up. At this point, I felt my stomach turn into a rock, and I felt dizzy. No word of a lie. My body went into some kind of shock. I just walked to the bathroom, closed the door, and sat on the toilet. I started crying after I have no idea how long. I threw up. I heard them whispering but couldn't make out what they were saying, and then they knocked on the bathroom door and asked if I was okay. I told them, obviously fuck not. They didn't backpedal or deny anything. They didn't admit to sleeping together then, but my best friend said we should all probably talk about what's going on. I stayed in the bathroom. We talked through the door. That's when my husband said, okay, yes, we didn't want you to find out like this, but we have been in a relationship since July. He said some more things, but I honestly can't remember them because my ears were kind of ringing and I kept thinking about him saying relationship. This wasn't a fling or a one-night stand. I could maybe forgive that, but a real relationship? Isn't marriage supposed to mean just he and I are in a relationship? So he says whatever, and then my best friend says, so what do you think? I missed everything he said, obviously, so I told her that, and she said, so you missed the part about all three of us living together? After I asked, what? My husband clarified that she would stay on the couch, but they'd keep each other company during the day, and I could be with her too if I wanted. She knows I don't want this because we would have made out more than that one time in 2009, right? I know she needs to move out of her place because no job equals no rent payment. I had told her in the past she could always crash at my place, but I never meant like this. How could she not know that? Is my best friend an idiot? Am I an idiot? I need advice. Yes, tell me that I'm the idiot I am for trusting them, having bad judgment, and not doing my wifely duties. I own all those things, I just need help figuring out my next steps. I don't want to be in a throuple, and I don't even want to look at either of them. It's 3:30 a.m. and I can't sleep and don't know what to do. I feel like I've been used. I don't know if I leave if I'd still have to pay for my husband's expenses because he's not working. This would mean I'm paying for them to have a relationship, which idiot me has been doing since July, and I really hate my life right now. TLDR, all work and no play makes me a over wife and friend. As for the edit, it says, you beautiful people of Reddit, I'm overcome and honestly overwhelmed with the outpouring of comments, support, awards, and messages. I just got home from work and I'm crying, but this is a good cry. It's been a really awful year and yesterday was brutal, but logging onto this has just been the most special thing. I promise to read all your comments and messages, but it's going to take some time, haha. To the people who spent their coins on awards, that's very sweet of you, and I'm surprised that you do that on a throwaway. I want you to know that it honestly touched my heart that strangers can be this caring about a nobody. I don't feel alone like I did last night when I posted, thank you. I still have no idea the best way to leave this situation, but I'm definitely not signing up for a throuple, which I made crystal clear to my husband at 4 a.m. Also, my manager pulled me aside today and asked me if everything is okay because I obviously didn't sleep and looked super gross, I think from throwing up and not eating. I just told him what happened because I couldn't think of a lie on the spot. He took me to his office and searched for our legal bar, legal help, and divorce mediation. He looked me dead in the eyes and said if I tell anyone at work, he'll deny it. Then I broke down sobbing in his office, which was really not my finest moment. So it turns out he has a soul and gave me Monday off, in his words, to get yourself to a lawyer but keep it quiet from your husband. So on Monday, my husband will think I'm at work, but I'll be seeing what my next step should be from a legal perspective. Speaking of my husband, I asked him to give me some space for the next few days and he's on the couch. My best friend texted me a few times today, but I've just left her on read. This was a long edit. I'm going to eat something and sleep now. Thank you for caring, Reddit. As always, if you clearly saw the two just divorce or break up with your partner, assuming you even value loyalty, which I personally do, and it sounds like OP does as well. OP's husband is just a horny ass dude, and I can only imagine how stressed out OP feels having to balance finances and this affair. The guy got way too relaxed and comfortable. Hopefully, when OP leaves him, he will realize that his back is going to be against a wall. Even then, obviously, OP shouldn't take him back. User Kickback and Relax said, sincerely from the bottom of my being, leave his broke ass with that broke bitch. How stupid can he be? Cheating on the sole person who your entire lifestyle is dependent on? Let them rot. It's a blessing in disguise that you found out about their true characters. User MIDIF said, drop the both of them completely. It is totally on them, not you. You did nothing wrong and owe them nothing. Get out, serve him papers, and don't give him a dime. User Honeybun Pancake said, you owe him nothing financially. He broke your vows. Just leave your hard working and you'll make ends meet until you find someone worthy of you. And your best friend. My advice would be to cut them both out of your life. They're not right upstairs to come at you randomly asking for a throuple. Under this comment, OP said the following, he's literally the only person I ever dated. Oh god, I'm so stupid. Yeah, I want nothing to do with them. User Blobfish Blues said, oh sweetheart, no, you're not an idiot, and you didn't show bad judgment in trusting these people. Get that shit out of your head. As another commenter said, get proof they've been having an affair, then contact an attorney. You've been working yourself to the bone to support this asshole and deserve so much more from life than that. And the fact they've shown absolutely no guilt tells you how little they respect you as a person. You owe him no more of your time. I don't know you personally, but you're obviously a smart and dedicated person with more strength than me just by working 70 hours a week to stay afloat. You didn't flounder, you did what you had to do to survive. It's okay to be hurt right now, to cry and want to break things, or even stay in bed for days, but don't let this become your new reality. You've shown astounding strength once, and you can do it again. User Honey Dipped Sassy Lips said, babe, he said you three, but she'll keep him company during the day, meaning these bitches have zero intention of working. They only include you in this shit show because you are the only one employed and paying the bills, so they can play imaginary I'm stuck stepbrother. Basically, keep paying for us while you work endlessly, and if you're lucky, his side bitch, aka your EX bestie, will eat you out on occasion. Cool. No bitch, that's not cool. Control-Alt-Delete these into oblivion. I don't understand what's there to contemplate, unless this is appealing to you. Then may I advise you to invest in a dental dam? User JQuest303 said, wow, I'd feel totally taken advantage of and betrayed if I was you, like I'm sure you do. I'm so sorry that you're in this position. You all have a lot of work to do if you want to make this work. It's a seriously up situation, but I don't know how you could ever trust either of them again at this point, let alone let her move in and you be the only one working to support the three of you while they just all day. I distance myself from both of them and get on with my life. About a month later, OP gave us an update. First and foremost, I want to thank the thousands of people who reached out to me in comments on my original post, in messages, and in chat requests. I've been super overwhelmed in a good way by how many people actually care. Some of you extended sympathy, some shared similar stories from your own lives, some offered me jobs, and some offered me distractions and even pizza. Pizza, I didn't accept, but thank you for the offer. I think I received over 10,000 messages in total, plus the awards. I am so sorry that I didn't thank you individually for the awards. I was raised better than that, but between work, sorting out my personal life, we will get to that, and just the total number of people I'd need to reply to, I just couldn't. Also, I received exactly 9 negative messages out of over 10,000. Just 9. And 7 of them were basically encouragement to pursue the throuple lifestyle. Only 2 out of over 10,000 people actually wrote something really offensive, and what they wrote wasn't even that bad. Plus, one of them apologized and said he was just trolling. I'm saying this because I think it's important, especially now with all the anger in the world, to know that people can come together, show support, and be kind. 1 in 10,000 people was an asshole, meaning 9,999 out of 10,000 people are actually decent human beings. I keep watching the news and see such a lack of kindness, but I know from my experience this past month that people from all over the world, with different lives and political views, can show compassion and empathy. I wish I could share that wonderful feeling of receiving kindness with everyone. I figured I'd answer the major questions I received, and if I leave out one of your burning questions, then I'll answer that too. I even learned some fancy Reddit formatting so that things are easier to read and not just one giant wall of text. Did you expect to get Reddit famous? Okay, so I never expected my post to get as much attention as it did. In addition to being on the front page of Reddit, it made its way to podcasts, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter, and I even got a couple of requests from paying publications to tell my story. I am so glad that I used an alt, haha. I have at least been able to put the post on the back burner while I try to sort out my life. In real life, I'm a quiet person and hate attention, so I'm thankful that I was able to keep things anonymous. Well, mostly anonymous. A couple of Redditors messaged me and figured out who I am, and of course, my husband figured out I posted. Important. If anyone comes forward and says that this was their post, that person is lying. I will never reveal my identity. Even the offers of being paid to come forward didn't and will never change my mind. People who know me in real life have kept it off their social media too, which I appreciate a lot. I'm a private person and want to stay as anonymous as possible. Are you getting divorced? Yes. 1,000 times yes. He cheated on me and tried to manipulate me, and I did not sign up to be married to more than one person. I don't want that for myself. People in the poly lifestyle very kindly messaged me and told me that what my husband and best friend did was not how it's done in the poly community. Poly is done out of love, trust, and communication. None of those three things happened here. So yes, to divorce. Did you meet with a lawyer? Yes. And I'm really glad that I did and learned a lot. It turns out that the way divorce works where I'm from is it's a process that you have to follow and can take about a year to finish if it's uncontested and longer if the spouse objects. Right now, after some paperwork, there's a lot of paperwork, I'm separated, which actually happened really quickly. It turns out being working poor helped a lot with this, haha. Having no assets to split up made things much easier, and since before COVID, my husband and I basically made the same amount of money and didn't have kids or pets, it's even easier. But my actual divorce is going to take a long time and lots more paperwork. My husband is not contesting the divorce. Did you get your husband admitting to cheating on text or voice? My lawyer said it doesn't matter. I live where it's a no-fault divorce, which means cheating makes no difference at all in how things play out. Everything just gets split down the middle, whether or not your husband is a piece of shit who cheats on you with your best friend, and whether or not you write on Reddit that your piece of shit ex did that, as long as it's true. Not that I'm bitter, okay, I might be bitter, but my therapist says it's good to express my anger. Are you expecting to get everything in the divorce? No. The law is the law, plus there's nothing to get except some family keepsakes which I took with me. It was my mom's jewelry, which I got after she died this year. It wasn't worth much, but my lawyer says there's an inheritance provision or something under the law. Otherwise, we just add up the value of everything right down to our socks and split it 50-50. In marriages where one spouse makes a lot more money than the other, things like alimony and support come up, as well as child support if there are kids. So my situation is thankfully simple. We don't have much anyway, so basically we are leaving each other even but with some emotional baggage. Why don't you get a better job? $12 an hour where I live is better than minimum wage, believe it or not. I think I will have news about the job situation soon. One thing I learned from some of the messages from random Redditors is that managers want to hire hardworking people. I have the confidence to apply to other jobs now, but I'm not accepting any offers from Redditors because of that privacy issue. What's the deal with your boss? I thought my boss was a terrible human being. It turns out he is a decent person and he helped me through this, which I mentioned in my edit to my original post. He has also agreed to be a reference for me for the new job, but he is trying to get me to stay on because I work hard. Do you talk to your best friend anymore? Haha, no way. Not since that night and not ever. I blocked her and refused to talk to her. She showed up at my place and I ignored her apology. I have no time for her bullshit or backstabbing. She lost our friend group too. Once they found out, I received so many stories from them about her backstabbing them over the years. This was all news to me, but let's just say we each had stories that showed her to be untrustworthy. I still think about her and wish things could be different, but she broke my trust in a way that can never be fixed. She and my husband still talk and are in a relationship. They have each other just like they wanted. Will you kick your husband out? No. I moved back home with my dad about a week or so after my first post. My mom died earlier this year and he's been hurting from that. It just made sense. It's nice to be home. My mom was really a perfect human. She was the kind of mom everyone wants and she died suddenly this year from a brain aneurysm. She is the person I would have wanted to help me through this. My dad isn't my mom, but I'm learning that he was kind of the silent partner who was 100% the same as her in terms of being supportive. So while I never expected to be living in my childhood bedroom at 30, it's actually kind of exactly the perfect place for me to be. Plus, my dad makes great baked chicken and always has ice cream in the freezer. For the moving out part, my friends came over and my dad did too, and we all moved my stuff out at once. A lot of Redditors reached out about the unspoken dangers of ending a relationship and the ex getting violent when they feel they are being abandoned. My husband is a shitty human for a bunch of reasons, but he never got physically violent with me. However, I decided that being safe was important, so I called in favors from my friends. It went fine, and my husband ended up leaving during the move to make things easier on everyone. Why did you call yourself an idiot and make things your fault? Because I'm stupid? Haha, I think it's just what I always do. I own up to things even when they aren't my fault. Which leads nicely to the next question. Are you in therapy? Yes. A lot of you reached out and suggested it. Since this is anonymous, I will be super honest here. Between losing my marriage, best friend, and mom, and working insane hours, I had a breakdown. There's no other way to put it. I was in crisis and probably still am. I'm still not eating great and still making a lot of mistakes in how I talk to myself, calling myself an idiot and stupid. I get nightmares about my mom that wake me up, and then I can't get back to sleep. I cry. When it comes to affairs, it always sucks that it happens, but if we're trying to look at things optimistically, just be happy that you didn't find out even later. I hope OP can move on from this treatment eventually and find peace. Getting cheated on is one thing, but to have your best friend be the AP to your partner's affair is just heartbreaking. And on a side note, I'm glad that OP gets to spend more time with her dad. It's never a bad thing to get to reconnect with family, and as adults, you don't often get those opportunities. This next post was made in 2015 in the Raised by Narcissists subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, Mom 53F is furious because I, 29F, stole my sister's 32F boyfriend 33M. My sister, Olivia, and I have always had a strained relationship. Growing up, she was always the golden child, while I was pretty much ignored. Something broken, must be me, I'm the youngest. Olivia took my things, what am I complaining about? I have plenty of things as it is, etc. I have countless examples of being treated unfairly growing up and could write a book, but I'll put in a few of my favorites, just so you can get some sort of idea where I'm coming from here. My sister's birthdays were always huge affairs with cakes and balloons, inviting the whole class and family over, etc. I never ever even got a cake. I got a card with $25 every birthday, just sat there on the kitchen table. Olivia got piles of presents that were taller than her. Over exaggeration, but you get the point. I asked for a party for my 16th and my mom flew off the handle, telling me that she wasn't having my piece of shit friends stealing shit and ruining the house. Even though 2 years prior, my sister's friend stole $30 from my mom's purse, Olivia still got huge birthday parties every year. Olivia had friends over one night. I was never allowed to have my piece of shit friends over, while my parents were at a wedding over the weekend. They got drunk. I was never allowed to drink, trashed the house, and even took out my dad's car, while drunk, and got it scratched. Who got the blame? Me. Apparently, I should have called, and it wasn't Olivia's fault as she'd just been drinking with friends, and she can't be blamed for things she did while drunk. Mom was livid and told me that every time they have to leave for the weekend, I have to go with them now, as I can't be trusted to behave in a mature manner. I finished high school with excellent grades, mainly A's, but I had 1 C. My sister got D's and 1 C in everything. My mom called up everyone in the family to celebrate her barely passing all of her classes and had a party for her with all family and friends. I brought my grades home and got, a C. I don't know what I got my hopes up for. She walked out of the room and said nothing further about it. I attended a family barbecue with my boyfriend at that time, Damien. It was pretty pleasant, regardless of my sister's petty jabs throughout the evening. Some money went missing and everyone blamed my boyfriend. My mom threw wine over him and went to physically attack him, screaming, "You two are just as bad as each other." We left and I apologized profusely, extremely embarrassed in front of my entire family. 2 weeks later, my sister came clean and admitted she took it and was planning on paying it back. My mom messaged me, telling me so in a casual manner, and added for me to cover for her because she didn't want her to be embarrassed. No apology, just more BS. My mom and Olivia are both big women. They always have been. I've always been slender, but perfectly healthy, and have always been made fun of. My mom thinks it's appropriate to draw me up a diet plan, which is in no way healthy. When I don't follow it, she tells me that I have to or my sister won't speak to me anymore as I make her feel insecure about herself. I say no way in hell. My mom tells the rest of the family I am bulimic and all hell breaks loose. I managed to get a part-time job in high school. My sister constantly made jabs at me for working as a burger flipper, saying I was pathetic, etc. I should add here, she always got an allowance of $20 a week. I got $5 a month and was told I'd get more when I learned to spend responsibly, even though I'd actually saved up $600 for driving lessons by the time I finished high school. My allowance stopped when I got my job, even though she still gets $20 a month from them. When I eventually said back, "It's more than you'll ever do," she burst into tears and told my mom. Mom came back in and slapped me in the face. She then called up my workplace and told them God knows what. The next day, I was told they'd have to let me go. My mom has acknowledged this and has told me in the past I was an accident, and that she and my dad didn't want any more children. As you've probably gathered, my relationship with my family as a whole is strained. A couple of years ago, I started working for the same company as Olivia. We weren't working closely together, but would run into each other sometimes, as it is a pretty small building. She spread petty rumors around the workplace, saying that I'm bitter she was our parents' favorite and that I was stalking her. Most people just thought she was nuts and laughed it off with me, though a few people actually believe her, and it makes working with those people pretty awkward. Well, in 2011, Jacob joined the workforce. He was a nice guy, and we eventually became close. He was shocked to learn that my sister and I were even sisters because of how different we looked. Now, my sister laid it on really heavy with Jacob, had flowers sent to his desk, asked him out on countless dates, and sent him nudes via company email. She was disciplined for that, but Jacob, being the sweetheart he is, told them he was fine so long as it never happened again. Jacob has always been very clear with her. I don't think he could have been more clear, to be honest. He showed me messages between them where he'd flat out say, "Olivia, I'm not interested. Please stop this. You're making me very uncomfortable." To which she'd reply, "I always get what I want, baby." I never expected to fall for Jacob, but eventually we became more than friends and went on dates. I told him about my past with my family, and he was appalled. He stopped talking to my sister altogether and said if she continued behaving inappropriately towards him, he'd go to HR with all the evidence that he'd received over the years. She stopped after this, but still had no idea we were dating. We kept our relationship a secret from her for 3 months to avoid the fallout that was sure to result from this. When she found out 3 days ago, she stormed right up to my desk and screamed at me, then proceeded to storm off out and wasn't in the next day. Yesterday, she left everyone a long 3-paragraph email telling them how I'd always been obsessed with her life and now she'd stolen her boyfriend. She calls me a bunch of super appropriate professional things before closing with, "I'll be in to collect my things on Monday," so I assume she's quit. No one at work has heard anything from her since. The past 3 days have been hell. My mom found out, and I'll spare the details of her fallout, but it wasn't pretty, long story short. I stood up for myself, she didn't like it. Waited until I went to go to work the next morning, waiting outside my house to throw what she claimed to be water over me. I'm more than ready to cut these people out of my life. Any steps I should be taking besides telling them I'm done with them? Thanks for reading, this is all over the place. TLDR, family is insane and I need advice for cutting them out of my life. Update. I went to cool off, I was livid when I posted this, only to come back and be overwhelmed by the support, kind messages, and comments. Thank you so much to everyone who took the time to read this through and leave advice/suggestions/information on how to proceed. It really turned my day around. In response to comments saying this is fake, I don't blame you. It's a mind-boggling situation I still can't get my head around. I'm still unsure if I want to take this down a legal route, but I'm worried I won't have much of a choice. I know my mom won't just take a restraining order lying down, and as much as I'd hate to get her into trouble with the law, at this point I'm willing to do anything to get her out of my life. My boyfriend is staying with me until we have this sorted to avoid another water incident. I'll update again if I'm contacted by my mom or sister. User Getting the Kid Out said, "Oh boy, you belong here. In my opinion, you can just cut off contact without an explanation at this point. They're f***ing nuts. Don't be surprised if this makes them more insane for a while. I learned the term extinction burst here." User D-Jerk said, "Don't forget that when your mom inevitably says that she can't believe you would treat family this way, remind her that you don't want the kind of family they provide." User Ku Susie 13 said, "People will try to make you seem like a coward if you don't go and talk face to face about cutting them out, but it's just because they don't know how narcissistic people work. So if you don't feel like dealing with the screaming match, especially since she has a history of assaulting people, Just write an email, letter, or Facebook message and send it. You can even keep a copy of their response if you do it this way, which can be affirming if a ton of family or family friends try to guilt you into leaving. People like this contribute absolutely nothing positive to your life and will drain you more than they ever give you. So go forth and cut those parasites. User, most likely at work, said, document every last thing. Security cameras can be acquired for future water incidents. I imagine if you search camera in this sub, you will find suggestions regarding which to buy. Your family is toxic and you need to get that cancer out of your life. Part of me hopes she comes back to work like the narcissist. She is expecting everyone to just move on with her reality that she didn't throw a tantrum and not show up for days, expecting to still be paid because she gets everything she wants. And then management bursts her bubble and she's out on her ass. User Professor Lexus said, I always find it funny when people are so unbelieving that people like this mother and sister exist. And moms are manipulative. Wretchedly so. My maternal grandmother bullied and shamed one of her daughters, my aunt, terribly all her life and sabotaged any plans she had to lose weight and find a boyfriend. Also, my grandmother had insurance that one of her children would never leave her. My own mother was frantic, trying to manipulate my sister into being the person she wanted her to be, usually through chivying, insults, and blatant lies. All of it geared at destroying self-esteem and making her pliable. Because that's how parenting works, right? By destroying a person's soul to replace it with some facsimile of yourself. As if children weren't people, but mindless golems instead. User Kettlebell Fetish said, I think you really need a restraining order. The fallout from NMOM screwing with you at the office could very well make you lose your job. They won't tell you that's why, but no one wants to deal with a crazy family, even by proxy. Narcissists have their own reality. In NMOM and NCIS mind, you've stolen your boyfriend. I see this escalating until either the police intervene or someone gets seriously hurt. I'm sorry, this is way past reasoning or therapy. You've hit them both in the ego, only in their N-world. This is going to get really ugly. This story was created in the relationship advice subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, Boyfriend 25M became disabled and I, 25F, want to break up, but I'd feel like a terrible person. How do I handle this? I, 25F, have been with my boyfriend, 25M, since high school. Unfortunately, he got into a car crash and became disabled below his waist. I wish to be by his side during his recovery. Disabilities have never been a deal breaker for me, and I loved him, so while this is going to be a struggle at first, I believe that we would be able to overcome this. I tried to participate in his recovery by being there with and for him during physical therapy. I moved into his parents' house to help them take care of him because he is unable to do many tasks without assistance. My job is very close to their house, and my manager allows me to clock out in case my boyfriend's parents need my help with things like getting him to the hospital. But my boyfriend just completely shut down. I understand that this is a life-changing injury, and at such a young age, this is absolutely devastating, but he just doesn't want me anywhere near him. I tried to take him out to concerts and plays, organize picnics and trips, just make him believe that his life didn't end with his injury and that he is capable of living a fulfilling life. But he was indifferent to it all. Therapy doesn't seem to help him because he still seems to be completely dissociated from everything. I couldn't see him like this anymore, and I demanded that he tell me everything that's on his mind. He just said that he is angry about everything, that he feels like I'm here only out of moral obligation, that he doesn't feel like a proper boyfriend because he can't do anything for himself, that he wants to be a real man but isn't even able to make love to me anymore, etc. I tried to be empathetic and told him that if I've been here for this long after the accident, it's obviously not an issue for me because I still love him. He just scoffed, and it seemed like he didn't believe me. Now it's come to a point where he's throwing things at me, demanding that I leave the room. He's ignoring me, and when he's not, he insults me. He's even throwing the food I bring him on the floor like a child. He has become emotionally abusive, and I'd be lying if I said that I still love him. I genuinely wanted to be there for him because I've seen stories where people, after intense physical therapy, manage to get back on their feet and walk with some assistance. I believe that he might be able to do it too. I believe that miracles exist, and the human body is a fascinating thing. Maybe he'd be able to walk again. He just needed a lot of work and faith in himself, but he has become so nasty, rude, and hurtful that I think I just fell out of love with him. I approached his mom and told her that I feel like I probably don't love him anymore because he's been so hurtful towards me for over 2 years now, and I just can't endure it anymore. I don't deserve this. His mom immediately got defensive, saying that he suffered a great psychological trauma after the accident and that it's normal for him to be so depressed. I completely understand that, but it doesn't give him a green light to be so hurtful towards people who are actually trying to help him. His mom asked me to stay because my boyfriend needs my support, but judging from his behavior, he doesn't want or need me at all. Maybe he's doing it on purpose to push me away, but at this point, I don't care anymore. I can't help someone who doesn't want to be helped. I'm tired. I tried for a long time. He shut me out. I want to break up with him, but I'd feel like an absolute trash human being for leaving a person behind when they need me the most. But at the same time, I can't endure this anymore. I want to leave, but I don't want to be that person, if you know what I mean. I am at a loss. I need advice. Initially, I was thinking that OP might be a completely insensitive asshole, but after reading the post, it's clear that she's a kind person, and it's her boyfriend who's the real jerk here. I understand that becoming disabled is immensely traumatizing, and depending on what kind of person he was prior, it may be hurting his ego tremendously. Inherently, men just want to be able to provide, and this guy probably feels pathetic that he can no longer do that, and because he doesn't know how to handle it, he's lashing out. I commend OP for staying by his side for as long as she did, but I think in a situation like this, she should leave him. I just don't feel it's healthy for anyone for this relationship to go on. OP is being mistreated, and unintentionally, she is also the reason for a lot of his anger. Reason being the stuff I said earlier. I don't recall if OP said that her BF was already going through mental therapy or not yet, but obviously that's needed here. User Speedy and Spock said, paralyzed guy here. You need to break up with him and he needs to hit rock bottom / go to therapy. Don't beat yourself up. This is his journey. User Con Incognito said, course his mom wants you to stay, you're a free live-in nurse for them, but it's not your responsibility to give up your life to take care of your boyfriend, especially after he became abusive. You stuck it out for 2 years, that's enough. Under this comment, another user said, his mom doesn't want to be his punching bag when OP leaves and she is stuck carrying for him. OP, you deserve to be happy and live the life you want. You don't love him, that's all you need to leave. User Cordobono said, I'd say leave. You are not a trash person. You stayed and moved in with his parents and supported him. You did all you could, but at the end of the day, you are still a person with feelings. What he is doing on purpose or not is just cruel. Choose yourself and leave. Like you said, you can't help someone who does not want to be helped. They will see you as that person, but just know in reality, you are not. Under this comment, user Grumpy NetGeek in Texas said, as a disabled person, we actually understand how hard it is to deal with us and our anger about our disability. I would say with what I've read, I would say you gave it your all, and it's incredible that your job is so lenient to allow you to leave when you need to. He needs to seek therapy to handle his anger about this, and you will not be able to help him through that. Let me say that clearly. You can't heal his anger at his disability, and you have gone above and beyond. Be clear to him when you break it off and leave no doubt that it's over, and it's 1000% not about his disability, it's about his anger. User O Wise One said, first of all, I want to acknowledge the truly selfless thing you have done for more than 2 years. Besides taking care of your BF, have you dealt with the grief of losing the life that you planned with him? It must have been devastating for you too. If you have suppressed your own feelings, then please get therapy to take care of yourself. Next, this is an abusive relationship. The reason why he treats you this way is no longer relevant. You need to get out for your own mental safety. His mother is defending her son because this is also a tragedy for her, but that does not make her right. Don't let her guilt you into staying. I wish you the best. Under this comment, OP said the following, I pretty much ignored any feelings or thoughts of my own because my boyfriend was the priority. He was the one in need of help. He is the one who is suffering the most, and my own feelings can wait. However, I'm just exhausted. I didn't know how else I was supposed to convince him that I still loved him. Every day I gave him assurance of my genuine feelings towards him. I am a very physical person. Kissing and hugging are my love languages, so I always tried to show my affection to reassure him that his disability did not change anything feelings-wise. He seemed particularly upset that he still felt all of those physical desires and urges, but was practically unable to do anything about it. I suggested exploring specific options for intimacy that are catered towards disabled people. There are folks who have all sorts of physical impairments, but those don't stop them from enjoying sexual activities. My boyfriend, instead of at least contemplating the idea, immediately became outraged and insulted, starting to yell at me for implying that he is impotent and less of a man. I never implied that he is any less of a man. I just suggested options that we could explore so he could still enjoy physical intimacy. He told me to leave and, I quote, buy a while you're at it. I just waved it off as a moment of anger and didn't think much of it, but in retrospect, I think his inability to perform anymore really destroyed his self-esteem. I have never brought it up again, and I decided to come to terms with the idea that my physical needs are off the list. But then he started neglecting simple emotional intimacy. I simply wanted to cuddle while watching a movie, give him a hug or kiss him, maybe compliment him on his haircut or the nice shirt that he wore, but all of those things either went ignored or he looked like the simple reciprocation of affection between two people in a relationship was a chore. The more time went on, the more dissociated he appeared. In the last few weeks, he looked like he didn't even want to exist in the same room with me. I chalked it up to him being depressed, but emotionally, I feel like a mop in this relationship, like he's wiping the metaphorical floor with me, and I'm just hoping against all hope that his former self is going to resurface again soon. I realized that I neglected a lot of my own needs for him, but at this point, I'm afraid to leave because he pushed away all of his friends too. His family and I, that's all he has. If I leave, I'm a bit afraid that it may become a catalyst for something truly awful, especially since he's obviously already depressed. User Coffee Cat said, my ex became disabled from the knees down not a year into our relationship. I stuck with him. Hospitals, therapy, converting my house as much as I could to make it better for him. He was able to start walking again with assistance. It was draining though. I was constantly hurting myself trying to help him. He was much bigger than me. It actually got worse when he was able to get his license back. Emotional abuse and manipulation became clearer. He got into another car accident and became paralyzed from the waist down. I felt so stupid because I was blinded by love that I didn't realize he had become addicted to the pain pills and how much hurt he was putting me through. It was like a light switch was turned off. I no longer loved, nor was I in love with him. They call it death by 1,000 cuts for a reason. You need to love yourself more than anyone else. User How This Happened said, I think it'd be helpful for you to stop thinking of it like you're abandoning him or leaving him because of his injury. You definitely aren't. You'd leave him because of his abuse. I'd tell him as much. It's one thing to care for someone and help them when life throws them for a loop. It's another to allow yourself to be abused because another person refuses to regulate their emotions and doesn't possess the tenacity to become the best they can be. Being merciful, I'd understand if he was that way for a few months after the accident, but it's been 2 years and he's allowed himself to become cruel towards you. That right there is the critical point. All feelings aside, that should be behavior you do not tolerate to stay around, period. It's awful what he's gone through, and it's easy to think maybe it's just part of the healing process and that anger is normal. Anger is normal. But hating the people around you and harming the ones you love, emotionally, physically, or in any way at all that was intentional, is not normal. User Lighthouse on Saturn said, you gave it 2 years, that is more than enough time. He isn't just depressed, he is being abusive. His tragedy does not give him a free pass to abuse others. Yes, you should leave, but do not expect his parents to be on your side. You are basically a live-in nurse at this point, and they are only looking out for themselves and their son. They do not have your best interest at heart. I would make plans to leave quietly. Get all important documents out of the house and anything of value. Tell them you're leaving after you have other arrangements made. This next story was made in the Entitled Parents subreddit 5 months ago by a user named Educational Tax 189. The post is titled, My Father Demands an Apology After 10 Years of No Contact. This post does have an edit at the start, but we will go over that toward the end of this first post. I would like to apologize in advance if my English is not correct. English is not my first language, but I will try to do it correctly. I really need advice because I don't know it all that well anymore. The story is a bit long, but please hear me out. When I was 11 years old, my parents divorced. My father cheated a lot, and my mother forgave him every time because she wanted to keep the family together. When I was 11, my father cheated again and ran off with another woman. What followed was a huge divorce with a lot of fighting and arguing. The only thing my father didn't want was us as children. It was decided that I had to go to my father on the weekends because where I live, divorces go through the courts, and they think it is important that children continue to see both their parents. During these weekends, I was used more as a kind of Cinderella by my father and his girlfriend, and I was systematically abused mentally and physically. Every time I made a mistake in their eyes, didn't do something the way they wanted, or didn't get things done on time because I had a lot to do, I was beaten with objects or just by hand. My father's favorite thing was his belt, and my stepmother liked to use an electric fly swatter, which gives off electric shocks when you turn it on so that you can kill the fly without crushing it, so to speak. If you hold it against your skin with the metal part, you will get a pretty hard electric shock. To this day, I am terrified of electric fly swatters, even though they are very common household items where I live. I managed to hide the abuse for years by wearing baggy clothes with long sleeves, whether it was summer or winter. Because of this, I quickly became the weird kid at school and had no friends. The abuse had enormous mental consequences, but I wanted to persevere because I was afraid that if I stopped going on weekends, my father's girlfriend would take out her anger on my little sister. She was only 5 when my parents broke up. I withdrew more and more to my room when I was with my mother so that I didn't have to talk to her. My mother is a sweetheart. She is really sweet and friendly and only wanted the best for me. She thought I was having trouble with the divorce and that I was starting to go through puberty. She regularly suggested that I go to a therapist, but I always didn't want to because I wanted to protect my sister. When I was 16, my gym teacher found out about the bruises because I suffered an injury during sports class, and she had to look at my legs. As a result, child protection was immediately called to see that I was covered in bruises. My mother was so shocked that she kept me and my sister at home from that moment on. The judge decided that the contact arrangements were terminated and that we, as children, no longer had to visit my father. My father has always blamed me for the fact that he no longer sees his children. He called me a bad daughter and said I should never have told anyone what happened in our home. He felt that it was no one's business and that it was bad parenting, that it would make me hard and grow up to be a strong woman who could serve her husband in this way. He said that if I behaved better and did what I was told, I wouldn't have to be beaten. 10 years have passed since then. Because of what happened, and since we lived in a small village, everyone knows what he and his now wife did to me. I moved far away from them and cut off all contact with him. I went to therapy to learn to deal with everything. I have a very sweet partner who supports me and also helps me to overcome my fears that I developed because of my father. I regularly have panic attacks at home and am afraid of being home alone. We bought a video doorbell so I can see who is at the door without having to go to the door because I'm afraid he will find out my address and come to see me. He has already tried to find out my address a few times through my sister since she has been in contact with him again for a few years. Her reasoning was that they have not done anything to her and that they are always kind to her, so she sees no reason not to visit regularly. Recently, I received a letter from my father through my sister in which he demanded that I apologize for my behavior and claimed that because of me, the entire village thinks he is a disgrace. In the letter, he said that he is getting older and that his hearing and vision are getting worse. He demands that I apologize to him and that I introduce him to my partner, who really doesn't want that because he knows my entire history. He thinks he has been a good father and that being raised by my mother has made me soft and that I am a bad woman now that I am pursuing a career outside the home in biology. My sister tells me that I should just say sorry and that he will really leave me alone afterward. He really just wants to hear that he was a good father and that I regret talking to people 10 years ago when they saw my bruises. I really don't want to, but my sister and father's family keep pestering me to say that I should just do it so that he can move on and the village will no longer find him a shame. I really don't want to, and I haven't slept at night because of it. I don't know what to do anymore, and my partner tries to keep me calm so I don't have to think about it anymore because it gives me panic attacks. But my father and his family keep insisting and nagging me to do it by sending me messages on social media and calling me. I keep blocking them, but they create new throwaway accounts to reach me or give letters and messages to my sister so she can give them to me. I didn't tell my mother about this because she already feels very guilty that she didn't notice the abuse all those years ago. So, what do you think? Should I just apologize to get it over with? Edit. Well, I have woken up to a lot of reactions. Thank you all so much. I have asked my little sister to talk soon. I'm going to explain why her behavior is hurting me, and if she doesn't stop giving me the messages from my dad's family, I will go no contact. As for my father, I have blocked everyone on social media and their phone numbers. My partner and I are going to get new phone numbers and we will shut down the social media accounts we have. Thank you all for your advice and I will update you when I speak to my little sister. User Kaokabanis said, hell no. I have seen his behavior many times when I worked in law enforcement. He is a typical narcissist abuser who will go to any length to avoid taking responsibility for their actions. You have done nothing wrong at any time. Tell him to burn in hell. Under this comment, user Content Great Grandma said, I totally agree. He wants your apology to validate his abuse. He is a total waste of oxygen and space. Do not apologize. You did nothing wrong. You may want to tell your sister that if she persists in pushing for a reconciliation, that your contact with her will be finished. Don't give your sperm donor space in your head. Live a good life and enjoy the freedom from any contact with him. User Snoowords4839 said, send him a bill for all of your therapy. Tell your sister you don't want the monster in your life and she is lucky she was never abused. Edit, have a lawyer send them a cease and desist letter. If they continue after that, call the police and report the harassment. User Nodak1954 said, shut down your social media accounts and tell your sister to throw away anything she gets from relatives for you that you don't want to see or hear from the relatives ever again on those subjects. Under this comment, user Team Dog Mama said, he wants his reputation fixed. You wanted a father who didn't hit you. Sucks to want. I'd go farther and cut the sister out. If she was a loving sister, she would protect Op. She is enjoying this. Do not apologize. Turn off your social media, change your phone number if you need to. If he ever does show up, call the police and tell them he is harassing you. You can even lie and say you don't know him. He is a crazy and disturbed old man. User Excellent Ad 1132 said, do not apologize. You did nothing wrong. Next time you hear anything from the flying monkeys, the assholes who say you should apologize to this piece of shit, tell them that if they knew exactly how he abused you, they wouldn't be pushing you to ever speak or see him ever again. If they want to have him in their lives, fine. But to you, he is a piece of garbage that needs to die screaming in pain and alone. Let them know that when he dies, you will want to know where his grave is so that you can piss on it on the date of his birthday every year. You will also not be attending his burial since he is hopefully going to hell and burning there forever. About 2 weeks later, OP gave us an update. So I've read all your comments and I'm so grateful. I didn't know there would be so many internet strangers behind me. I met up with my sister and told her everything. I told her about how my father and his now wife beat me, about how I protected her, and about the mental and physical damage that the behavior of my father and his wife caused me. She mainly cried a lot. There is a lot of pressure from his family to get back in touch with me as I am getting better at my job and am starting to have a prominent role in it. Something that his family would like to show off is that I am successful and well known in my profession. She just didn't know what to do, and that's why she reacted very aggressively and painfully. We talked this out and hugged it out. She also told me that my father's wife often goes through her phone. That's how she found my phone number. He helps her unlock the phone. My sister has changed her unlock codes several times, but he keeps copying them from her. We have agreed to buy a second phone where she can keep all her important things and save all her important contacts, so she only has to show the old phone to my father to play games on it. She will keep the new one a secret. She really doesn't want to go to my father anymore, but there is a lot of pressure on her from the family to go, as she is the last child of my father who still has contact with him. We have also discussed this with our mother, and we are going to make a plan with our lawyer so that they cannot bother her if she stops going. I have ignored my father and his family as much as possible. I have threatened that if they don't leave me alone, I will send the police after them for stalking. So far, it's been quiet and I haven't heard from anyone else. I hope it stays calm and that my sister can now also relax. Thank you all for your support and answers. User Traditional Curve 401 said, how old is your sister? Why can't she just stop going? Block all of the family on social media and their phone numbers. That should lessen the pressure significantly. Also, proceeding with legal action would be wise. Under this comment, OP said the following: she just turned 19. The problem is more that she is terrified that my father's family will harass her extremely and put pressure on her to come. And everyone also knows where she lives since she still lives at home with our mother. So that's why we're going to make a plan with our lawyer. User Boudikas Justice said, I'm so glad your sister listened to you and believed you. I hope you and your mother can get her away from your father. I'm so sorry this happened to you. You are strong and brave, and you should be proud that you stood up to your father and threatened him with stalking charges. Congrats on your career as well. User Barack Goreng said, I empathize with your situation deeply. For 3 decades, I maintained a no-contact stance with my father. Eventually, influenced by my half-sister and my close bond with her, I reluctantly agreed to reconcile as he approached the end of his life. Looking back, I regretted this decision as it felt like a validation of his past hurtful actions that led to our estrangement. I wish he had passed away acknowledging the pain he caused rather than assuming all was well and that he was a great father. User, I'm always the asshole one, said, you should look into a restraining order or something along those lines. He is harassing you and so is the family. Tell your sister to stop giving you letters, or rip them up in front of her. Also, don't apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. If he didn't want the village to shame him, then he shouldn't have hit you. User Yokai Watch Fan 2102 said, OP, you should send the police on them anyways. What your father is doing is harassment. Your father needs to learn that no contact means no contact. Honestly, what is he and his family not getting about this? OP, your dad is nuts and his wife is insecure. Call the police and get a no contact order in place against your father and his wife. And while you're at it, file harassment charges against your father and every one of his family members that harass both you and your sister. Clearly he's not respecting your boundaries, so he needs to learn this lesson the hard way. Oh yeah, and for the time being, it might be best to tell your sister to remove your contact information from her phone until you can find a safe way to communicate with each other.